Big backwood, the little engine that could. All gas, no brakes. Y'all know if she's cocaine. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it. Spark up, fire up, roll up, whatever you call it. Spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it. Spark up, fire up, roll up, whatever you call it. Spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Big blunts, I'm trying to smoke a runs. I already zipped out the guts, come on and roll it up. If you ready to smoke, come on and fuck it up. I'ma hit your wood, but I can roll it up. It's like in surgery, you gotta nip and tuck. Please don't add no paper, that shit fuck it up. Y'all be adding all grab for all the extra stuff. Straight weed, and hold the extra, please. A big black, white out, give me what I need. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Pressure, put it in the air. Come on, look, baby, we gon' play it fair. Right now, it should be big blunts everywhere. Come on, don't stand right there, it's there. Pressure, put it in the air. Come on, look, baby, we gon' play it fair. Right now, it should be big blunts everywhere. Come on, don't stand right there, it's there. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Catch that shit. I see you over there straight chiefin' and shit. Done sipped in the corner after hit our shit. Man, who the fuck invited this clown? Grabbing with the weed like ain't enough to go around. The bitch will be for my down. Cause everybody around here caught more than the pound. More than the pound. More than the pound. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. Fire up, roll up, whatever you call it, spark up. What is the weed? What is the weed? What is the weed? Just vibe the streets, please. You fire up, you fire up, you fire up, you fire up. You fire up, you fire up, you fire up, you fire up.
I took a hit for the team. Took a bullet for the dream that we would one day all be free. Free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity. I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. The sun will start shining.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, everyone? I hope that everyone is doing well on this early Sunday morning. As always with this channel, I go live, girl. What? Go live. Not Scooby-Doo taking over. I go live at sporadic times. I just go live when I feel compelled. That's why for those who do fuck with my energy and vibe, I do encourage them to subscribe, because baby, this goddamn fantastic voyage over here on BubzDaGawd is going to be all over the place. That's why I be telling people, look, you're going to have to be in some sort of altered state. If you have not strengthened your self-love game yet, okay, and you need some help trying to understand certain commentary, baby, that's what the shit there is for, okay? This is my first ever late night with Bubs. I think I might do this because there's so much to talk about. So it's like I'm kind of pushing myself to continue to be consistent with my channel. Of course, give myself time to back the fuck away so I can live my life. And I'm trying to manifest things on the back end. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, I am excited about what is going on with my channel. Even though we at a slow pace right now, that's okay. The race is not given to the swift, nor is it given to the strong, bitch, but it's given to those who endureth till the end, okay? And that's what we're about. We're about enduring, okay? This live is probably going to be a late night live in reference to being here for some hours. Of course, this is going to be an audio podcast type of thing, so you can listen to this while you're doing something, because I really want to tap into your subconscious mind. Okay, that's what my commentary is for, to help others to think outside of the box. And I will say this, I have been doing commentary on Black Men Unfiltered and a few other content creators who are part of the Black conscious community, or the Black family community, which I am for family. I mean, hell, like the family that I'm raised in, I love how tight-knit that my family is, like how we are, okay? I still am part of the community of Blackness, so I pay attention. I'm one of the ones who actually go into uncharted territories and listen to what other people are saying, or if they're sent to me, then I'll go over there and figure things out for myself. But for the most part, I'm out there trying to really push myself in reference to having the conversations that can actually change some shit. Because I keep hearing from a lot of us in the community, whether it's Black, whether it's queer, outside of the community, that these conversations are really important and we really need to talk about these things and work these things out. And then when we have the opportunities to actually do that, when everything is scheduled, when everything is set up, and usually it's the oppressed group of people having to, again, you know, go to a bigger platform and basically state their case, because we are the ones that have to bear the evidence, okay? And when we do, none of the real conversations happen. All of a sudden now it's kumbaya and we gotta all come together. We gotta all come together. I'm not trying to just come together when tragedy strikes, okay? I'm not trying to do that. If anything, I'm trying to help establish some sense of community where there is a amalgamation of different perspectives, viewpoints, because we all have something to offer, yes, but we still got to work out our shit. We still have to work through the shit. There's no way around it, over it, under it, no way. We have to go through it, and if we don't, we are doing the next generation that's coming up a disservice. Because if we really got our shit together, our fucking reality will not be the same that it's been for generations now. To where now, even in the area of Blackness, girl, Black people are willing to turn on themselves. I mean, don't nobody care about niggas anyway, right? So what happens if I join the fucking party? Now, I will say this. And I feel like I should reiterate this as well. My commentary is in no way, shape, or form trying to, I believe the term is denigrate or denigrade. If you know what I'm saying, I'm still learning, bitch. Okay, it's not meant to assassinate anyone's character. It's not meant to attack them as a person. I am giving my commentary on what comes out of their mouth and their opinions and their perspectives and their viewpoints. Just like whenever Lil Nas X has a dress on, or Billy Porter has a dress on, or any black male happens to have a dress on, all of a sudden now here comes the videos and the lives where these individuals are supposed to share what their grievances are, and they struggle at it and they begin to generalize, not realizing that that same energy of privilege trickles down the motherfucking slope of the pyramid. And there are certain people within smaller communities who feel like they have a level of privilege. No, this is about equality. Okay? That's what this is about. And I get it. This commentary is not popular. Not right now. Not right now. Because right now we still have our distractions. We still have things that we can move away from, so we don't have to really deal with the objective bullshit. Okay. Until life hits your ass, girl, like it hits everybody else. The fuck? And then when it does, girl, your world slows down. Then some of the things that have been said, girl, you're gonna appreciate. And I'm not saying that in a narcissistic way, or a way of saying, bitch, I told you so. But it's like we actually have opportunities that come before us for us to have genuine conversations, and we struggle with that. That's just me. So anyway, we're going to be listening to Black Men Unfiltered Network. Shout out to them. Okay, I'm hoping to get on another show with them in reference to queerness, women, whatever the case may be. Like, it's time to have some conversations that are going to iron sharpening the iron, especially if we all care about blackness in the black community. Okay, and I ain't talking about we are all one type shit. No, girl, we not finna do the old school Frankie Beverly featuring maids. We are one. We not there yet, girl. We gotta work through some shit before we get to that point. Okay. Because it's not going to be we are one, girl, when the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, it's going to be we are one because we understand what blackness is monolithically. That's healthy. Okay? Because my black, gay, short, leprechaun, militant, midget ass is not going back into the closet because there's no closet to go back into. Okay? So we're going to have to find a way to peacefully coexist without policing each other. Oh, what you doing, especially if it's not harming anyone. Okay, but I will say this: at the beginning of this video, they really started touching on some deep shit, and I was like, do I want to include this on my channel? And after I had a conversation with myself, I said myself said, nigga, yes. You want to hit this joint? I'm like, of course, thank you, you so kind. But I'm going to start walking in my uniqueness and quote unquote my weirdness, bitch. I'm learning not to give a fuck about what people think about me, girl. I don't try to compare myself to people, bitch. The only person I'm competing with is myself. That's what I'm actually learning and applying in my life. Which is why, again, I feel like I'm coming out the end of my nomad phase, but I'm grateful for that phase because now I'm figuring out who the hell I am. And I'm realizing a lot of black people, especially a lot of black men, cis hetero men, are the last ones to go through this shift and this change that actually not just benefits them, but benefits the collective. So I'm going to give Black Men Unfiltered the benefit of the doubt. I haven't watched the entire thing. I watched about 40 minutes of it. Like I said, some of the things they were talking about in the beginning, I really wanted to touch on here because we also have to work in the areas of where the grayness is. Like the gray areas, we have to nurture those areas as well because those are very important. Those are possible bridges of understanding so that everybody can grow. But before we get into that, and I don't have my phone, hold on. Hold up. Y'all like these white bitches singing in the background? Body sing. I'm gonna also do something different as well. I'm gonna have like a lo-fi type of beat playing in the background. It might make you tired and you sleep and you get sleepy. That's cool. I have a soothing voice. Niggas fall asleep anyway, bitch. Oh, nigga, you so boring. No, I'm not, girl. If I was a villain, girl, I could use this moment where you sleep, bitch, to speak to your subconscious, bitch. But I'm not. I'm over here trying to help your ass learn to love yourself, bitch. Be grateful, bitch. What's up, Deshaun? What's going on, Deshaun? But anyway, y'all. Boom. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay. All right. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I'm about to fuck this Granny Smith apple up. I kind of was doing that before when we was doing a little waiting in the waiting room meet and greet shit in the beginning. But yes, we're going to listen to some of the commentary with Black Men Unfiltered in reference to women. Now, yes, I am a gay man. I have never had sex with a female. I don't desire to have sex with a female. Oh, well, how would you know if you wouldn't try? Well, I mean, if you want to play that game, how about I try pussy and you try dick for a weekend and we come back and talk about it? Or hell, at this point, I've never tried crack cocaine, but I just know in my spirit, okay? But just because I don't fuck black women or sexually please black women does not mean that that's my only way to value a black woman. I think because I am queer and I'm not trying to fuck her, I'm able to have a more objective viewpoint and understanding of women, which is why y'all better be glad that gay men are into other men, because if they wanted to steal your woman, baby, they a whole motherfucking Joe song, bitch. I'll do what your man won't do, bitch. Okay? I'm just saying. But anyway, let's get into Black Men Unfiltered Networks. Are black women worth protecting, girl? Are the individuals who are the nurturers and the bringers of life and who carried us in their motherfucking wombs, girl, that are allegedly the trans people is mysteriously stealing out of their fucking bodies, girl, like aliens? That's why they on the screen, girl. All of this shit, and the black woman is the most disrespected individual. She's the most spat on. She's the most defiled, yet she's the one that has been the most persevering, girl. The one that has been able to be the glue of the fucking family, girl, that was able to tap into both the divine masculine and the feminine and mix that shit up, girl, like a mixed bitch, girl, in this shit, and still make it work, of course. But even though we know all this, now we're having a conversation, are black women worth protecting? Is that even a fucking question at this point? But we also understand that there are only certain black women that are worth protecting. All these other ratchet, sexy, red, degenerate, HUD house and EBT snap swiping, doodle streak, PSD draws wearing, backwoods, halitosis breath smelling, dirty ass dreads, motherfucking roach infested ass bitches with all type of burnt smelling cackling fiber in they damn hair, talking about Bella Noches and shit. They're not worth protecting. Or women who are not willing to bow down to their man. Because it's so funny that a lot of kings talk about their royalty and how they have the power to lead. But do you have the power to lead with your mind and your heart, which will have a longer lasting effect, as opposed to this old goddamn Superfly Papa was a Rolling Stone, Ike Turner smack a bitch till her face is black and blue type shit? Huh? But anyway, girl, we're going to get into that again. We put this fair use banner up. Okay? And again, this is not to assassinate nobody's character. This is, again, having grown-ass conversations, right? And I'm going to keep my promise. Because I know that my best life is manifesting before my eyes. And I can slowly but surely see it happening, girl. I understand that when my shit pop off, I have an even bigger responsibility with what I'm about to manifest. And if we're going to really talk about walking in areas of power, an influence, we got to make sure that we do it in a way that benefits the whole. And it's possible, but it's going to take some mental and emotional work. It's going to take for some of these men to tap into their divine feminine energy to help balance them. Now, there's one person that's going to be on this panel that I've seen thus far that I was like, oh yes, now this is a nigga I would like to have a conversation with. Because first of all, he smoked weed, amen. Second of all, he looks like the clone version of D.L. Hughley, and bitch, at this point, I'd rather take him as opposed to the original girl. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell did D.L. Hughley be nominated as one of the kings of comedy. Where was the motherfucking ballots for this shit? Can we put Cat Williams in his place, bitch? I mean, damn. But that individual, I think his name is Geoff, he seems to be the most open-minded. Now, I don't know. Maybe as we go on in this commentary, girl, he might say some shit that might be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But I'm just gonna be me, okay? That's all I can do is be me. And for those who rock with it, I appreciate it. For those who don't, that's cool. Peace out. Love you. I'm still gonna get my shit in life, bitch. Thank you for making it easier. But you know, what's going on, Aaron? What's going on? We gonna have to get we have to get back in the talks, bro, of getting back on Smash or Pass. We gonna have to, bro. We gonna have to find a way to simplify this shit. Cause shout out to Megan, cause Megan did her damn thing, girl. But we gonna have to find a way to simplify it. We gonna have to bring that back. And as far as Bigo news and shit like that, like no shade, it'd be just so much motherfucking editing, girl. And no shade. Where I am in my life, girl, I ain't finna motherfucking sit up here, bitch, and goddamn edit all this shit for free. No more, girl. Now when it come to editing, bitch, it's gonna be what the fuck I want. So I'm trying to find a way to simplify that, because I wanted to kind of like touch on the whole Parnell situation with him allegedly grooming younger men. I kind of wanted to tap into that in a different type of way, you know, a Bubs type of way. But we'll see about that. But shout out to you, broski. It's been a minute, and I know we gotta do our own shit in our own life. But I'm glad to see that your ass is winning, girl. I think Aaron is at 5,000, bitch. Meanwhile, my ass is trying to get to 1,000, but that's all right. I'm 5'2", bitch, and God still bless me. I'd be all right with what I got. I'm just working with it. But shout out to you, broski. Yes, and shout out to you being on TV's platform. That's the GOAT, nigga. That's the real GOAT, bruh. No shade. That is the real GOAT. I'm gonna read some of y'all comments real quick, and then we're gonna get into the live. And again, this is something you listen to while you're doing something else. If you want to dedicate your energy to just listening, that's cool. But you know, do this while you're playing the game, while you're laying down, bitch, while you surfing the web, girl. Like, I'm here to talk to your subconscious mind, okay? Let the soothing voice of BubzDaGawd, bitch, the panty moistening, okay, boxer brief moistening girl voice of BubzDaGawd take over. Okay, girl, with that being said, let's get into this lo-fi real quick. Hold on.
You know, let's get to work, man. I'm glad everybody's here. I'm glad everybody's doing fine and well. It is amazing to sit here and have this conversation with the fellas. Now, I got a video I want to play a little bit in a little bit, because I like to see the jaw drop moments with the fellas when they see stuff that they just cannot believe. Yeah, it's what I got to show y'all is amazing. I don't know how people are living in this world today. We were just talking about that. I want to start that out as a conversation. Where do you think the world is now? And my son told me today, my son said, Daddy, I can't wait till I'm 20. And that's 9 years from now. And he said, Daddy, what do you think the world gonna look like in 9 years? So he gave me the first question of the night. Fellas, what do you think the world is gonna look like in 9 years? Mr. Bennett, if you're out there, I sent you the link.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Australia. We'll start with you first.
Yeah.
It's gonna look like China is right now, man. They tracking them doing everything. You know what I'm saying? They got the facial recognition. AI is gonna do AI things.
Yeah.
You know, people not gonna be able to pay for stuff and unless they've been on good behavior. You know what I'm saying? And all kind of stuff. You know, that's just what I see. It's gonna be an Orwellian nightmare. You know, and that's what's going on over there. They always test stuff 10 to 20 years ahead of time before we get it, because you know they have to smooth stuff over with us. They have to slide it in there. First, you have to use your phone to pay for stuff, and then after that, they'll put a chip in your hand, and next thing you know, they scanning your eyes and your face from distances, even if you got a mask on, all kind of stuff, man. So that's what I see. That's what I see, man.
Man. All right. Oh, JT, what you got for me?
Hold on, I'm stuck, man. Go to Payne.
Yeah, listen, I agree. I think technology is going to take us in a bad place because ethics doesn't keep up with technology. Because I'm one of the guys, I'm not afraid of technology.
Now I want to say this real quick. And again, on BubzDaGawd, we go down the rabbit hole. So if this ain't your content, that's perfectly fine. Okay, this is for the people that can hear or comprehend what is being said. And if you can't, it don't mean, oh, you stupid or you dumb or whatever, girl. It's just some things are not for everybody. And if this is not for you, that's okay, girl. Okay, but it's interesting that in the beginning, like the conversations of humanity and the conversation of what's happening to us collectively, like we're still cognitive of that despite the intersections of distractions that we all play into. That's why even with me and the way I do my commentary, I am really doing what I can to be as conscious with what I say and how I deliver certain things, and to also know how to effectively communicate with people. Because yes, America is very emotional, girl, especially men. Men say they're stoic and that they don't have any emotion. Yes, you do. It's lower vibratory emotions. The emotions that choose anger and jealousy and envy. To where it's hard to even look a black man in the face and say, what's up, bro? Without a nigga grimming you in the face like, damn, bro. Or hell, with me even being a gay man, if I say, what's up, bro? And they knew I was gay, don't talk to me, bro. Why? I ain't with that gay shit. Well, first of all, it's very interesting to me how a lot of heterosexual men, not all, but a lot of them say that shit as if though they're trying to flatter themselves, girl, when they say that, like as if gay men don't have standards. It's like, bitch, you don't understand, girl. There are gay men that don't even meet other gay men's standards, bitch. So let's not act like you're the first choice, okay? Maybe in your prime, nigga, and that's a hard maybe. And pause on the hard, bitch, because it ain't even like that, okay? But they can see a situation that affects all of us. And when I was on the panel, when they were talking about the gay agenda, it was like, again, I watch other people's content. I don't stalk people's content because, bitch, I got shit going on in my own life. I wish I would sit up here and dedicate all my energy to particular motherfuckers, girl. I sit here, actively listen, girl. Okay, what's being said? Okay, I agree with it. That's cool. If it's something that's problematic, I will come out with my own commentary. So I still make time to listen to what everybody's saying, because again, if we're about the community, it's about us really connecting with each other and listening to each other. Because the motherfucker that might have the answer might be on the other side of the fence, but if you talk to them, you might discover that, but we've been taught not to. Even when other people have decided to cross the bridge over into another place in uncharted territory, they were not harmed, they were not doxxed, they were not fucked up. They may have got stomped out intellectually and verbally a little bit because some of the ignorance was just like, wow, it was objectively there. Like, girl, are you a reprobate in the mind? Do you not see it? But even when they do, and they're trying to understand and not combat the other group of people, when they go back to their respective community, all of a sudden, oh, are you about to come out the closet? It's like this shaming of it. And if we really gonna talk about this shit, can we really fucking talk about it? I don't want to talk about it only. I also want to be about it. Because I aspire to get married when that time is right with my husband. And yes, I said husband. I am going to have children, God willing. And I also want my children to have an amazing life. But I also understand that homophobia, queerphobia, racism, all these things will never go away. They will never completely dissipate because unfortunately, they're a part of this human experience. Because for some people to transcend is going to have them being racist and homophobic because that gives them an opportunity to actually walk out in love. And we all going to have ego deaths in our lives, girl, that's going to challenge us as people. That's something that nobody can escape. That is something we all are going to have to deal with. And then again, because I do my research, and I wish other motherfuckers would too, so that those who are putting in the work wouldn't have to continuously put in the work so much. But it's like we have these conversations online and we just have them for the views or who's going to show up and, oh my God, the showdown. And I mean the theatrics of it, I'm with the shit too. Because I love acting is my passion, girl. I love the arts. I love entertainment, girl. And I'm a gay person. I feel like gay people are just inherently creative. So if you want to turn this into Laugh-A-Palooza, mixed with a little bit of goddamn Soul Sunday, if you want the amalgamation of all that shit, I can give that. But can we have conversations that also speak about a resolve? But how are we going to be able to resolve things if we don't understand what the symptoms are? Once we identify what the symptoms are, then we can go back in time to look at the history to see where this shit started and then deal with that. But I'm just gonna be about it. No shade, girl. I had a dope ass motherfucking bitch example in my life, girl, to where it's like, bitch, you either gonna have to be about it or not. And for the first time in a long time, because the last time I felt this way was when I was in high school. I was so nervous, and we're gonna get into the show, girl. It's BubzDaGawd. This my shit. Hello. Did you take your shoes off before you came in this bitch? But anyway, when I was in high school, I was so nervous, especially my freshman year, because middle school was fucked up for me. The reason why I speak about queerphobia with such passion the way that I do is because I'm one of the children that went through that lived through that. And I didn't even acknowledge my queerness until I was 18 years old and in love. But before that happened, when I was in high school, those were the best 4 years of my life. Girl, I was with the drama club nerds, bitch. I don't give a fuck, girl. Fuck what you heard. They was the realest motherfuckers in life. And I went to a predominantly white high school because I didn't want to be culture shocked in this bitch. But those individuals that were predominantly white in that drama club, girl, treated me for who I was, girl, to where my ass over here, girl, getting all type of motherfucking leads and plays, girl, and I'm black, girl, what the fuck? And even at the high school that I went to, if I'm not mistaken, and I was told this by my drama teacher, I was the first African American to have consecutive lead roles in plays, bitch. No shade, girl. And at that time, I was doing what I loved. I found friends that I could vibe with, and that was during the time where, girl, I was really into Adult Swim. That's why I got this lo-fi shit playing in the background, girl, because Adult Swim was the shit. And them adults, those lo-fi bumps they play, it was just nostalgic for me. I was in a very good place. So I feel like I'm in that place now where beautiful things are beginning to happen because I'm starting to believe in me. And what happened is that during that time, someone came into my life and I chose them over me. And that was my mistake. Because now going forward, a motherfucker only enhances my life. You're not my world. You're a continent in that bitch, but you're not my entire world. I am my world. And I shouldn't be your entire world. Because all things come to an end, bitch, eventually. The point is to be able to enjoy it while it lasts, because you never know how the situation will change. Okay, y'all. I told y'all this is going to be a lengthy live, baby. I think I might do this. Because this is the shit that I really want to do. All that messy shit, girl. There are so many motherfuckers that can do that, girl. Bitch, it's oversaturated with the mess, girl. It's always a new bitch who got the tea. Girl, go ahead and get it. But who breaking this shit down? Not in just an entertainment way, but in a way that actually has motherfuckers leaving the situation saying, wow, some shit's different. Anyway, let's continue. I'm gonna mute myself because I'm about to finish fucking up this apple. Let's get it.
I don't believe that anything is new under the sun. Man has just been given the ability to create things out of the elements that's already there. Right? So as our necessity grows, we're able to manipulate the elements and everything else to solve real world problems if we want to. The problem is some of the technology gets ahead of us, and I don't know if the ethics ever catches up. I don't know, like with AI, with some of the things that we can do, you know, some of the science fiction movies we see, like with the one with Tom Cruise, when they start putting people in jail because they think that you may do some shit.
Yep.
Minority Report.
Minority Report.
Yeah.
But one of the things in there, they already showed the technology that, Lost in Translation was talking about, the eye recognition. You pass through a certain thing, just like our damn easy pads. You know,
Right.
They don't know how much credits you have. And there's already people trying to say restricting, like the mayor of New York talks about restricting people's ability to buy beef. He's already talking. He said that on the podium. Well, how can you do that unless you can control how they spend their money? In order to spend their money, you got to be able to track their expenditures, and you got to be able to stop them from spending things on certain things. I mean, that's a lot of technology, and that technology already exists.
I will say this. Again, this is going to be a long night, so I hope y'all ready, bitch, because I'm here. I feel like I'm a damn DJ, disc jockey. Maybe I should do it. That would be nice. I got that Keith Sweat Hotel voice. This is where some of the shit's about to get scary, and I might lose some views because, again, we're talking about real shit. One of the, I guess, laws when it comes to occultism, when someone is trying to put a spell on you or trying to get you under their influence, especially an influence of control, they have to show you something, but there has to be an element of truth there. Because that truth, even though it's small, is a doorway to where you will believe it. That's why they say the term hiding things in plain sight. Your subconscious mind picks it out. And your subconscious mind actually subscribes to that if it's not guarded, if it's not strengthened, if your self-love game is not balanced. Right? So when he was speaking about these movies that come out, they have to show you certain things before it happens, because again, that's when you'll be able to mostly believe it. And at this point, I mean, look at how the world is now. A lot of people don't even know what the fuck to believe, girl. People seeing aliens, the government has said aliens are showing up, girl. All type of crazy ass environmental things have happened, girl. Like, we're entering the era where the veil between the natural and the supernatural is slowly but surely being removed. And a lot of people are not going to be able to handle that because they've been so subscribed to the lies. And when he was speaking about AI, it's kind of like that artificial intelligence, in my opinion, is supposed to be something that helps to enhance the life of someone, not replace your life. Like in some areas of AI and technology and robotics, there are people who are amputees who might be able to have the opportunity to run again. maybe even a little bit better than they did before. Or to be able to have the use of an amputated right arm, and now they're able to have something that they can work in correlation with. So in some ways, those things can help to enhance people, but in the way that Lost in Translation and Art Pain is speaking about it, which I do agree, they're speaking about it in the terms of people using AI as a form of control. Bitch, what you doing? What you saying? What's going on, girl? It's like, and like Lost in Translation said, over in China, everything's AI, everything's technological now. Everything's dealing with technology to where it'll be easy to like really suppress people. Because now there's an invasion of privacy. And girl, we realize, especially in the era of social media, that people will come up here and give this illusion of who they are, girl. And then when the truth comes out, when they're not ready for it, then there's this big old hoopla going on. And I mean, I do, like when people say we're coming, like we're living in our last days, I believe we're living in the last days of this old vibration, this old world that didn't really benefit the whole. It's kind of like Mother Nature, God, Source Universe is like recalibrating this experience right now. And in America, baby, there's a lot of things that we don't know, and we've been so secure in this bubble. We're elite. We're better than everybody, girl. And it's kind of like, baby, do you understand that the British are coming? The British are coming. Do you understand that, girl? Castlevania from Netflix, girl, is finna hit, bitch. Do you understand that the dearest dystopia is finna come through? And that's why I do what I do, even though it's unpopular, because and I understand and I get it. We have so much shit going on in our own lives. It's like, damn, how can I have the energy to sit up here and worry about someone else's existence? Not realizing that if you share your love with other people and your energy with other people who desperately need it to help enhance their life, that when your time comes where you need help, the universe will bless your ass as well. It's called the law of cause and effect. The law of reciprocity. The law of not just receiving, but also giving. Let's continue.
The problem we have, though, is that our country has become so secular that we'll fall for that. But in the non-secular countries, that's just the mark of the devil. Not to be able to buy and sell unless you have the sign of the beast.
Okay, slow down. Could you tell me what countries, what developed countries, not counting the Amish or...
Now, this is when Geoff enters the conversation, and this is the individual where I was kind of like, okay. Yes, some out-of-the-box thinking. I like that. Like, I want more black men to think outside the box. And I think a lot of black men don't know how to do that without feeling comfortable. Well, that's the point. When you're thinking outside the box, it's going to be uncomfortable. You're entering into uncharted territory that you probably never been in before, of course. But this is your time to explore that territory. And I'm talking about the recesses of your mind. If you think about anything else besides that, especially in a sexual way, at this point, bitch, is there something you would like to tell us? Huh? Have you been having some thoughts, girl, in your mind about what it would be like to have a little dick every now and then? And if so, please don't ask me, because I don't find none of them niggas. None of them niggas, girl. If I had to choose them niggas over there, girl, or Isis Brown's pussy, after walking 10 miles, girl, in the sweltering 110-degree weather, I guess I have to take a tomato bath, girl. Tomato sauce bath, girl, because I'm going to have to dive in that motherfucking skunky monkey, bitch. Okay?
The Aboriginals.
But listen to him.
Not.
Because I liked where he was going
to be
with
a
this
cashless society under those very same tenets that we spoke of.
Maybe this is my hope, right? that countries that are more still have some religious mores. Like I think Israel will do it because they go against that thing anyway. But I would say that if you're religious, I think you would be against that. I don't know if there's any real non-secular Christian countries left anywhere. Right? Where people live Christianity. I don't know what country might live Christianity, but that would be an anathema to Christian
brother.
countries.
I'm gonna submit this to you, Brother Payne. And for older black people, are you familiar with a pastor by the name of Ray Hagan?
I know Ray Hagan. Yeah,
Ray Hagan. Don't he look like Ray Hagan?
Y'all know who Ray Hagan is.
Ray Hagan first, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I brought Ray Hagan up.
Okay, go ahead.
Because as a Christian, I really think you should listen to him. Because a lot of what you're talking about is not religious or Christian. It's good spirited. If you were to take the big,
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm fucking this apple up. I had to give me another one, bitch. Ooh, that shit was good. I just wish I had some peanut butter. I want y'all to listen to this part here. When he said this part, I said, oh, hold on, wait a minute. This brother is onto something. Because the system that we're in, especially when it comes down to religion, wants us to give all of our power, all of our thoughts, all of our emotions, everything to the system. Don't worry about it. Jesus will fix it. Don't worry about it, girl. Just cast your care. There are so many songs, and I still love gospel music. I was listening to some last night. I love Leandria Johnson. She's probably my favorite right now. There's nothing wrong that she can do, and I would love to smoke a blunt with her ass and just sing. Be like, bitch, take me to the king, the queens, all of them. All right? I'm screaming. But listen to all the songs that you hear about people. Oh, I'm desperate for you. I'm weak without you. And in a sense, I can understand because Jesus, God, Buddha, Krishna, all these different names, if you look at them symbolically, if you do your research and face the fears of your own biases to see what's objectively happening, there's always this understanding of an energy or frequency. In the realm of Christianity, because that's the one I'm most familiar with, and so are many other people, because that's the number one world religion, Christianity, God is literally a name for an energy of source. It's literally powerful energy that is so infinite that our minds consciously would not be able to wrap around it. But in all these books, and even he gonna say it, if you follow it, there's always one character or one individual who's an analogy or one story or allegory that comes into play that's kind of like the bridge of a song. A good bridge to a song literally wraps up what the chorus, the first verse, and the second verse has said. It's like giving a synopsis of a movie or a film before you buy it. In the allegory or whatever with Christ, it was about love, connection, and loving yourself. Because when you love yourself and give your energy to yourself, and you know that you are made of the same fucking matter as everything outside of you that you can't control, that's when you walk in your own power and your authority. But when this brother said this, I was like, yes, finally, there is a glimpse of hope for black men, and I know it's possible because I am a black, saved, gender-loving man who would prefer top-notch to be with a black man. I still believe in black love and black unity and black family. Even though my expression of it might be unique or different, it's still a part of that expression. So I'm all for that. I'm all for the collective growing of blackness. But we gonna have to really go deep, baby. And it ain't gonna just be one conversation, one live is gonna surmise all this shit. No, baby. This is something that we gonna have to put the work in. This gonna have to be some scheduled shit for at least a few months, girl. Part 3, part 4. Girl, we at part 33, bitch. Like, we gonna have to really put in the work if we really want to change. And if not for us, do it for those who are coming up. Because even with me as a queer man, and we're going to get back to the conversation, and Amber, again, I'm sending my love and thoughts and prayers to you. Okay? And I hope you have a good time at church. But I believe it's possible. What's up, Nate? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay? And again, this is like some lo-fi type of podcasty type of shit I'm playing around with, late night with Bubs, because I'm about that vamp life, baby. I'm sorry. It is what it is, girl. I understand that the sun, everything is powerful, girl, but guess what? A lot of shit grow in the dark, bitch. A lot of seeds have to be in dark, girl, before they motherfucking grow. Okay? So this is another form of growth. Alright? But anyway, I want y'all to listen to what he's saying. I'm gonna go ahead and let him rock. I'm about to grab me another Granny Smith apple, bitch. Them bitches are slapping, okay? And I don't even know what strand of weed I'm smoking on, because there are 3 different strands mixed up in one. I'm living very dangerously tonight. Extra smoke. And I'm peeking on my edible, girl. The universe has kind of blessed me and gagged me in a way. That's why when I talk about this shit, girl, I talk about this shit from experience, girl, because even though my works may be very, very small or novice right now as far as my manifestations, girl, they're manifesting. That's the point. Let me shut up. Listen to him rock.
Big 3, just the big 3, the Quran, the Torah, and the Holy Bible. And you remember when we went to school, how they used to have the transparencies you could lay so you could see them? If you put the big 3 as transparencies down and follow me, what would come up through the middle, the same, would be or around the edge. No, what you would be able to read around the edges: love your neighbor, don't be killing and robbing and raping and all that mess, you know, that you better than. Help people, be good people. The shit in the middle: what day to pray, what color to wear, all that's the bullshit. So I don't, and
the bullshit.
You know, you talking to somebody that read the Bible twice. I've read it once when I
so
was.
you're saying things like that out of Revelations?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we are living the book of Revelation. But Revelation, the book, somebody got an echo. I think it's you, JT. Yeah.
JT.
We are living the book of Revelation. But the book of Revelation was stolen from the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Okay.
There is a civil rights leader that says that much of Christianity owes its existence to paganism, and that Christianity is full of paganism. And the civil rights leader who said that was Dr. Martin Luther King.
Girl, I didn't know that shit until the end. But that's what happens when you start to learn your history. It doesn't mean that has to be your history going forward. It just gives you a glimpse into the past so that you don't have to make the same mistakes that other people, or you can kind of try to avoid the pitfalls of life by learning from other people. Okay? So this shit get deep, y'all. It get deep, and I'm realizing that there are a lot of people who are afraid to go deep, girl. They allow a motherfucker to go deep in their guts, though. They let a nigga go ahead and go deep in their throat and knock out all type of goddamn motherfucking what's them shits that be in the back of your throat, smell like butt and shit. What that shit called, girl? Knock all them bitches out, girl. Tonsillitis out your throat. But you can't go deep in your mind, though. You can't go deep in your emotions, shit. But you let niggas stab you and plunge you and give you all type of damn bladder infections and sciatica and shit. But I mean, hey, somebody got to be in the wheelchair, bitch. So if that's your stilo, if that's your call to ministry, girl, I'm so glad you doing it, cause so that I don't. Shit.
So what I'm trying to impress upon you, brother, is that we are living in those last times. But
We good?
But the Bible, yeah, that's much better. The Bible
Good,
is,
good.
bruh, Christianity is the junior religion. It's youngster on the block, man. There are
That's what I said, baby. The BIBLE. I remember singing that damn song when I used to go to Vacation Bible School, girl. BIBLE, basic instructions before leaving Earth, girl. These are the basics, girl. These are the entry level. Okay, these are the brochures, girl. If you can't handle the brochure, girl, you ain't gonna be able to handle the true experience. Okay. Extra Smoke Dragon says that's what the Bible is for, Bubs. Most people want to stay a comfortable child in their faith. That's stagnant and not the goal. Completely understandable. Even though the child part of their faith should be the fact of, I can believe that all things are possible. Like, if I want to achieve something, I may not know what the true path is, like it's already planned out, but I know that there's something in there for me. And even with children are fresh from God, fresh from source, so they're still connected to that other side that we're not, or a lot of us aren't, because we become fully integrated with this world and get to such a vibration of where we can't sense those things or whatever. But as far as them being comfortable in, I wouldn't say in their faith, but I would probably say comfortable in their fear. Because if they really had faith, there would be nothing to really, you wouldn't be overwhelmed or enveloped or swallowed up by fear. You will still embrace the bitch. Like, you still gotta still get shooketh. If Michael Jackson from Thriller, girl, the music video was to pop up on the screen right now, my heart would drop, girl. I would kind of gag. Oh shit, bitch. It would kind of get me, but I ain't gonna be like, oh my God, I look to my left and them bitches is right there at the edge of the steps, bitch. Cause if they are, I got some hot 9mm bullets and shit, bitch, over here for their ass. Okay. Smith & Wesson. Okay. The 45 with the beam on it, bitch. Okay. But to actually face the fear, and I think when people don't face their fears or they become comfortable with it, that's when they become stagnant and they get distracted from the goal, because that fear really is just a stepping stone. And the black men on here were saying that they want, I think JT is going to say this, which when he said that, I was kind of like, oh wow, that's very interesting, you know, contrary to how your responses was on many different shows. But for him to say, you know, he wants to learn, and as he gets older you can still learn, and it's like, okay, yes, so why is it so difficult for y'all to learn about queerness? Why is it so difficult for y'all to really listen to black women and hear what they're saying, as opposed to, oh my God, this bitch is just nagging, girl, can you shut the fuck up? There's more to marriage and life than pussy, head, okay, and all that other shit. This is a connection that you're building with other people. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, the people on the panel are married, girl, so I don't even understand where the hell all this fever and heat shit coming from, girl, because y'all already found y'all forever mates. Okay, y'all already found y'all motherfucking help meet and help mates and all that type of stuff. So you already good in the shade, girl. If anything, you gonna give advice to people so they can manifest what y'all have, girl. Like, this would be the time where y'all should be bringing y'all damn wives on the platform every time and doing couples thing, girl. You trying to be like us? Do this. Let's continue.
There are 12 examples of Christ before Christ with the exact same
story.
Yes, it's a story of manger. I also offer you Zeitgeist. This is the Son. I'll leave some of the clips here so that you can go and find what you will find out is that the Jesus story, brother, and this is common knowledge now. You ain't got to dig to find it. You don't need any archaeology. The genie's out of the Bible because they don't need these program robots anymore. Jesus is entirely, brother, astrological. There was never a man 2023 years ago who walked the earth, healed the sick, raised the dead, was died and was crucified and dead for 18 hours. That's really not 3 days if you count it up. Resurrected, and it explains in vivid detail exactly where that comes from. And it explains, and there are a number of places I can send you to make you understand, to bring you into the knowledge that Christianity was purely put together for one reason and one reason only: to stop the pagans from destroying Rome. Once the believers and the pagans were mixed together with Christianity, they say, hey, this shit works. And they went around the world in crusades, making people deny their centuries-old religions for this religion. And whenever you see Christianity was introduced, they mean at the tip of a spear.
Now, Uncle Jeff, I don't disagree with anything you just said, but my point was that I don't know if there will be a backlash to them putting a chip in people's bodies.
Yes.
Today, well, hold on. That it should be, but as secular as we've become, whether you're Christian or otherwise, I'm not so sure about that.
Well,
I'm trying to fuck this apple up. I'm sorry. But I do agree with our pain on that, because living in this materialistic world, as much as we hate to talk about it, girl, because it just inconveniences us, bitch, but it's still the facts, girl. Classism exists. And when you are below a certain level of that, you are literally reduced to only certain aspects of you as a human being and not the totality of you. You have people now who are willing to do anything to become viral. You have people who are willing to do anything to get followers, to where there has been countless stories of individuals who have deleted themselves because they attained followers and lost them overnight. Or they struggled with the fact that they couldn't get them. Or they ended up taking out other people because they had more than them. And then when you're an influencer and you have all the people following you and the likes, guess what comes next? The money. So it's already a social conditioning on how people are supposed to behave in this new system in society. Not in the realm of love, but in the realm of control. And again, when we look at history, this has been done so many times. And it's like, how many times do we have to go through this before we finally make a change? And I think the shit that's happening behind the scenes that we haven't seen and that even I haven't seen, because, baby, I'm not over here talking about it. I'm exempt too. I'm a human being, bitch, so I got to go through the shit with you too. There's going to be shit, like I said, that's going to shake our faith in all the things that we believe. And it's crazy that when we have conversations about putting the power into ourselves, we automatically cower up in fear, or we automatically turn that down, and that shows our own social conditioning. So we've already been conditioned to not believe in ourselves. And if you do, you're crazy, you're weird. You have people out here that will create false narratives about you and not even validate them, so you can get canceled very easily. And then if you look at, according to Geoff, I believe, and who was speaking, I'm not gonna call him uncle yet because I feel like I haven't earned that right, so Mr. Geoff. But when he said that Christ is allegorical or astrological, or is something that is not man, unfortunately with human beings, we need it to be in the vision of us in order for us to really feel connected to it. But even a wise mystic said, once you start loving yourself, you will transcend the Bible. You will transcend that book. Because now you don't need to be reminded. You are the living version of that. You are writing your own chapter. BubzDaGawd is writing the book of BubzDaGawd. But my job in the book of BubzDaGawd is to follow the outlines of love in my life that can manifest what I desire. And that I will have to go through many ups and downs. That's why I don't really like Drama Girl, because I already have enough shit that's going to be promised to me. Why the fuck would I sit here and overwhelm myself even more with unnecessary bullshit? I was doing that in all of my 20s, chasing romantic relationships outside of me. To just like how a lot of people put their faith in organized religion and not in the God in themselves, I was putting my faith in other individuals, and those individuals weren't healed, weren't whole, weren't complete. So when it was time for me to get some reciprocity in this bitch, I couldn't. And then when it was time for me to look inside my cup to nourish myself, to recalibrate myself, I didn't have it. And because I didn't have it, I had some very dark thoughts to where BubzDaGawd would not have been here. Because yeah, life can get that fucking dark on your ass, bitch, at a moment's notice. You won't even know, bitch. But when you start loving yourself, you start realizing that these opportunities gives me a chance to walk out on faith. And yes, I'm scared, but there has to be something in here for me. And I don't give a damn. I can sit up here and talk for 24 hours straight, do a whole 24-hour live telethon, bitch, talking and shit. Nothing that I say, nothing that a pastor says, nothing that a mystic says, nothing that anybody who has experienced this can say that will make any sense until you make the conscious choice to experience it for yourself. But when you do, also make sure that you're ready, baby. Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. We're in the era of motherfucking the age of Aquarius, bitch. Whatever you want, girl, it's gonna come to you, bitch. The question is you prepared? Or in the words of Andrew Cogwell, are you prepared? Are you prepared, okay, to withstand the rain? Let's continue.
Not anymore. I'm not so sure about that anymore. That's the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna scare the fuck out of you again, R-Pain. You might as well cuss. You might as well cuss me out now. I'm gonna say some shit up. You might as well cuss me out now, R-Pain.
I'm not gonna cuss you out. Good.
It is on you to find 9 men around you who think like you do, who think outside of this, who are wise like you, because you are the leaders. You're the elders in your area, wherever the hell that is. Right. Bad news. When the shit hits the fan, these same young niggas that's trying to give you shit for being young, when they see one another cut up in the street, bro, they gonna come looking for you. You are the resistance. I am the resistance. We're it. This is it, nigga. Yeah. This is it.
And no shade, it's not really it. Because you got gay motherfuckers too. That's what I'm saying. Like, there are other groups of people who are connected to the overall destruction that's happening, not just outside of blackness, but inside of blackness. But when you invite those people to those panels or those platforms to have conversations, they never end well, and then they're blamed on queer people. Because what I was going to do originally tonight, because my ass was high and I already beat Far Cry 5 again for the second time, what I was going to do is I was going to go ahead and go back in time, bitch. Motherfucking electric slide Saturday, bitch, or Sunday, girl, or whatever. And I was going to review the live that I was on for Black Men Unfiltered, which I might do later on this week. But it's kind of like when the people are there to have the conversations and nobody's really want to talk. But we'll let the gays fight, girl. We'll let the gays fight among themselves, girl, to show them that there is no unity. Well, you can focus on that if you want to, girl. I was on the panel and I showed myself with the utmost decorum, girl, and was ready for all of the S, the M, the O, the K, and the E as well. And there was none. Which I'm glad, because I don't want to go down that lane unless we have to. Right? But it's like, I don't know, maybe just because of me, like, I'm learning how to love myself, and because I'm learning to love myself, I'm also sharing that energy with humanity. Because regardless of what anybody says or what they think about queer people or blackness, whatever the case may be, I'm going to live my life the way I want to. And if I'm not hurting myself objectively, subjectively, if I'm not hurting anyone else objectively and subjectively, it shouldn't be a fucking problem. And if your excuse is, oh, well, I don't want to tell my kid that two men are together, well, whether you want to tell them or not, the reality is there, and they will come across it. You can control what's in your house, but you can't control the outside world. Maybe you should teach your child how to be able to stand strong in who they are, so when they go in the outside world, they won't lose themselves, since that is the fear. And we're going to get into black women worth protecting. I just want to do the beginning part because, again, it's BubzDaGawd. We think outside the box as well. And I give honor where honor is due when there's some good shit going on. I'm not just here to critique. I'm also here to, when you right, you right.
So like in a Gladiator, you know, when they first chained them together and the dude peed on himself when the gate was coming up. Well, goddamn it, nigga, the gate is coming up. This is it.
I hear you. All right.
But at the same time, a lot of those niggas who, when the shit hit the fan, if you listen to them, there are so many YouTube channels where they have like hood documentaries and like, you know, where people go into different neighborhoods and talk to the people there. A lot of them have already seen the shit hit the fan. And not just the fan, a lot of them seen brains hit the fan. Motherfucking blood hit the fan. Then seeing niggas get their life tragically taken away from them for no reason. So they already know what's up. I think those who have not seen the graphic, overt violence that a lot of these younger, unfortunate blacker people, especially those who believe and subscribe to the whole trap narrative, I mean, wholeheartedly live that shit out. Like they've seen the things that will make our stomachs turn. They've smelled what the scent of someone being murdered. The smell in the air. My thing is, the question we need to be asking is, what can we do to protect ourselves as far as the community is concerned when the shit hit the fan? And again, you have the people that are literally coming to your platform, who are commenting on your platform, who are trying to offer suggestions. But we have to remove the narrative, oh, well, because that nigga gay, he has some sort of hidden agenda or something. There are people who, girl, I don't know if because the hairline is gone, girl, they think that people have sent the government after them. And I'd be like, okay, I know I be the one that be high. And I'm the one that's a pothead, a proud one, bitch. And I'm the one that be rolling it up and sparking shit up and eating edibles and shit like that, bitch. But, girl, that's a very vivid imagination. I mean, if that was the case, you need to write a book. You need to write a script, bitch. Do some blaxploitation shit. Put that shit to work instead of trying to paint this weird homoerotic ass narrative about other people, girl, who have never expressed you in a homoerotic way. Ever. I'd rather become a whole power bottom girl than ever have a moment with you. Are you kidding me, girl? And I don't even like dick like that.
Yeah. So you asked the question before I got off. I had to go ahead and reset my whole damn computer. But you was asking in 9 years. You said your son said in 9 years, right?
Yeah, my son asked me, Daddy, in 9 years, I'll be 20. What do you think the world would look like in 9 years?
Yeah, so the way I look at it is in 9 years, the world will probably be at its peak of chaos, right? You know what's crazy about chaos is that people are going to be so damn just, they're not even going to understand that they're living in chaos. Like now, you know, we don't really understand how much chaos it goes to. Even with Uncle just saying, You gotta have some guys that can think outside of what you. They have to be a lot more, you know. I have to say that they have to be more grounded, right? And the only way that we are more grounded is that we're not pessimistic, right? We're just men that we challenge what we think we know.
Girl, what? Huh?
That's what it is. We
Oh, my shit was mute the whole time. Wow. I changed the song a little bit. You said you are black men who challenge what you think you know. And then when you are challenged for what you think you know, you still hold on to what you think you know as opposed to accept the challenge upon what you think you know. You know? Which is very interesting to me. And I hope that during the duration of this live, that when they talk about black women, that I just want to be wrong. I want to be like, you know what? Shit, my apologies. I don't mind apologizing. Especially if you're right. But let's, oh, I love this song so much. Oh, I'm going to fuck so much to this song. Trust me.
we challenge what we think we know. And when you do that, it's kind of like being at the height of intelligence, because the more you know or the more you learn, the less you know. Because this big old container we have right here called the mind, what happens is that it expands. And the more we learn about this life, the more pissed off we're gonna end up being. You're gonna be mad as fuck when you find out. And I'm not really saying it to like you Arpain or you Unk or Lost. I'm saying it to the younger people.
Come on.
The younger people. This is why you see when they start learning something new, what is it that they do? They're angry, right? They're mad. And they want everybody to know what they just learned. And then they get to a certain, point in their life where they look and they say, well, shit, I thought I knew it all.
Trust me, it's still some old niggas, some old cat daddy liquor store singing, woo, 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 eh. You know, crackheads had that high voice, eh. Girl that be still thinking ignorantly, and as they get older, they get stuck in their ways. So at least the youth has the opportunity, at least from what you're saying, is that they have the opportunity to change. The older you get, the more solidified you in your shit, right? The more shit you just will not handle anymore. What you're saying is truth in some regard, because there are a lot of youth out here who are misguided. A lot of youth who don't have any source of support or love, who end up saying, well, if I don't feel loved and I don't feel respected, well, fuck the rest of you motherfuckers. I might as well go ahead and treat y'all like how I goddamn feel, until they come across people who are willing to see them as a human being. And that's going to take work. Just imagine a motherfucking, I'm sure y'all seen those videos on Facebook where it be dogs and shit. The dog got one eye, got 3 legs and shit, the tail half gone, the dog been burnt on the half of his damn body and shit, all the hair gone, it's all type of boils and shit on this motherfucking shit, and this bitch is scared of everything that it comes in contact with. But with a lot of TLC, a lot of tender love and care, about a year later, the dog has all 4 legs intact, bitch. The tail has grown super damn long, bitch. Got this lush ass coat that's unheard of for its damn species. The bitch don't even got 2 eyes. It got 3 eyes now, okay? And it's a half tiger, bitch. Just, see how love just transforms shit and makes it better? But there's a lot of parents out there who are not ready to be parents, right? Put this on now. there's a lot of parents who were not ready to be parents. There were a lot of parents who were not ready to be responsible for someone else's life. Hell, there are people like myself who are 31, 32 years old trying to figure shit out. We should already have shit out. Act your age. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I've never been 32 the fuck before. I didn't know there was a manual for this shit, bitch. The fuck? And when people don't have the time to figure themselves out, everything else becomes a nuisance. So a lot of these children end up being disregarded, not loved, put away to the side, and only loved when it benefit the parent. So again, like Geoff said, if you just get down to the basic principles of learning how to respect yourself and other people and hold to that, things can be different. But I guess people like pain, bitch. Chains and whips excite them.
But I done got with this brother right here. They keep expanding my knowledge. What that does is that gives you a lot of resistance to what someone wants you to know. The news, like when they tell you they're giving you the news, they actually are, until you understand how to look at the news, how to decipher and all these different things. Your son, black man, is going to have times in his life, if he's searching for knowledge, where he's going to be super angry, bro. He's going to be super angry. But what keeps him grounded is his surroundings. Remember I told you, I said it took me 9 years to find this group?
Yeah.
You and Mandrill and all these guys, it took me 9 years. Before that 9 years, I'm gonna fuck y'all up with this one. I'm gonna fuck you up, Uncle Joe. I was watching your boy Zoe, and I was watching you.
Okay.
2011, 2012.
Wow, you going back, bro? Yeah.
One of the things that got me was one of the things that you were just talking about, the God Fraud Show. If you guys ain't never saw that show, I'm telling you, it's gonna change your life.
I'm gonna go look it up my damn self.
Yeah, man, this is the Arian. Yeah,
it's me, and I don't remember well.
Yeah, the God Fraud Show. Y'all had 2 of them.
I'm over here making preemptive glaucoma strikes.
You got a homeboy, man, that's out cold with this shit. Jeff out cold with it. Motherfuckers say what they want to say. I know for a fact. I've been studying these guys for a while. I have 24 books just because of the books that they used to call out.
Oh shit, you back to T Radio V, bro.
Yeah. That's what got me to a point. I was on probably the show a week before that, and Zoe asked me, he said, "Are you Christian?" And I told him, I said, "I don't know." He said, "Damn, that's a good ass question, a good ass answer." Because at that time I didn't know. Because of what was told to me about Christianity.
I'm gonna go hard.
And all these different things. What was told to me was pissing me off when I was in my 20s. Because it was proven that it was way more than what they were telling me. They just wanted me to know what it was that they knew. They were stumped.
That part.
And then once I started looking for myself and I started reading for myself, man, that was something different. And I thought the world was just all screwed up from that point on. Then I started learning other things outside of that. And one of the things I started learning was principles of Islamic life, right? Not the religion, the lifestyle. And it really pissed me off because I was mad. And let me tell you who I was mad at, actually. I was mad at my parents. I was mad at them. And then once I got older, I learned, I was like, they only knew what they knew.
So, since you can remember that you were a kid who was mad at your parents because of what they told you and what you were discovering for yourself, it was funny because and y'all might call this petty, but it's not being petty. I mean, I'm just leveling the playing field here. Because he was able to speak about that grace and mercy that he was able to experience with learning things, right? When they had the conversation about transness, and I posed the question, okay, removing the medical aspects from transness, removing anything that's dealing with hormone, anything that's altering of the physical body, right? With surgeries or drugs, let's remove that from the situation. How would you feel if your trans child would just simply wear the clothes of the opposite sex? Okay? Because the wig can come off, the dress can come off, the shoes can come off, the stockings can come off, the barrettes can come off, the earrings can come off, the jewelry can come off. And I heard people say, no. I heard somebody else say, hell no. And I believe I heard JT say, oh, I'll probably beat my dad out of my kid. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to confidently say I remember hearing him say that. Because I was listening to the responses. So, even as a child, you knew in certain areas and aspects that your parents simply didn't know. They simply were just speaking what they were told, right? Or forced to believe. Why is it difficult to give that same understanding and perspective when it comes to queerness and queer children? Because the parents don't know everything. You just literally said that your parents sat up here, just like my parents and I did, subscribed to an organized religion because it was a way of conformity, right? That you were okay to be angry and to let them know that y'all don't know everything. Y'all just know what these people are telling you. And then when you have the queer people come with the statistics, comes with the experience, now all of a sudden there's some sort of understanding. Even though there isn't an understanding, it's the illusion of an understanding. Yeah, so guess what? Just like how those children are going to learn shit and it's going to piss them off, that's called life. And a lot of black men are going to experience that, which is why I think instead of black men learning to deal with that feeling of anger and why do I feel this way, and being more introspective and self-evaluative of themselves, if that's a word, because we've been taught, especially as black men, that anything emotional is gay and it goes against the code and ethics of what a man is, and a man is supposed to be stoic. If you don't embrace those sides of you that are feminine in nature for you, you will not be able to actively heal from it. And a lot of black men, and there are black women too, but a lot of black men are not doing that because women are taught or bred or conditioned to be emotional support. So they're already in tune to the emotional aspect, the healing, nurturing side of aspect or of nature, correct? So I hope that going forward, when it comes down to the queer conversation, especially when it comes down to queer children, that he would remember what he said as far as him being a child and realizing that his parents lied to him about organized religion. But yet your child is somehow indoctrinated by queer people to where now they want to become trans all of a sudden overnight. Interesting.
Only taught what they knew. And he did it out of love. What's happening right now with our children, though, is that they're growing up to be lost adults. See, your son and your daughter, all your kids, they literally need you and their mom in their life right now, because what they got in front of them, it's not like y'all gonna be able to help them. So you gotta give them their toolbox, tool belts, tools, all of them right now to prepare them for what may come in the near future. Let me land, man, because I be on the diet trap all day. It's just something in me tonight. But I can tell your brothers right now, bro, the world is not going to end. It's just what we have in front of us is going to end. We some old motherfuckers, bro. We have changed so many times. Our mindset has changed so much to the point where we've arrived to a state where you're going to have people literally begging for people to fuck. Not even love. It ain't gonna, I don't even know how they even gonna have that shit. Because right now, what is love right now? We don't even know.
But I mean, that's not something that's coming in the future. There are people who are begging to fuck. There are people out here right now that's literally taking the ass by force. And that's gay and straight. And they're going to talk about the concept of love, which I do agree. I feel like there's not enough love or unconditional love that's being shared with humanity. And the lack of that is what's causing a lot of the chaos or the disharmony in humanity. And we're going to get to the black women part because I want to hear what they got to say about this. Because just because y'all talking good and nice like this, we still going to see what y'all got to say about the actual topic at hand.
What the fuck a woman is no more, let alone what love is.
You know what, JT? I just did a podcast right before we came on 30 minutes ago. And the title of the show is called What Have We Done to Love? You know what I'm saying? What have we done to love? That's exactly what we were talking about. I gave it a little snippet, but you get a chance to talk about it. It's a small little diatribe. But to speak to what you're talking about, people are flexible mentally. It's called neuroplasticity. That means that we can learn and change at the drop of a dime. As long as we don't introduce our own cognitive dissonance and get in our own way from change. And it's a whole lot easier as you get older and you learn that, hey, it's easier to unlearn things now. But you're absolutely right.
Girl, what? I mean, I didn't mean say girl to you. I'm gay. That's just one of the terms of endearment or part of the culture. But so you're saying as you get older, it's easier to unlearn things and learn things. And why is it difficult for, again, when it comes down to queerness, there's such a resistance against queer expression? Because again, I remembered that when I was on the live and I was in the back, because girl, I was on time, okay, no shade. I asked everybody back there who was heterosexual, I said, could it be safe to say? I mean, look, we behind closed doors, even though I was gonna say this shit publicly, girl, because it's like, bitch, I'm all about honesty, but giving y'all the chance, are y'all going to admit that y'all are at least ignorant when it comes to queerness and the queer experience? And I was told by multiple people that they were actually educated on it, as if though there is something that I have missed in my queer experience as far as a blind spot that they can actively see. And girl, when we got on the live, where was the blind spot? There wasn't one. So, and that's why I watch people's content and listen to the entire thing, because it's like y'all say one thing here, but then when it's time to really post up, there's a different conversation. There's a different frequency or energy there. That's just me.
Okay, first.
All right, now what I want to do is play this video. And because the subject tonight is, should black men protect random black women, or black women worth the protection? Uncle Jeff, lost in translation, or I'm paying JT.
Yes, sir.
And I want to play this video of this woman,
let y'all see it,
who is coercing her daughter at 6 years old, I think, or 6 or 7, maybe, the age, coercing her daughter to lie that her daddy is touching her intimately. And I want to get your thoughts about this video. So I want to play it real quick.
Sick, bro.
Here we go.
Don't fuck with him.
Did I do that?
Do you hear me? He touched you? Yes, he did. Didn't he? Yep.
No.
This is the man that fucked with you. Rico, he's mean and you don't like him.
Did I do that?
You don't fuck with him.
Did I do that?
Do you hear me? He touched you? Yes, he did. Didn't he? Yep.
No, I
What I
didn't.
fucking thought.
Look at you.
Okay. If you can't see it, it reads, woman coaches daughter to lie about boyfriend S.A.ing her just because she's mad at him. Now, I'm going to share my thoughts first, and then we're going to listen to the other gentlemen share theirs. I'll put the thing back up because y'all saw it. That woman right there needs to be checked for the way that she acted. Because especially in this system, when it comes down to blackness and especially black men, a lot of times it's so easy for black men to be locked up or to have their lives thrown away, to where any sort of lie or anything that could be used against black men a lot of times are going to be taken. Not with a grain of salt, bitch, but the whole motherfucking thing, bitch. It's gonna be high blood pressure because they're gonna take all the shit that can put a black man in jail. Now, in the context of this video, and again, I'm ignorant on, you know, the nuance of it, but I'm gonna say, speaking ignorantly here, just going off of what I saw and what you guys have heard. If your child, if you know that your child is being abused by your boyfriend or your partner, why would you be yelling at the child about what this person is doing allegedly to your child? Your child is already dealing with guilt and shame. If you saw the video, the little girl was sitting there scared as hell, looking like, damn, mom, what the fuck is going on, mom? I'm trying to sleep. And you over here yelling at me and telling me that, yes, I'm supposed to say that, yes, he did this to me. Because any sane mother or balanced mother, no shade, would have been directing all that yelling, all that screaming, all that knucking if you bucking ass energy from her daughter to the actual motherfucker who did it. So in this context, yes. Now I get it, with Black Men Unfiltered, they're trying to talk about a certain group of black women that they feel like should not be protected. And usually it's the ratchet, low vibrational, sexy red, Sukiana, thought ass, fucked out ass bitches, according to them. Those hoes, they want to act like they literally want to walk around with the energy of men. They want to play with the big dogs, girl, and then feel some type of way when we motherfucking truck them the fuck over with our goddamn Rottweiler Cane Corso motherfucking body ass over these small ass pit poodles and shit. In miniature schnauzers and shit. Okay? But again, who protects them? Who protects them? See, again, I think what's happening, and somebody else said this, I think what's happening is that a lot of us were pointing out the extremes in everybody else's situation, but ain't nobody trying to deal with the extremes. And like I said, as an individual who studied to show themselves approved, after I had my ego death, I just started watching trap shit on YouTube. I was starting to listen to trap music more. I started watching trap documentaries, trap hood vlogs and shit like that. And these are literally just people who are hurting and are trying to survive any way they know how, or how they've been taught. And a lot of those women who are lying on men and getting mad at them, and I'm not saying what they're doing is not wrong, because no, what a whole girl did was wrong. Like, I think some sort of CPS shit should be involved, because if you are sitting here making up a lie that your child, that your daughter was abused by your boyfriend, not because it really happened, but because you were trying to get back at him, hell yeah, bitch, something needs to, yes, girl, there needs to be some sort of reprimand for that. But even with the form of like prison and punishment, we always think of punishment as a way of, I'm trying to destroy this person and break them. No, if anything, even though they have to deal with karma and the consequences, where is the reconciliation stage? Where is the rehabilitation stage? Where is there a stage where they can then build themselves up after making such a horrible choice? And a lot of times they be so blinded by their emotion, and that's both men and women. Because you got niggas out here that will shoot you because you got on buffs. You got niggas out here that will shoot you because you step on their shoe. You have niggas out here that will shoot you because you grooming them. And I can say that with confidence because, bitch, I live in the motherfucking hood, girl. And if we're going to say are random black women worth protecting, well, what happens if your random black mother or your random black wife or your random black daughter, girl, got in contact with another random motherfucking person who didn't give a fuck and just responded at the way that they were standing up for themselves and got a brick in their damn face? How many times have we sat up here and heard on Black Men Unfiltered, especially when they talk about trans people, that, oh, if my daughter was on a goddamn volleyball team and this big 6 foot 8 foot ass motherfucking Bigfoot bitch comes out, girl, and decides to goddamn volleyball spike my daughter in the face to where this bitch has only one eye now, you think I'm not finna sit up there and beat their ass? So when a black man puts his hand on your black daughter or your black child or your black wife or your black mama or your black sister or your black auntie or your black grandma or somebody black who is female in your life, you ready to go to bat for them, but you're saying, are other black women worthy of being protected? What? What if those women said, okay then, well, we gonna see how many strokes you can produce and do until your last, nigga. Can you do 10 minutes worth? Who's gonna protect the black pussy, bitch, especially when these niggas are failing to please it? Cause some of you niggas got fupas now. Some of you niggas knees be cracking and shit all the goddamn time. Some of you niggas need to sprinkle in a little bit of horny goat weed into your weed just so that your member can stand at attention, bitch. And like I say, girl, it's equality across the board. If it's Laugh-A-Palooza energy, I can give that. If it's smoke energy, I can give that. If it's hell energy, I hope and pray I don't have to give that, but I will give that only in the realm of self-defense, girl, because I'm going to go to the extreme, bitch. You only live once. Or we can just make the choice to really just follow up with what we talk about. Because it's the internet, bitch. I can get up here and say all type of shit. Girl, I'm this and I'm that and I'm that and I'm this. If that ain't reverberating when I cut this bitch off, something is wrong. That's why when I do get on YouTube, I make sure that I speak about things that I know. And if I don't know, I'm wise enough to say, I'm ignorant on this situation, so ignorantly speaking, so that if I am wrong, I don't mind being corrected. Even if that correction comes with a little bit of heat, because then I have to even check my ego. Because sometimes people gonna take what I say out of context, girl, and if they can prove it, girl, I have to motherfucking swallow that. That's an ego death within itself, girl, that even I have to overcome the lesson of being triggered. Because, baby, the way this motherfucking mouth set up, girl, I'm going to trigger some people and they going to damn sure trigger me. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm good in my motherfucking neighborhood of my own mind. And y'all going to see, it's germinating quite slowly and surely, but that's fine. I don't despise small beginnings, bitch.
So, you got your... oh my God. Oh God. Even okay, here is
this shit gagging me a little bit.
Okay. Oh fuck. Okay, and it's all coming to me. It's blazing at me right now, and I'm putting it together. It's like air traffic control.
You're working it out.
Okay, they're all thoughts. They're all
talking about education with
number one, black
comedy.
Jeff, while you doing that, I'm gonna let Denzel say what he got to say first.
Okay.
Bitch.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were gonna give me more time. So I'm gonna lead with this. Number one, I don't know if it's just because I'm high, but Black Man Unfiltered, your background is fire, bruh.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate
and
it.
the other shit, it is
a fellow
really
pothead.
making
I'm
it
happy to
worth
hear.
my weed. It really
I'm about to hit my weed one time for you, bro. I don't give a fuck if we on the other side of the fence, girl. I don't give a fuck if we don't even know each other, bitch. If you smoke weed, you are automatically inducted into the family of love. I don't even, bro. We can commune over this, okay? Where the weed smokers at?
what? hurts me most about this is let's just pretend she is right. Let's just pretend that that man touched that little girl. What the fuck are you following it up with as a mother to this baby?
Right.
Let's pretend that happened. If that happened, is what you're doing the best thing to do? In order to get rid of your anger with this nigga, in order to get rid of your anger with the niggas you used to be with, and with the uncles that may have done this to you, and with all the niggas that ain't shit, and the way Mookie left Tracy, and not even to cut your hours at work, is it worth bringing all of that freaking vitriol up if you are right to do this to this child?
Yeah.
For that, I say, no man should ever put his hands on a woman, but that don't mean you can't pay somebody. I swear to God, I would pay the biggest female felon that just got out to stomp her fucking ears together for that. That is horrible to do to a child.
Get Kim Burrell to do it.
What has she done to that baby?
That bitch fupa.
I'm not talking to fuck what he did.
Got his own orbit, bitch.
Is this the way you handle it? Don't we have DCFS? Don't we got the Popo?
Right.
Can you go maybe to the mosque and talk to a few of the brothers?
Fuck all that, bitch. I know you got some cousins that do trap shit, girl. If you don't get them trap ass niggas to at least put some work in the murking nigga, girl, at least out of principle, bitch, as opposed to some bullshit. I mean, damn. So I do agree.
I bet they frown on this. There are other ways, sister.
Yeah, there are.
But because you gotta get your way, and you are so flush with your hyena energy, and you don't give a shit what you spray it on, you turn good women literally, like her, become the Incredible Hulk, turn green, rip out they metaphysical clothes, destroy relationships, destroy emotions, destroy the cognitive ability of a child. And then when she come back down, well, I don't know what I did. Either that or this insanity. Whatever you do is justified by however you feel. Bitch, you set my car on fire. Well, I was mad. And that's the end of her explanation. It is that madness that must be addressed.
And again, I do agree with that, but again, that is not something that is mutually exclusive to women. Because that's the thing about the conversation, like, both parties are going to have to both parties are going to have to be honest. That's why self-love is important, because baby, when you love yourself, even when uncomfortable shit comes up that you don't fucking like, that's unflattering, you love yourself to be able to deal with it, heal from it, and become better from that, to where you're able to absolve other people's idiosyncrasies and hiccups and quirks and all the qualms and shit. Because you have black men who, that when their baby mama or girl finds out that they're cheating, they don't be giving no philosophical, like the way that Jeff broke it down. I don't hear a lot of black men breaking it down like that. A lot of times it's, man, bruh, come on, bruh, and even me talking about that is talking about an extreme. But let's be honest, because this is a patriarchal system, and even black people, I don't give a fuck if they're a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. I don't give a damn if they are a black judge somewhere on Supreme Court. I don't give a fuck. There are black people who may act prim and proper and all this stuff, but when the times get rough and tough, they will let your ass know, bitch, I grew up in the hood, bitch. I may not be there, girl, but it's in my spirit a little bit. So they'll even bring up the lower vibration of, I will whoop a bitch ass, I don't give a fuck, and consider that an element of blackness. So the fact that people are getting hurt and are using innocent people like a child, or entrapping people or controlling people to get what they want, that is not something that is uniquely exclusive to women or men. It is a collective issue that both parties need to deal with. That's what I'm saying. Like, with these shows with Black Men Unfiltered, it would be nice to have, and maybe I just have not seen the videos because I don't watch all that shit. Okay, there's some shit, it's just no shade, I'm not gonna watch. Just like they don't watch my shit, I'm gonna watch the shit that I feel is important to watch. Because there is some things that are important. I do listen to the conversations that Black communities are having, and I'm branching out. Trust me, I'll be doing more lives. I'm gonna find some more people who want some bullshit, girl, and try to have some conversations. But I want to see a show of all these Black men who have wives to get on live and literally share how they were able to transcend the hardships in their own life, to just inspire. Because even though there are people out here that are considered lost, there are still individuals who do want something hopeful, who do want to have some sort of relationship, whether it's monogamous, whether it's polyamory, whatever floats your boat, but to do it in a healthy type of loving, fruitful, and life-giving and life-bringing way, who are also losing hope and love as well. Even me growing up, I grew up seeing my parents share a strong sense of love with each other. I saw them slow dance. I saw them be intimate and hug. There was a few times I heard them, I wanted to be deaf, bitch. I was about to stick some damn chopsticks in my ears, okay? But I knew the love was there. And I never really experienced someone giving me that type of love, that enduring love, in reference to a romantic relationships. My sister has. My parents have. I haven't. And I think with me being a Black queer man, because Black queer men are still trying to figure out how they are supposed to show up as themselves and heal, a lot of them are afraid of energy that is loving, and that is true, and that is genuine. So it would be nice if these men would be able to have their wives come on and to share their experiences about how they have overcome certain things. Like, if you're going to critique it, also offer solutions for what it is. And I ain't talking about, oh, just give your life to Jesus and be submissive. No. How do you work through the difficult shit? How do you work out through the issues where we are irritated with each other? How do we get past this point so we can get back to the loving? Because, bitch, let me tell you something. I'm 32 years old. Bitch, I didn't have a lot of sex in my 20s, but in my 30s, bitch, I'm going to make up for lost time. And may God, Source Universe, and Black, White, Jesus, both of them, bless, and the 12 disciples, the 12 disciplines. Please, I ask that you please bless who my partner is, Universe, because when they manifest in my life and we get to that point to where we have trusted each other enough to share our souls intimately through the realm of sex, I hope your body is ready. Because, baby, it ain't got to be penetrative all the time, but there will be multiple busting of nuts every day, at least 2 a day. Amen. Let me get a Shia real quick.
Shia. Oh, Mashanya. Oh, I feel a Shakani up in here. Bashandaba. Oh, I feel a Shakani up in here.
That vibe would never leave you, nor forsake you.
So that vibe, so that
you would never.
This is for faggots.
That's for the kid, yes.
I don't give a damn what this dude did. That woman is a fucking monster and is indicative of a great many sisters in the hood that the better sisters do not speak on. That's the problem. Where are the outraged sisters at? Not that, oh, what about men too? No, fuck what about men too? Black women, I challenge you. Sisters, right now, if you admit to watching this and you don't come up and speak on this, if you can admit to seeing me talk to you right now and you do not come up and address this and you are ever on this show, I won't call it on you, sis, but you know that you are a coward. I'm sorry, I get a little worked up with kids.
I understand, brother.
Now, in that sense, it is going to have to also take women to challenge other women. And I'm talking about on some G, especially when shit like that, girl, we're going to have to automatically go to motherfucking Jill Scott. Sister Honey, girl, fly away. And then now, no much more I can take. Queen shouldn't swing, if you know what I mean. Okay? But yes, there is someone there who's supposed to check them. But we have to also try to understand, and maybe some people don't want to understand, and that's fine. But for those of us who care about humanity, should try to understand why somebody would want to act in that way anyway. What would inspire such an outrage that this person would go to such extreme lengths as to literally be caught on live, according to the context of what we've seen, girl, coaching their daughter in a very fear-based way, that this man did this to you, to where she's literally yelling in the girl's face, commanding her. That right there, to me, if I was in the jury, girl, and this was to go to court, based off of what I saw off of that just alone, until more facts, but to that alone, if that was the only thing presented, it's like, you made the choice, the ill-informed, ignorant choice to do it that way. Again, if your child was abused in that way, and you know it, and it's verified, and you agree with your damn daughter, and you validate your daughter's claims that she is making, which means that after I stab this nigga up, girl, I'm already gonna be going to the police. So y'all might as well throw me in the slammer for a few days, girl. I'll get my mom and grandma to come pick her up, but I want y'all to run this kit on my daughter to make sure if that's the case. And yes, but as far as what Jeff said on that point, I do agree. If there are black women who are quiet on that, then they're doing themselves a disservice as well, because you're also saying that it's okay for certain black women to hurt other black men because they've been hurt. And a lot of motherfuckers have been hurt on both sides of the goddamn fence. I'm okay with that. When I share my commentary, I don't ever speak like, oh, I'm better than anybody, or I know more than anybody. I don't. I'm just sharing my experience. But see, I'm always the one talking about the gray area, because there are some areas where we can build upon. Because a lot of us probably, a lot of the fears that we have that might be unique in our own individual expression of life might have been stemmed from the same energetic situation of our childhood. Since y'all talk so much about children being impressionable, maybe that is the case, because a lot of y'all as adults are still working out your own insecurities and your own shits from childhood. But now, whatever you didn't work out as a child is showing up in your childhood, bitch. You thought Pennywise was dead, girl, when y'all got rid of him, bitch, as cheering, and he motherfucking moonwalked his way back like motherfucking Jeepers Creepers and shit, who be gone and be asleep for some odd number of years, bitch, just to come back every 23 years for 23 days. He eats, bitch, and the nigga is literally invincible, bitch. Okay, girl. Let's continue.
Hank, did you get a chance to see the video?
Run it back.
No,
Water.
I didn't see it at all.
Look.
Don't fuck with him.
Did I do that?
Do you hear me?
As much as y'all care about the children, as much as y'all care about the niggas in wigs and dresses and shit, and kissing niggas all in the mouth and shit, and motherfucking singing gay parade songs on Coco Melon and PBS and shit, y'all can call that shit out with the quickness and the hurry, girl. But the fact that there's two heterosexual people over here and there's an actual form of child abuse going on, girl, not and the one that supports what y'all be wanting to talk about in reference to black women, and y'all didn't pay attention to the clip. I thought it would have been like, okay, bitch, your turn, your turn, your turn, your turn, your turn, your turn. I thought it would have been like, girl, systematic, girl. Okay, you done? Okay, I want to go. Bitch, let me piggyback off what you said. We got to run the video back. Now, again, no shade. These are older men, so I don't know if the eyes are not eyeing, girl, and that's okay. Just because you older, you can still age like wine. That's what I plan on doing. I don't want to age like milk. Okay? No shade, but they got to see the video again. I don't know if it was a lot to take in as well, because even Jeff said, hold on, bitch, this is a lot. It's just that Jeff seemed to be the only one who was pretty much open-minded enough to really do that in a very short span of time. Is that the issue? Is that the problem? Y'all need more time to accept what's going on, internalize it. Just say you need a minute. Remember in church when they would say, turn your Bibles to so-and-so, chapter so-and-so, verse so-and-so? And if you don't know where that's at and you still looking, just say, hold on. How many motherfuckers said, hold on? A lot. And I was one of them.
He touched you? Yes, he did. Didn't he? Yep.
No,
This is the man that fucked with you. Rico, he's mean and you don't like him.
Did I do that?
You don't fuck with him.
Did I do that?
Do you hear me? He touched you? Yes, he did. Didn't he? Yep.
No, I
What I
didn't.
fucking thought.
Look at you, so. You got your.
Hank, what are your thoughts?
Well, whoever recorded did right.
She's coercing her daughter to lie on her daddy.
No. What I'm saying is, whoever recorded that, did right.
Yeah.
Because now you have some type of documentation, and it's just not going to be hearsay. Because we already know 85% of the times that man's automatically wrong, even if you can prove it. But now you have video evidence that's going to help your case. So if I was him, I'd go and file a lawsuit. I would call CPS on her ass right now. I would. I mean, I don't know the relationship. Was that his girlfriend or is that the baby father?
He's the father spending time with his baby.
Yeah, I would call CPS on her. I would definitely file a police report against her. Off top, I'm going to get the party started. I'm putting her ass on paper. I'm not going to feel sorry for her. I'll handle my daughter's mental state when the time needs to be handled. I'll tell her what I had to do and the reason why I had to do it when it needs to be handled. Yeah, mama gone away for a while because mama had to learn the lesson. Mommy did some bad things, so mommy had to go away.
Mommy went off the bad girl school.
I can care less about anything else. I don't care about how a family gonna feel toward me. Y'all, fuck y'all. Y'all can kiss my ass. Did y'all just see what did y'all see what she did? Did you see what she said? You see what she...
Okay, now before he continues, I want to say this before I lose a thought. And I'm going to offer some pushback. Okay. A lot of times when women share their grievances about black men and how when black men start operating in this energy as well, a lot of times black men will simply tell that black woman that she made the choice to choose that fuck nigga. So would it be safe to say that in this case, the man who is the victim in the video, because from how it looks, I do agree. I feel like she is coercing her daughter, like she using her daughter as a weapon against her. I guess it's her father or whatever. But wouldn't we also? How would you feel if people were to tell him, "Oh, well, I mean, you the one that married, you the one that impregnated the crazy bitch. You the one that motherfucking skated up in this bitch, and now you got to deal with the shit." Ugh, it's so sad for you. I don't feel bad for you because you chose her. You knew she was crazy. You knew the bitch had problems, girl, but the pussy was too good. I mean, so if that was that, but would you feel like that would be problematic? Do you think that that would like bring any sort of resolve into the situation? Because it's like, if the man really cared for his wife or his girlfriend, or if his wife, or whatever the case may be, why not also employ, before we take mommy ass away to learn a goddamn lesson, we need to be able to sit down with mommy in some sort of group therapy or couples therapy and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Because sometimes you might need a outside perspective to help you understand what's going on, because y'all in the thick of it. Y'all are blinded by emotion, y'all are blinded by sex, y'all are blinded by all these other things, so it's going to be very, very murky. So why not go there? Why is it always the extreme result of, I'm gonna have to hit this bitch, I'm gonna have to cold cock this bitch, I'm gonna have to lock this bitch up? Because even then, with you doing all of that, that's from an emotional response. And isn't this the point in time where, as a man, you're supposed to be stoic and turn your emotions off so you can actively be objective in the conversation, in the situation? Because according to some of y'all's logic, from what I've heard on not on just Black Men Unfiltered, but a lot of platforms, especially when it comes down to younger black men in the red pill community and just this manosphere, oh, because you made the choice to be with that fuck nigga. You should be trying to understand and try to figure out why there are fuck niggas out here fucking up shit for you. It's a lot. This conversation and these topics, it's like we could go so motherfucking deep. And I don't know if it's the slight ADHD that's going on with me, girl, but I have the ability to jump from topic to topic and to go deeper and deeper because there's so much shit going on. There's so much to learn. There's so much to talk about. And there's so many things to manifest and so many things to challenge and so many things to change. But this whole blame game shit, it's like, girl, I mean, if you want to play the blame game, we can, girl. That's going to become very dangerous. But it would be better to just, again, find out where our flaws are at that may be obscuring our view objectively of the community, and let's try to find a way to come together. And I wish I knew what that looks like, but I'm only using the medium that I know to use at this time, especially in the information age, which is the internet and communication. When 2020 happened, baby, panel discussions was popping. And from what I'm hearing, girl, there might be a second go around, so we might be back up in the motherfucking house. So, bitch, at this point, you might as well go ahead and get ready to talk to people while you still have a chance to. But let's continue.
You try to have our daughter do? Yeah, we're not going to do this, man. You're not going to try to ruin me, ruin my life, ruin my name, and then take me away from my child's life? No, we're not doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna put her ass on paper.
Yeah. Then don't.
Now,
and I want to don't ski yeet up in the coochie. Then, if you know that this heifer energy is on some other shit that you don't feel like is worthy, I ain't talking about this shit so damn good. Cause you know niggas. Let me tell you, I don't know about women, but I just know about men. Tell you something. I don't care if you fucking cat or motherfucking boochie cat. Okay. Girl, do you know how many wars have been started off of a nut, bitch? All because of a nut? Do you know how many fucking families have been broken up for the feeling of a nut? Do you know how many motherfucking experiences have been destroyed, girl, simply over the feeling of fucking 13 to 15 seconds of intense pleasure and communion with God, girl, to where niggas will lie, cheat, scheme, and scam, and all type of shit, girl, just so they can get it. Maybe men should start looking at themselves and say, bitch, let me save my nut. Let me save my sacred energy exchange, my sexual energy for somebody who's worthy of that, and somebody who can also throw that energy back at me. Not just throw that ass back, but throw that root chakra back all the way up to the crown chakra. Girl, I'm gonna be me, bitch. In the words of Miss Pearly, shut up, bitch. I know somebody like it. And that's all that matters, girl. I don't need everybody. I just need 2 or 3. What the scripture say, bitch, when 2 or 3 are gathered together, there I am. I don't need everybody, bitch. I just need the right ones and enough.
Some ratchet dudes and whoop the ass on sight.
Right.
And he would have been justified.
Right. And I think I want to add to this because we got Easy Money Jones. He'll be up in a second. He says he's putting his kids to bed. But he just asked this question. I want you guys to address this, and then we'll get back to going around the horn here. But Easy Money Jones put in here, Hink, you can go first. You can address this first. He said, why would a man put his peen in a woman who's capable of doing that? How would you know if you go ahead, Hink, you go first.
You don't know she's capable unless she's got other kids and you've witnessed her do it to the other baby father. You would.
There's ways to do it. If you just learn to not obey the smaller head and tap into the bigger head and pay attention, you'll be able to see the red flags of how crazy this woman is. If she's very controlling, that's a sign. if everything you do, she does it with skepticism, girl. She's like motherfucking Jody's motherfucking baby mama, girl, times 10. Here's another thing. If you don't see her meeting your mama, girl, cancel the itch. Okay? If you don't see yourself putting a ring on her fucking finger, I was gonna say bitch, girl, but you know, cause I'm gay, I say girl and bitch. Those like my two words, girl. It's my shit. But if you're not ready to share the last of your motherfucking food with this bitch, girl, she not the one. It's very easy, but because how she look when she throwing that ass back, how that arch really fucking arching, girl, how she's taking all of the dick, not some of it, but all of it like a champ. Because this bitch can ride you so good that your teeth is dry, and you know teeth are supposed to stay wet. Niggas have said all type of I love you, I want to have your baby, girl. They was saying that in the moment, girl. I don't know what it is for women, girl, but for a man who has a dick and love his dick and appreciates his dick, girl, when it comes down to dick appreciation time, girl, I'm always happy for that. I am DTF, especially when it comes to my nigga. But that's a good question. Like, how do you know? You can know. You can know. But again, because of toxic patriarchy, girl, the more pussy you get, the more women you're able to conquer sexually, the more of the man you are, the more respect you get, the more men want to be you, the more women want to be with you, the more that some of the gay niggas want to be with you, bitch. I mean, hey. But we're seeing the aftermath of this. We're seeing how toxic relationships are actually being honored, where you have individuals like Blueface and Krishan Rock who are in this consistent toxic relationship, and this nigga over here saying things like, oh, you know, while you going through birth and shit, I'm gonna motherfucking be partying somewhere else on vacation with my other bae, but then I'm mad because you got other niggas holding our son, but you over here skiing in this bitch and I'm giving birth. And that's a lot of women's experiences, unfortunately. And if you look at the statistic, girl, it ain't just motherfucking ratchet ass hoes that's getting their heart broken. It's first ladies and shit getting their heart broken. It's all type of motherfucking high profile women that you think are under the illusion that the shit ain't fucked up, girl, and they living a good, whole, righteous life, girl, and come to find out they nigga was getting some real dark-minded skullduggery. Head be so motherfucking good, bitch, had the motherfucker speaking all type of different languages like Rosetta Stone, bitch. Google speech. Well, how do you pronounce this shit?
No. Unless you heard stories about her doing it, you just wouldn't know. Now, once you are a witness and are even a victim of this, and hopefully if you don't have kids with it already, you need to get the fuck away from her. Because it's only a matter of time for her to do it to you.
When she did that exact same thing, there's no way that guy didn't see her blow up on any other matter before. You know, whether it's yelling at a waiter, whether it's doing something, you know, getting mad beyond what's required for the situation.
This ain't got nothing to do with
the first time he's seen her act like, you know, act like that.
This is more serious than yelling at a waiter.
No, but what he's trying to get you to understand, and shout out to our pain for that, like, and that's why I like the honesty there. Like, if you pay attention, because at this point it's kind of like if you put it in that sense of you don't know, well, damn bitch, and are you playing with a loaded gun, girl? Are you ready to take the risks and the necessary rewards because you don't fucking know? And that's the truth, you don't know. That's why faith and all these other elements and pillars of foundation are important, like communication. Excuse me. If you talking to this woman, is the conversation making sense? Is she showing up in her conversation as a nurturing person? Is she showing up as a person who is open-minded? Is she showing up as a loving person? And like our pain said, if she over here blowing up on random people, what makes you think that she won't blow up on your ass, especially when she's irritated? And if she's willing to do all that, how do you think she's going to react to your child? And when it's your child, you can do what, I guess allegedly, what you want with your child, even if that means whooping your child, beating your child, even though it's horrible. A lot of people say, well, it's my damn child, so I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do with my motherfucking child. And if that means I want to be a child called it with my children, if I want to be like the children under the stairs, girl, if I want to be like the children in the attic or the rolls in the attic or whatever the name of that old shit is, girl, I'm gonna do it with my children. So, baby, y'all ain't ready for these Stevens. Well, maybe Jeff is, because Jeff already smoking that motherfucking weed, bitch. So any nigga that smoke weed, I'm like, okay, girl, we can have a conversation. I feel more confident in our conversation than the ones who don't.
That's the point I'm making. The point is, she revealed herself long before he gave that girl
conflict resolution skills.
Yeah, conflict.
Yeah, because again. When black women fall for black men who ain't shit, girl, instead of y'all sitting there and being like, well, yeah, let's be objective, let's give it to the man and the woman, girl. Y'all response is, oh well, you shouldn't have chosen him. You made the choice to choose him. Yeah, and I found out, bitch, a lot of bitches made the choice for his fuck ass, girl. And you better be glad that black women haven't gotten together, girl, and started a coalition to beat some of you niggas' asses, girl. Because y'all be out here fucking the same bitches and shit. Don't play around, because I'll turn that shit into a film, girl. A short film. This nigga coming over to this girl house, thinking she on the phone talking nasty. Ooh, daddy, I'm going to give you all this. Ooh, I just fucked my throat up, bitch. I don't even want to be able to speak tomorrow, bitch. I want to sound like a broken flute in my throat. The way I'm about to let you just tear my shit out, girl. Have him all excited and shit, do some freaky shit, baby. I want to be able to just tie you up because I want to be able to just have my way with you and do all this shit, girl. Put blindfold on his ass, girl. Put some icy hot on his dick, girl, because the dick is very porous, girl. And go ahead and start riding his shit, girl. Now, because it's motherfucking shit on there, he gonna think about it for a second. Imagine, you already know how, well, I don't know how it is for vagina, but I know how it is for ass, baby. And to me, it's the same thing. No shade, but when that shit, that motherfucking sweet, that good shit stuff, baby, when that shit be feeling good, baby, that shit be warm and tight, right, and keep you up all through the goddamn night. Made a nigga become a leprechaun and sacrifice his height, okay, just to experience it on this plane, girl. Girl, I lost my thought. I was going somewhere with this. This is BubzDaGawd, y'all. But look, let me listen again because I might be able to get my point back. Hold on.
But that's like saying. But Payne, what she's doing is.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the choosing the man or whatever. Like, there has to be a kind and yes, and like, I think it's kind of getting to the point to where it's like, well, if black women aren't going to be outraged and we're not going to be outraged about it, it's still affecting your life. So still do your part. You always do your part, because when the time comes to be accountable, bitch, I can sit here like, bitch, I'm glad, I'm so happy that you finally shown up. We've been waiting at you. Girl, I can't even talk, bitch, because I've been putting in the work, girl, waiting on you. I want to just cuss you out, bitch, but I'm trying to choose my words correctly. So it's like, you still have to check men, though. That doesn't mean like, oh, well, because these females ain't out here really checking other females and we ain't gonna. No. That's how you crack the face of other people. That's how you low-key get them to show their cards, girl, and show that they be bluffing, girl. When you walk out your own individual truth, bitch, you know what truth feels like. So when a hoe is walking around and not reverberating that energy, bitch, you already know. And a lot of times you ain't got to really do a lot of work, bitch. When you work smart, you can just fucking pay attention, have active participation. That's, I guess, with me having slight ADHD, girl, and I haven't been diagnosed, but that's what I'm guessing it is, girl. There is a benefit to that. And even in these spiritual books, girl, there are some books where they were talking about those who may have ADHD or what would be considered learning disabilities, girl, that really are spiritual perspectives and aspects and frequencies of life that are unique. But of course, anything unique that can bring forth change is demonized. But because I have this, I guess, girl, I'm able to split my attention up in multiple places. So I listen to what's being said, and I also sit back and let people talk, because eventually they will tell on themselves. That is something that can be obtained. That is something that can be acquired. And on top of that, why would you not want to do that for yourself? Why would you not want to pour into yourself that much? We pour into niggas, we pour into bitches, we pour into cars, we pour into titles, we pour into all this other shit, bitch, that will fucking fail at one point in time. But we never tend to point the energy in the one direction that really matters, which is ourselves. And I don't mean in a narcissistic way, but in the words of RuPaul, and of course it would be a queer person saying some renowned shit, girl. I mean, what's new? If you don't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to be able to love somebody else? I used to hate that shit. I used to hear my mom and my sister say all the time, well, Bubs, you got to learn to love yourself first before anybody else. Don't look for love, let love find you. It was like, at this point, y'all about to make me join Black Men Unfiltered and the Red Pill, because I want to slap y'all for telling me this shit. But now that I'm older and I've learned from my experiences, so therefore I'm wiser now, I understood the process of that, to where now I can look back on that statement and quote and understand it in a more deeper level now. And that's why I love what I do, because even though the numbers are small, bitch, I impact other people's lives, no shade. Whenever I tag somebody on this small ass channel, girl, first of all, they always watch. And I've even got a few of them to reach out to me, bitch, on multiple occasions, so I know what energy I'm working with. Okay? That's what happens when you start to love yourself. You start to count yourself in. And a lot of us, especially in the Black community, don't know what it's like to count ourselves in. That's why Black people love in some Jesus and love in the church, to the point to where we've learned how to master the art of church and perfected it, to where we don't even need the essence of love anymore, girl. We've just mastered the mechanical aspects of it. We've learned how to pimp out the emotional aspects of it. But we really haven't really mastered the way of applying love and teaching people how to love themselves, and not say, hey, I hold the keys to your destiny, girl. And if you want the keys, bitch, you're going to have to pay down a down payment of at least $300, girl. And get in the $1,000 line, girl, because God really trying to bless you. And we want you to be grateful and cheerful, girl, even though your children gonna starve. Even though your light bill is gone, girl. Meanwhile, let me stop.
Is having her child lie and accusing him of molesting the child.
Okay.
You won't see that in her raising her voice at the waiter.
No, but Brother Hank, if I may, Brother Payne, this speaks to two things. Number one, I tell young bucks this all the time. Stop saying, and permission to speak freely, Black Man Unfiltered. We just talking, right? Stop hanging out with dudes and stop saying you going to get some pussy.
Ooh.
You a Black man.
Ooh.
You don't get pussy. You give out dick.
Ooh.
It's a different vibe.
Ooh.
So knowing that and understanding that my generation and the generation before me misled you because we have no sense of line. We don't have a sense of what comes before us. So we were bred like puppies and split up.
Ooh,
so
come on now.
Since you don't know your great grandfather, you'll stick your dick in her because her ass big. When you have a sense of line, you go, you know what? Every woman I lay down with, I run the risk of financially strapping myself to her for damn near 2 decades and splicing genes with her until the end of time.
Right.
And I'm not saying don't have fun. I'm saying
and if you are a girl, put a condom on. And don't be lazy, nigga. You bring the condom. You put it. Let me put it on for you, daddy. No, bitch, I don't know you like that. Let me put my shit on. This my dick. Cause like you said, I ain't getting pussy, bitch. I'm giving out dick. I'm rationing out dick. I'm dropping dick off. And if you care about your dick and yourself, you would put something on to protect yourself. And I get it as far as we got PrEP and shit like that. But girl, HIV AIDS ain't the only thing that your ass can contract, girl. There are other things as well. Safe sex is the best sex. And if both partners are comfortable in this experience or are willing to take the risk and be accountable, hell, do whatever sex you want. But what's wrong with doing that as well? Especially if it's with a woman that you don't plan on building with. You don't see yourself investing in her emotionally, mentally, physically, tangibly, materialistically. She not getting a plate from your mama's house, bitch, during Thanksgiving. No. You not finna motherfucking drive 45 minutes to come to her damn house to help her look for some shit that her drunk ass lost when she was out with her girls last night. So if you're not willing to do these things for that woman, at least be honest. Just be like, look, you fine as hell. Your ass fat, your titties fat. You know this dick big. You know you like what I got going on. And bitch, I'm down with the motherfucking get down. You can slut me out, I can slut you out. We can both be sluts. I'm not a slut. I ain't no slut. You're nothing but a little slut. I'm not a slut. I'm a Puerto Rican lady, senor. We know you're a slut, Dibbly and Dorset. We know you're a little slut. Let me stop. But that's true. And I heard a man say, and he's kind of respected in the Hotep community, and he even had a book where he was speaking about misogyny and he was for it, but then realized that he was actually contributing to the downplay of the black woman because he was subscribing to toxic patriarchy. And he said our women would have never become bitches if we didn't become dogs. Again, our women would have never become bitches. They wouldn't have become bitches if we as men, since we're the leaders, wouldn't have become dogs. So now that we dogs and shit, now you got a litter of bitches. Hello.
Leave it in, daddy, leave it in. No, not you.
Hello.
Not you. This is where we are unclear.
Yeah.
And we have the first choice.
Yeah.
She didn't rape him. He chose her, and I don't believe that was the first indicator. She got some good cooter. That cooter is tremendous. You ain't telling me that a woman who would go off on her child like that makes a bunch of sound decisions in a bunch of other places, that she's easy to build a life with.
And I'm going to give you a story. Come on, Jeff. Okay? I don't know you're going to make a turn, but that's all right. But right now, you talking good. You talking good. I remember when I used to work at K&G, right? Shout out K&G, okay? Crap and garbage. But anyway, when I worked there was a particular couple that came in, girl, and they were arguing on the way in. And I'm like, Lord, why can't I just want the normal customers. I just want the customers who coming in quick, know what they want. I always get the customers who are undecisive, girl, who are extra. And I'd be like, okay, Lord, you must be preparing me for something because I don't know what the hell it is, but it's irritating me. And I think I've shared this on my platform before. I was helping him to find an outfit for this show he was going with his girlfriend or whatever, or baby mama, whoever she was. She wasn't the wife. I know that much. Okay. But he had this shirt, and they've been going around the different malls trying to find an outfit built around this like burnt orange dress shirt. And it was a nice colored shirt as well. And they just arguing back and forth, and I can hear them. So I'm kind of walking away trying to give them distance. And I'm trying not to laugh because they over there roasting the fuck out of each other. He was like, man, let's go look at the sports code. I'm like, okay, cool. So we walking over there, and he's like, damn, man, fuck. I should have never fucked that bitch, man. He was like, man, you got a girlfriend? I'm like, no, I don't. He was like, good. He was like, man, fuck these bitches, bruh. My friends told me not to motherfucking nut up in this bitch. Now I'm stuck with this hoe. And I'm sitting here laughing. Now, as a black gay man, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about having illegitimate children. I don't have to worry about falling into the trap of, oh my God, so you're having my baby. Girl, when I do, it's going to be planned. I'm going to be prepared for that. So I don't have to deal with that. But yes, there are people who are in relationships that they are unhappy in and unsatisfied in, and some people go to such extreme lengths. And especially with this younger generation, again, they're all about toxic sex. To the point to where it's like, bitch, I want to be able to wake up the next morning and be sore and walking side to side. I can't even sit the fuck down, girl, thinking that's cute. And if you want your walls to be broken down and not remodeled by the age of being 30, girl, that's your body, that's your life. But it's like the only way that these individuals are willing to be, I guess, emotionally open and vulnerable is in the realm of sex. To where we have so many songs about sex and fucking and what I do to that pussy and sucking on this shit and ride this shit and shoot it on my ass and all this other type of shit or whatever. And see, we're vulnerable in those moments when it comes down to busting a nut, but we won't take care of the responsibility that comes with the whole nut busting thing. Because energetically, when you have an orgasm, you're literally sharing a part of your life essence, your life force. For those moments, you are in total I'm gonna say alliance, girl. What alliance, girl? You're in alignment, shall I say? Excuse me. You're in total alignment with God. That's why for a lot of mystical people, they would do sex magic, which means that they would either have sex with a partner and they both have a mutual goal in mind and they picture it in their mind and they have sex, and at the moment of orgasm, they both collectively think about that. They might call that out to strengthen the manifestation of that happening. Or if it's solo or whatever, they say that when you're about to have an orgasm, have a dream in mind that you want to manifest. That's a way of projecting your energy. But a lot of times when you have sex with somebody else, especially unprotected, you are creating a soul tie with that person. You are taking on their vibration and their energy. And even in my experiences with romance, I seem to attract a lot of broken, wounded individuals. And I felt complete giving my love to them, hoping that one day that one of these individuals would, because of my contribution of love in their life, it would transform them. And then because they were transformed by my love, because I was the one that was doing everything different, I was the one that was giving the experience that they never really had before, that once they got to a point of healing, that they would turn around and give that energy to me. And I attracted individuals who were afraid of my energy, who felt like they weren't even worthy. So I was stuck in this cycle as well. And I was ignorant, thinking that, oh, well, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I'm not doing enough. Maybe there's something that I'm missing, and becoming desperate for it. And that desperation manifests in different unique ways. In that video, it's the fact of, well, oh, if I can't control you, if you ain't gonna do what I say, if you ain't gonna give me the experience that I want from you, then guess what? I'm gonna sit up here and use certain things against you. I'm gonna guilt trip you. I'm gonna shame you. Hell, I'm even gonna use our daughter against you. And you're telling me that if you were to sit down in therapy and to objectively look back over your life and your experiences with this person, especially now that the love is not there, that the spark is gone, that the satisfaction has gone down, that the happiness has been abandoned, and now you can look at things objectively because you're not emotionally invested in this, you're telling me that there weren't any red signs for you? You didn't have no gift or level of discernment to be like, yeah, I shouldn't be with this person. Your mama ain't tell you that she ain't like the hoe. Your grandmama didn't tell you don't marry her. You ain't had nobody in the family lighting candles against this bitch to keep her ass away from you.
That she sees the concept of buying less Birkin bags and shoes so we can stock up and buy a fourplex to leave for this baby. She don't see the value in
the vision,
putting and investing in this child and getting off the state. That's not who you dealing with. But he knew that before he put his thing in her and made that baby, and more than likely, they are birds of a feather.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
So I think the reaction, and that's why I kind of be gagging sometimes, because it's like a lot of people put out content to where they're going to be like, we're going to prove this, and it ends up backfiring on them. It's kind of like, it's cringy, but it's also a learning lesson. I think what people were expecting, and there might be some more stuff that we'll see that might be able to strengthen their argument about protecting black women, because again, they don't mind protecting a certain group of black women. And if these are people who are wise and leaders and those who are worthy of leading, that means that even with the individuals who are difficult, there has to be some humanistic aspect there, because when you're actually a leader, you unite all types of people. And I will say this, during the 60s and the 70s, and I wish I was alive in that era, but we low-key live in that era just in this more updated world. Their way of living in community to me was so like, wow, I wish I was alive at that time to witness that. How blackness was seeping from the hands of white supremacy and was allowing itself to become its own thing. When we were uniting, and not just with black people, but with women, with queer people, like it was this love wave that kind of just came over us. To where at those moments in time when there was shit going on in the community, people in the community knew who to come to. Oh, we're gonna call Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, my drunk ass daddy is down there hitting my mama. Mrs. Jones, my mom is arguing with this other woman and shit about some dumb shit. Please come help now, please. You had actual community. You actually had things called neighborhood watch. To where if your child was playing outside, at least you know that your child was being watched. And I ain't talking about being watched in a sick, twisted, oh, let me go ahead and ski behind these curtains. But I'm talking about, okay, that's so-and-so girl over there. Okay, she cool. Or, who is that strange man walking up to, excuse me, sir. Hi, how are you? Who are you, sir? You don't have that anymore. Or shall I say, you have small sections of that group that want to build that up again. And that is possible. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if black people were to have money, even though it wouldn't solve a lot of things, it would solve some of the things, girl, because a lot of people are doing these things, resorting to these behaviors and ways as a way of survival. Because when a lot of black youth look up to a lot of these black celebrities who are treated like gods and worshipped, to where it's like they are somehow exempt from the trials and tribulations of life. And if I have to sell my soul through my booty hole for promises of gold to be like them, I will, even though you have countless celebrities who have manifested the wealth, manifested the hypervisibility, manifested all these other things, and literally telling you that they are still unhappy and unsatisfied. And they probably feel worse because of all the things that they had to do to get it and what they have to do to keep it. So, because the conversation is not really on the black woman and crucifying her and putting her ass on the chopping block, like how black men are on the chopping block, even though black men are the ones who want to lead. So baby, this comes with the territory with leaders, girl. It's just, it is what it is. Have you not learned from history? But because now Jeff is challenging these men and saying to men in the future who are saying, okay, how can we prevent this from happening to us? And this man literally said, there is a way for you as a black man to avoid unhealed partners. There is a way to not complicate your motherfucking life over some pussy. And that when it comes down to sex and in the heat of the moment, let's be real. I'm definitely real because I don't be out here having sex like that. So when I do have the opportunity to have sex, bitch, I'll be like, thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. And I relish and indulge in it. When we in the heat of the moment, bitch, we all have made all types of decisions and shit, girl. There's been a few times, girl, where I fucked motherfuckers raw, bitch, no shade. The moment was there, baby. And if anything, it was like, okay, bitch, if I'm doing this shit, girl, we like Velcro. You fuck with me, you stuck with me, bitch. We gonna make something out of this shit. So we've all done that, and there's been some of us who've been able to not really deal with any repercussions for that. And there are some people, unfortunately, who ended up having to have another life lesson added to their life, girl, to overcome because of that. But to what can be done to prevent people from doing that? And Jeff literally is saying that if you just learn to have control over your big mind, your big head, as opposed to the head in between your legs, if you let the big head, the one with the brain, girl, that uses only a small percentage of its capacity, girl, if you learn to master this, because your body follows your mind, bitch. So whatever is in your mind, girl, your body gonna follow. That when you learn to master your mind and your emotions, girl, that's when you really become the Terminator in this bitch and really start changing up your life. So if you just learn to do this, I promise you your life will be different. You won't have to go through this bullshit. And now all of a sudden we're talking about, well, we don't know that, we don't know that. And I get it. It's some men that want to get women, bitch. We tired of you hoes, girl. You hoes do shit too. You hoes fuck us up too. You hoes do this shit. And if we gonna talk about it, let's talk about it all, girl. Put it all on the table. We might as well be like motherfucking the dinner scene in Why Did I Get Married, bitch. If we gonna put my shit on the table, girl, let's lay down all the cards. Maybe that's the problem. We too afraid to lay down our cards and show where the fuck we at in life. Why not lay your shit down and be like, okay, bitch, whatever happened, happened. But I know I'm going to grow from this. I'm going to be better from this. Shout out to Jeff, at least in this instance. Because, again, we still have some ways to go. This is going to be lengthy live. We might be here for 5, possibly 6 hours, girl, the way I'm feeling. I'm feeling good. And shout out to those who are still in the live with me and rocking with me. Shout out to y'all because y'all some real ones and y'all some troopers. And I'm going to always acknowledge y'all. And because y'all rocking with me this long, even though you may not be engaging in the comments, but you're listening to what's being said, I hope that I'm planting seeds of love and humanity in your mind, because first of all, y'all matter as well. But in order to manifest things in your life, you can't do it by yourself. The only thing you can do by yourself is better your own internal foundation. Everything outside of you, you have to build with other people. And a lot of times I feel like we block our own blessings because we allow fear, ignorances, and biases to keep us divided. But what would happen if we were to really start operating in the realm of humanity? If we really not just listen to respond, because there will be some responding, but also listening to understand and to be educated. What's wrong with that as well? Because we don't know everything. I don't know everything. And when people talking good, I will let you know when you're talking good, because I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can. And again, I had excellent representation in my life. A real ass nigga, girl, who showed the fuck up and showed the fuck out even to this day. And the motherfucker has rose like a fucking phoenix. That's that bitch's spirit animal, girl. And when you have real ass people come into your life and challenge you in such a way to where you like, bitch, girl, let me challenge myself, girl. Let me go ahead and have my Jesus 40 days and 40 nights with my damn self and beating myself and figure out who I am. This is the good news that we need to be sharing, that no matter where you are in your life, redemption is possible. Are you exempt from consequences? Hell no, girl. That's a part of the human law, girl. We all under that shit, girl. But once you start looking at life in a way that benefits you, and you find the seed of God, source, universe, whatever you want to call it, that no matter what you lost, the seed that you're now planting when the harvest season comes, that you will reap something equally or greater than what you lost. See, this shit's deep. And my perspective isn't the only perspective. I like to give a philosophical, spiritual, steel Bubz ratchet version of this, because this is what it means to really delve into the unknown. Because if we have all the answers, girl, and shit ain't changing, that says something about us. We fucking up, girl. When you know better, you're supposed to do better. But I don't know everything. And there are other perspectives and opinions that can help contribute to the whole collective problem, girl. And we have to do our part to actually work towards that, because it should make no sense that there are generations of black people who are still experiencing the things that the previous generation has experienced. And I get it, and I understand black people are dealing with battle fatigue. We have been the blueprint for this country, girl, and every other ethnic, other press group is being operated under the same mechanics, girl. So we are the fucking mothers and fathers of these oppressed shit in this country. But we have to be reminded of the power that we have. Because again, we are the blueprint for this country. It was the backs of our ancestors and the blood, sweat, and tears that helped to make this quote-unquote nation great. And because black people have not had the ability collectively to recalibrate their minds, to unlearn all of the unhealthy, low vibrational, fear-based shit that is so ingrained in us, it's like basically genetic at this point. Like there's generational curses that we've also supported and allowed to happen in our lives. So even with black people, we have an ego death too. We don't get to have a victim, I get to sit this one out card. No, baby. We are still human. But that doesn't have to be a depressing thing either. Because when you actually connect with other people, you start to realize that there are so many people that you have so much in common with, and how would you even know that? Because you're allowing these negative opinions and perspectives that you can't even motherfucking validate, girl, but you just hear people say. Like, it just shows how fear-based we are, that we would rather allow our freedom, our mind to be placed in somebody else's hands, and that can be very dangerous. That's why you're supposed to question everything. Again, I had a dope ass motherfucking example in my damn life, and I still had to go away and question things for myself. Because at the end of the day, I'm the only person that I have. And as much as we would want to believe that that's not the case and that there's other people who will love me, you're absolutely right. But even that will be a limited time. Because life is unpredictable, girl. You don't know when you're going to leave. I try to live my life every day like it's my last. Like if I die today, what did I do today that made me feel good? What am I doing today so that if this is my last breath, it won't be in chaos or fear or shoulda, coulda, wouldas? Like, how do I find that peace now? And even with me being in my nomad phase and being somewhat of a loner, I'm starting to really learn to love to appreciate that. Now, do I need to balance that out with community? Of course I do. Which is why I'm grateful that I'm born in the information age, because you can connect with people from the comfort of your home, girl, so that when my social battery gets low, I can say thank you, I appreciate it, log off, girl, and go back into my own world. And even with my spiritual makeup and things that I've been learning about myself spiritually, astrologically, and stuff like that, like, I'm able to adapt to situations as long as I have the opportunity to retreat back into my own space. Because I'm starting to understand more and more what my gifts are. And for the longest time, I've been running from them. Now I'm learning how to strengthen them on my own. The first step was me believing in myself, and I struggled with that. And there are still some times where I do struggle with insecurities, but I'm more active and aware of the thoughts and the emotions that I choose to acknowledge. And I'm going to just share my experience, but I'm also using my experience to have a perspective on other things. And if I'm wrong, I don't mind being wrong because I don't know everything. But with the calling that I do have on my life, and I'm still trying to figure out what that looks like, I can feel it, but I don't. The complete picture hasn't been given to me yet, but I'm following the breadcrumbs to put those pieces together. And I just share it. And if we really about community, we're going to have to really get back to the actions of community. So that means Black Men Unfiltered, Lance Scurv and them, girl, all the Hotep niggas, Sinetta and them, all the conscious community niggas. Y'all need to be making sure y'all listening to queer content creators too, like CTV, like Reckless Logic, like NeoX, like IG, like Intersex, like Joseph Williams, the misunderstood social worker, like Hope Giselle, like T.S. Madison, like Kanifa, I forgot her last name, like YB Speaks, YB Entertainment. Like, there are people here that have the mental and emotional capacity to work this shit out. And all we have to do is find the individuals who have the wherewithal. Because no shade, and I hate to say this, some of these people who be on these platforms, girl, they just belong in the comment section. No shade. Like, you don't need to be on the show, girl. If you can't keep the flow of the conversation going, even if there is some sort of pushback to not get drawn off to where now we just insulting each other, girl. I mean, we can do that too. Because I'm going to make it hilarious, bitch. Because at this point, if we ain't about to talk about the conversation and I felt like I wasted my time, girl, I might as well read and go out with a bang, girl. And then go on my live, girl, and really get down to the conversation while I still drag y'all. And y'all will be watching secretly. But instead of it going down that road, we need to have more conversations. For real, like really have them. And I mean, we're going to have to put in the work. Find the individuals who want to talk about this, who smoke the weed and say, girl, I'm willing to go down the rabbit hole, bitch. Even if that means that, girl, we're going to have to end this live at the 5-6 hour mark, girl, and probably go over to your channel, Bubs. I'm cool with that. I'm cool. Bitch. Boss ass motherfucking teacher, girl, and the expedited courts, girl. I'm surprised I survived, and even they said that too, girl. The fact that your ass was able to survive your ego death, girl, it's hoes that had their heart broken and fucked up, girl, 10, 15, 20 years ago, girl, and they still living like it happened yesterday. I came into the world as 5'2" for some reason, girl, because I wanted to be 5'7". So if I sacrifice the height, bitch, I know I'm making up for something in other ways.
We don't know that, brother. We don't know that. Okay, I will make him a fine, upstanding citizen that was a little willy-nilly where he put his dick. Can we all agree on that?
No.
But Uncle,
no, you think he made great choices with his dick to wind up with a woman like this?
But okay, but Uncle, you should sit there and say nothing wrong with going to have fun. Maybe he just went out there and had fun and so happened to got her pregnant.
Exactly, brother.
And that's a part of the responsibility. Cause you know the two gay men can't come together and bump dicks. We can't do that. That's not our forte. That's not how we bring life into the world. Y'all keep telling us that. You know, two women can't come together and scissor for life, girl, and all of a sudden a scissor child is born, and they can't do that. That's what y'all tell them. And if we're having fun, again, why are you saying are black women worth protecting? You can start protecting black women in this aspect. Put on a condom. That can be a way. If you have to fuck her, at least have the decency to say, you know what? Let me put a condom on. Not just for her because I respect her, but I respect myself. Because if I start motherfucking taking the piss and it feels like Satan has found his way into motherfucking earth realm, girl, if it feels like Shao Kahn and them has found the only entryway into earth realm and it's through my dick hole, girl, because you was over here motherfucking throwing your shit in a motherfucking rhombus or square and a circle and all type of different shapes and shit. If I wake up and go take a shower, girl, and I start washing my dick and it feels weird and I look down and my shit looks like $100 grand bar, okay, looks like a deformed almond joy in this bitch, now I'm not gonna be able to get more pussy now, because there are some women who examine the dick, girl, and if it looks like my dick is an alien, girl, hybrid alien bitch from Dead Space. So again, it's about the fact of men should be able to go out and have fun without any consequences. And as much as patriarchy would have y'all believe that, girl, if you have enough money, if you have enough pull, if you know enough motherfuckers, you can make things disappear. But even for the bitches who feel that way, girl, the universe still be gagging y'all and y'all still be tripping. Maybe if y'all just be honest with women, maybe y'all hairlines will grow back. If y'all start being honest with women, maybe your fupas would decrease. If you start being honest with women, maybe y'all won't be impotent, girl, and the motherfucking dick won't have to take extra shit to get it up.
And this is what I'm saying. But Brother Hank, this is what I'm saying about your fun. You gotta. I be telling brothers this, man, and it's some elite dudes, kings, multimillionaires do this, bruh. They don't fuck commoners because you run the risk of this. You pay for it. They pay for it. The same money it take to take a broad out. The same money. I'm telling you.
Hell yeah. If I'm gonna do that shit, I might as well pay a bitch $500 to get this motherfucking work done, girl, than to spend $500,000, girl, trying to raise a child for the next 18 years. So at this point, girl, I don't really fuck with math like that. I like simple math. But girl, no shade. I would rather pay $500 to get my shit sucked the fuck off the way that I want, with a motherfucker that know that this is a job, girl, and knows how to do the job well, so I can lay back, relax, and enjoy my turn, have my eyes roll back and my toes curl, that I can manifest the Petey Pablo verse, bitch, and know that I'm gonna be okay, and this bitch is not gonna run the risk of trying to get pregnant because she loved me, girl. Than to sit up here and be in a girl that I know men gotta believe that, girl, they don't want this bitch, girl. I gotta believe that men only know women they want to fuck. I gotta believe that men, a lot of cis men and black men have some level of cognitive awareness, girl, that I don't want to marry this bitch, but because the coochie is amazing. Don't they say they usually, a lot of the times, not all the time, because there are some motherfuckers who are healed, girl, and will give you toxic dick in a healed way. They will fuck you like a toxic person, girl, but will heal you afterwards, girl. But they usually say a lot of toxic people have good sex because that's the only thing they can offer that is good. they don't even understand and realize and acknowledge that just like how India Ari bald head ass is not her hair, girl, you are not just your dick. You have more to offer than just wood or coochie. And if that is your only claim to fame, bitch, when it comes down to your ego, bitch, when the ego death comes, I'm just going to give you my condolences very early on.
Buy it, because what you are buying is you are high hurdling this. This is a transaction. Number two, you are exercising getting your ego out of the way. But most niggas want to mac abroad. No, if you are on your way somewhere trying to do something, brother, the wrong pussy is where a young black man's dreams go to die. Invest in your invest in your future, young black man. Buy pussy. Don't fuck around with these regular broads. This is a regular ass broad.
And then on top of that, a lot of men feel like, bitch, why the fuck should I have to pay pussy, bitch? I'm a man. Do you know? This is a man's world, girl. And it wouldn't be nothing without a woman. Not because you love it and you nurturing to me, but because, baby, you can make this dick hiccup, girl. Suck the dick up until it hiccup, bitch, for a fee. Not even a fee. You got men right now that get mad at women who just come out. I know you want to fuck, so you gonna pay me. I ain't gotta pay for it. They so used to getting ass for free. It's like, nah, baby. Especially if y'all stroke ain't not even good, girl. If the dick ain't good, at this point you should be paying her. Yes, you should be paying her if the dick is whack. But again, I mean, if you just want to have sex, what's wrong with just stating that? That's the issue too. A lot of times we, again, like he said, try to mac a bitch. Oh, let me try to get her. I'm gonna try to smooth talk her and shit like that. You know, you get my Chris Brown on and shit. Stoke my own ego. And you can't put a condom on, bruh? This is a woman that you obviously do not want to build with. And you still hitting her ass raw, nigga. What is going on in your mind? Especially when you, it'd be one thing if you're trying to pull out. But girl, a lot of times you just, trust me, no shade, and I'm gonna be honest. Who really trying to pull out? Who the fuck is bitch? I need you to help me understand this. Who really trying to pull out? If you have a dick, 9 times out of 8, you really don't want to pull out. If anything, you want to go deeper and just stay in one spot and not try to get a cramp. It's one thing to pull out. That feels good, but imagine being able to motherfucking shoot up the club, bitch, and you lay down all your body weight, bitch, on a motherfucker, bitch. Some niggas nut so fucking hard they fart afterwards, girl. But that's the thing. If you want to be able to still nut up in somebody, you can still nut up in somebody. Just put a condom on so that, again, you don't. Because again, girl, listen, there's some motherfuckers that can sing tragedies are commonplace, many diseases, people are slipping away. There are some people who can't sing that song, bitch. So if you want to be able to stand up in the church, girl, during testimony service, and when they get to the part, girl, it could have been me, and you crying because you thanking God, girl, put a condom on, girl. You won't have to worry about that. But again, in those situations where you don't, and you have to end up being accountable, you can still live life and be redeemed by being accountable in this situation. Maybe the fact that this individual is having a daughter will probably make him think about some of his choices that he made as a young man when he was fucking around with somebody else's daughter. But now that it's your daughter, girl, all of a sudden, girl, you want to protect her and be her knight in shining armor because you understand all the shit that you did to other daughters, girl, that there are some women out there right now who are yelling at niggas and shit and fucking them up because you decided that you want a pussy over her emotion and play with her A mystic said, girl, it's so true. Expose yourself. Just start exposing yourself, girl. Just start talking about your shit, girl, and working your shit out, because pretty soon we're all going to be exposed, bitch. And we're going to be in situations where, girl, we can't control the outcome. Only thing we're going to be able to control is how we perceive and deal with the outcome. We are 3 hours in, girl, and we still got some ways to go, girl. We are 3 hours. Oh, we 50 minutes in on the other video. All right, I'm going to let them rock for a little while, because y'all know this BubzDaGawd.
Why would I have fun? And yo, I have fucked up in this fashion. This is why I'm saying it. I'm not holier than thou. Okay? Pussy didn't just get good. It's good to me, too. I like it just as there's no man on here that likes pussy more than me, I guarantee. You can't. You can't. I love pussy, and I've had a gang of it. What I'm saying,
I want my future nigga to give me his pussy.
We got to get more serious from this side so that we can get around this horrible bitch here. I'm not cutting her no passes. When I'm elected emperor, this broad is beheaded as soon as we can get pay-per-view together. I can't stand the women like this.
Now, I think this is where we start getting a little bit dangerous here. Because we start having this whole idea of eradicating people. Because again, these individuals who do this shit, there's obviously a devoid of love there. And just because that's their current state doesn't mean that will always be their current state. I said I was gonna let them rock, girl, but you know it's BubzDaGawd. And maybe if a black man was able to protect her, maybe she wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe if the black man that she possibly gave her life to and her emotions and energy to before this nigga who she's projecting all this shit onto now, if he would have done his part and shown up as a real motherfucking man, then maybe she wouldn't be in this situation. But she made that choice, right? Well, we see that a lot of people are making bad choices. And if we gonna behead the women, we need to behead the niggas too. At this point, if y'all gonna play that game, girl, the motherfuckers operating their energy all them off with all of their heads, girl. But see, some of them are your homeboys. Some of them niggas your pastors, bitch. Hell, some of them niggas your daddies and uncles and shit. A lot of people don't understand how this humanity thing is, like, with all of the shit. But if it's gonna be with all of the shit, girl, it's gonna be with all of the shit across the fucking board of humanity. Now, I don't agree with no beheading shit. Now, he might be saying that for comedic thing, and I understand dark humor. And I kind of been delving deeper into darker things, not in a negative way, but kind of like, girl, if you really trying to live your best life, girl, there's gonna be a lot of fear embracing, girl, a lot of fear conquering, girl, which means you're gonna have to walk into the dark. And a lot of people aren't scared of just the dark, they're scared of what's in the dark, bitch. But when you in a communion with yourself, or establishing and growing your self-love, girl, you start to understand that, girl, what's ever in the dark is what you create in the dark. What is your mind trying to tell you? And if you're seeing some evil demonic shit, girl, maybe there's a time for you to look inward and figure out where this shit coming from.
But what I'm saying is we're giving out the dick. We need to let these broads just die off. That's all I'm saying.
They will never die off.
Anybody want to respond to?
I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop.
Hell yeah.
Anybody want to respond to Uncle Jeff, or anybody wants to?
My contention is the same thing. Like, we're assuming that this man knows, and we go, like, even our Easy Money's statement is like, his question is like, people, how the hell does any of that equate to him being psychic to be able to predict what she's going to do after they have a child?
You don't need to be psychic.
He has to be psychic to know what she's going to do if she hasn't done it yet. Just like
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't, brother.
What he's trying to get you to understand is that this outburst that she has put on this man, there are other instances where she has shown that same behavior and same pattern. again, when he was using the analogy of somebody arguing with the waiter, you're talking to the waiter and communicating with the waiter what you want. And let's say the waiter fucked up, or the waiter doesn't understand what you want. If you're yelling and screaming at that, you're showing that you don't know how to communicate effectively and properly. And maybe you have been raised in an environment, and again, I'm ignorantly speaking because I don't know the situation, but that's your way of communicating to get your point across, is to yell and scream, because apparently when you talk, it seems like nobody is really listening to you. So if I want to drive my point across, and if this is the way that I've been communicating just to get my point across, I'm going to do that. I don't think this should die off, because if anything, women that acts like that is acting like a young ass little ass girl having a temper tantrum. So when she's operating in that way, you have to then be able to look at her like a child, not in a way of, oh, this child don't know what's going on, but or try to demonize the child, but understand that this child is expressing itself in the way that it only knows how to. Now this is an opportunity to help educate the child on a healthier way of expressing this. But, you know, and it's crazy too, because it's like whenever someone has something in their opinion, that supports their opinion, and then we start doing speculative stuff, we talk about, oh, we got to talk about what's objectively there, which is true. I do believe that as well. But again, to support your claim about that, you're already assuming that this man has been dealing with this type of energy for so long, and that this is the energy that a lot of black men have to deal with women. It's like saying that a lot of black women today act this way, with this aggressive, masculine type of expression of dominance and agency over their own stuff, or to even use that aggressive masculine energy and expression in a way that could be destructive to me as a motherfucking man. So again, there's a lot of hurt, a lot of fear and emotionality there, not just on the side of women, but men as well. Because if we're going to be all the way honest, baby, I think men are way more emotional than women, because at least in this society, women have been conditioned to be more emotionally open and present. So they have a more understanding of the emotional state. It's men who struggle with that. And it's like, if men who are attracted to women, cis women, and have a relationship with them, just imagine how much doper the sex would be, how much she would be willing to suck your dick, and not just on special occasions and shit. And then even when you ask for that shit, I don't know if I want to put my mouth on you, she'd be willing to do that. You'd be like, well, damn, hold on, you trying to what? It ain't even my birthday. You want to do this? Just because it's Friday? It can happen.
If I'm putting together 1,000, I say this all the time. If I'm putting together a 1,000-piece puzzle, and 700 pieces make it a windmill, the other 300 ain't gonna make it a lighthouse. It's a fucking windmill. This is not the first time that this broad exuded this behavior. Okay, you trying to tell me? I just like I tell women, there is no super slick 007 ass, slick ass nigga that's out here got you bitching y'all. You're dropping your intuition. You're letting society's white noise up over it so you can ignore the good brothers for these niggas you really want to fuck. That's what's happening. From the same side, these broads only sneak up on simps. We've all done it. We done done it when we was young. I'm trying to alert dudes. This behavior is not super sleuth. It isn't. When this broad,
and then on top of that, come on, cook Jeff. I like what you're cooking. It's kind of like women had to deal with that type of energy. It's kind of like now women are giving that energy back to men, and men can't handle it. And it's kind of like, oh, well, we're men, we shouldn't have to deal with this. Where are the feminine women? Where are the women who are gullible? Where are the women who, well, I can do my shit, and bitch, I'm the man. I'm the daddy. I'm grown. When can we get back to the time where if a woman felt some type of way, I could slap the bitch, girl, because the Bible said I could, girl. Haven't you read the scripture? All these things. And it's kind of like if people were really operating in a very holistic, loving, you are my baby, but you're hurting right now. Let's work together to deal with the hurt and the pain. Baby, if we got to go to therapy or counseling, let's do it, baby. Like, let's try to fit, because I love you. Especially if that black man is really trying to make it work. And he is a good black man. Or shall I say, I ain't say good black man. A healed, aligned black man. If that woman is worth it, he will be able to say, you know what, let's try as many options as we can to try to help us, to give us the tools so that we can actively work on mending this shit. Because all individuals who are in successful relationships, even though I'm not in one, girl, I pay attention to the ones that are, bitch. They had to overcome these hurdles. And when you listen to older couples and they're asked the question, how do you make it work and stuff, a lot of them, even though they have their own unique expressions, it always vibrates to a frequency of love, which means that I'm willing to be patient with you. Because love is also a choice. I'm making the choice to be patient with you. I'm making the choice to deal with your shit. And with me making a choice to go all this shit, I also understand that you love me. So that means that you're willing to be patient with my ass when I'm fucking up. You willing to be patient with me when I'm doing things that I feel like I shouldn't be doing. Like, it's a understanding, like an agreement, a partnership in this situation. And if the love is there, it's about, baby, I'm willing to do what is possible. There is a song by the OJs, girl. And that's why I like the music, because, girl, back in the day, niggas was actually talking and shit. They wasn't afraid to share their emotions and shit. They was like, girl, let me tell you what's on my mind. Girl, let me speak to you a little bit about what's going on with me. And that song, girl, the lyric says, last night, me and my woman, we cried together. Said we cried, bitch. It wasn't a wet motherfucking eye in the house, girl, together, but that wasn't going to be the only thing that was going to be wet, bitch. And then we made love after that. So we were willing to be open and honest and vulnerable about where we fucked up at. We're actually making a conscious change to change it. And then our way to solidify that and to help manifest that is to then share our energy with each other in the most intimate of ways. There needs to be emotional vulnerability when it comes down to both men and women. There's another song from the 60s, girl, from a group here in Detroit called the Jones Girls. If you haven't heard of the Jones Girls, bitch, shame on you. Okay? Because I started getting interested in harmony and really wanting to get back into playing the piano and teaching myself, girl, because I'm going to explore my musical talents, because I got some shit there too, girl. I got to awaken some shit. But they have this song called Peace with a Woman, and the chorus says, there won't be peace on earth till man's at peace with woman. There won't be peace on this ground until man and woman sit down. So the masculine and feminine energy expressed through heterosexuality, expressed through the lens of queerness, expressed through just a human level, there has to be a marriage. There has to be a communion. There has to be a connection. There has to be an understanding that needs to happen, okay, between the masculine and the feminine energy within us, because it helps us to become balanced, more aware individuals, to where, to Jeff's point, I won't even allow myself to be in situations to where something like that's dishonorable to me, that is unfavorable to me, I can be an active participant in that shit happening or not happening to me, instead of feeling like I'm an innocent bystander that just happens, that this happened to me by chance, that I'm just stuck. Because when we're stuck, now we're blaming other people and shit. No. If I get that energy from you, I'm going to be able to honor myself and say, If it don't work out for us, that must just mean that God, source, universe has something greater and better for me. Because if your ass is moving on and you ain't the one, I'm going to be a little bit bummed out, but God got greater. So I'm going to be all right. I hope you love yourself so that you can get what the fuck you want. But instead of looking at it in that way that actually empowers you, it's just easier to blame somebody else. You ain't got to be a fucking psychic about what the hell somebody else gonna do. But you can be a goddamn psychic about what the fuck you will and will not allow to happen in your life, and what you will and will not tolerate. You do have the power for that.
This broad done blew her stack before he got her pregnant.
Okay, I heard you. Hold on. I said 2 words and you cut right in.
I'm sorry.
Again, people like me that play football, we play basketball. We know that the ball has to cross the plane to score a touchdown. It has to be snapped. We don't watch defenses. We don't watch offenses. We watch the same exact game and still make mistakes, running at 20 and 15 miles an hour. We can see the play first quarter, fourth quarter, they run the same play. We can still score on us, and we men playing against other men that are coached like we're coached. Just because you see signs don't guarantee an outcome. You got to be adults at the end of the day. That's the games we play. Even at work, everything may look the same like it did last year, but there's something that can happen that change. That girl has free will. What I'm saying and what I'm pushing back is what you're doing right now, as much as you think you're helping, it is what gives these chicks the leeway and the encouragement to not take responsibility for what they did. I don't think there's nothing in his behavior, just like you're assuming, that allow her to go, yeah, I could just get my daughter to say that her dad is molesting him. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand why we keep saying stuff like this. I get all that other stuff that you said, it's fine, cool, we have control. But afterwards, when you, like, a lot of men understand when these babies come, these girls flip. They different. This is what they've been waiting for the whole time. It's a lick. And you don't know until you know. They slick, they cunning. They got skills. And you keep blaming these men for
you muted, Uncle Joe.
Okay, yeah.
Brother, was that, excuse me?
Okay, now, to his point, again, that's a fear-based point. Because now you're starting to look at black women as them being a lick on you, that you don't even know how to trust these women. You don't know what happened. I can be in love with this bitch, and apparently, allegedly, tomorrow, girl, she would just wake up and just say that her father fucking did shit to her daughter. You know what I'm saying? If that is the case, and again, we don't know the context and nuance, so even to both I keep saying G off, to Jeff and old dude's point, I don't know his name, I guess it would be safe to say they're both ignorantly speaking, because they don't know the even me, in reference to that, the context nuance behind it. I don't know the history of this, unless somebody decides to do a deep dive and figure out who the fuck these people are and see if there was any sort of timeline that would help us to understand what's going on. But I think because this black woman is yelling at her child to, like, set her man up, it's kind of like, oh, that's what all the black women, see, that's what they doing, and all these bitches who asking you for money and wanting you for money, and they'll sit up here and hurt you and do all this other type of stuff. That's why the context nuance is important. And the objectivity is important. To I keep seeing G off. To Jeff's point, it's kind of like in the book that I'm reading, and I need to start doing chapter 3 this week, entitled "How to Detect a Lie," or how to stop, how to basically, how you know they lying? Why the fuck you lying? Okay, it's actually called The Truth About Lying, or The Truth Behind Lying, excuse me. It talks about different cues and stuff. If you are aware, you can be aware of people. There is something called intuition. There is something called discernment. Now, whether you tapped into that or not, that's on you, pimping. But even in my experiences with past relationships or attempts at relationships, there were red signs, red flags that I chose to ignore. I chose to ignore. And because I chose to ignore them in hopes that I was wrong, when the shit didn't fucking work out, I started blaming my goddamn self. Thinking something was wrong with me, and something was wrong with me. I wasn't paying attention to the signs, and I wasn't learning how to honor myself to be able to let go of things that are not for me, bitch. Okay? So, in that case, if you see, it's things we gotta know. We gotta take this shit to court, bitch. We need witnesses, bitch. We need evidence, girl. If we gonna do it like that. But again, the show is entitled "Are Black Women Worth Protecting?" or "Are Random Black Women?" So, in this sense, what I think this show is about is like, let's pick out the black women that we aren't going to protect. Not realizing that the reason why a lot of these women act the way they do is because they didn't have people protect them. So if anything, it gives the illusion that y'all are continuing to perpetuate and project the experience that a lot of these black women unfortunately have to deal with. So of course that's going to reinforce they ratchet ass energy more because you're feeding into it. That's why when you approach people in love, and I get it, some people just don't have the capacity to do that right now, and I get it, but for those who do, when you approach it with love, it throws people off. Because a lot of wounded people are still reacting in ways to affirm a certain type of pattern to where they feel like they're in control of. And when you don't feed into a bitch shit, it literally throws them off. Like one thing that I read in this book, and I'm going to start employing this, unfortunately, when the time comes where I do have conversations with people and they start to just go off on me because I'm gay and projecting, the first thing I'm going to ask them, like, are you okay? Are you all right? And I'm not saying that in a way to be sarcastic, but like, no, are you okay? Are you all right? Are things okay? Because now people are being focused or are being pressured by the universe to focus on themselves, and it's so much easier to just focus and project my shit onto other people to escape my own bullshit and my own fucked up ass life, and then project it onto other people, and then hurt people, and then we get to sit up here on panels and point everybody else shit out, girl. That's why at the end of the day, if you work on yourself, girl, first of all, you speak with the ultimate validity because you've walked these roads, girl. And on top of that, you still realize that you are a student and you'll forever be walking these roads. So even if I have to be humbled again, I don't mind being humble. I might have to deal with my ego, but bitch, I'll be all right. I understand it's for my greater good. But again, because this is labeled "Are Black Women Random Black Women Worth Protecting?" This live, I feel like, is trying to show examples of where they're not, which means these women are supposed to be left to die. They're not worthy of love. They're not worthy of being understood. And the only understanding that we need to have here is that these bitches belong in ditches with bullets in their damn head and left to their own devices. Well, what happens when your daughter, who you've raised to be this princess, falls in love with somebody that she wasn't supposed to fall in love with, daddy? And now she love him, daddy. And now I'm pregnant, daddy. Then what? Because it's a lot of pastors' kids out here, girl, that's doing all the shit, girl, that would have them and their whole family sat the fuck down, girl. That's more common than what you think. This accountability thing is coming for every single one of us. There is not a nigga nor a bitch that is exempt from that. And if you think that way, girl, I'm gonna be watching. Ooh, this edible good, bitch.
Bruh, was that the first thing you heard me say?
What? Which one?
About the first thing I said was about the brother's control. Was that the first thing you heard me say?
Yes.
Okay, now I understand. Here's what happened right before you got here. The first time I saw it, I couldn't watch it, bro. I started crying. And I said that woman, and I say it again, she is a monster. Even if he did what he did, she has marked that baby. That baby gonna need therapy, bro. For what she for just that event.
Yeah.
So when the baby starts.
Well, it's gonna be collective. It's gonna be the fact that daddy did this to me, and mommy is yelling at me because of what daddy did to me. So it's gonna be on both parts, especially the father, because girl, we're not finna sit up here and act like if the father did that, girl. Hell no, girl. Y'all so worried about the children, girl. When it comes down to queer shit, girl. When it comes down to gay shit, y'all are very attentive and in the moment. But when it comes down to a heterosexual man doing this, girl, where is the backlash for his ass, girl? We got motherfuckers right now still stepping in the name of love, girl, believing this nigga innocent, when the evidence supports what's going on. It's just baffling to me. But Jeff has an objective viewpoint. He shared his opinion and perspective, but I guess old dude came in on that thing, and I like how he was able to break it down. Now, I don't think he's gonna demonize him, because a lot of times when people are ignorant on certain things, we start to demonize them, and when you demonize them and make fun of them, like trying to drag and read them and call them stupid bitch and all this stuff, girl, that doesn't do anything. If anything, that adds insult to injury. You're putting salt on a wound. So of course a bitch just want to go hit it back. But him to say, oh, I understand now. Because again, there are some people who are effective at communicating, and even when they feel like they haven't communicated properly or they're out of the way of thinking, they will ask questions to help simplify for them to say, oh, okay, now I understand. Not like, okay, now I understand you're an idiot. No, but like, oh, now I understand why you're giving this pushback. Because if you were here before, you would understand that my pushback was objective, that I critiqued that woman first because the video is speaking about that woman. And even in my commentary, I said that if you are a mother that loves their child unconditionally, and your child has been violated, and your child did not do anything to warrant that violation, I'm trying to understand why the fuck you think it would be necessary for you to yell at your goddamn child like a drill sergeant in her face where she's visibly afraid and scared. How is that going to help her? So both people are at fault, but because there is this narrative going on of black men being hurt by black women, or shall I say, a lot of black men not being able to be what their version of man is anymore, because that version of being a man, I don't have to be accountable, bitch. I have a dick. The fuck? You should be glad that I fucked you. You should be glad that I dropped dick off in you. To where men have been conditioned, even as boys, to go out and play and to have fun and do all this other type of stuff, while women have been raised and indoctrinated to be nurturing and loving and serious at a young age, because women were only aspiring to be a wife, to be an addition, not an equal addition. Not an addition that's really worthy of being honored and valued in its own unique individual expression, because mama gotta have a life too, bitch. But in a way of service to me as a man.
Starts to get older, and she starts to remember what her mother did to her then. Even if this brother is right, what we witnessed was child abuse, and this horrible bitch should walk the plank, is what I said. I said that if once I am elected emperor, her and horrible gutter snipes like her will be eviscerated as soon as we can hook up pay-per-view, is what I said. I do not excuse ever stank, foul, hyena speak or hyena energy from these sisters who are walking around with unbridled female nuclear energy. And the only thing that can case that nuclear energy is positive male energy, and they don't have it. And so it's running them up and driving them fucking crazy. And brother, I'm the last to defend that. But the safeguard, you leave us with no safeguards. What you are saying is true, and it may be because I'm 58, bro. But if what you are telling me is it speaks from the man whose mind has his dick as the general manager of the team. And with your dick as the general manager, you're gonna win some games, but you're not going to the playoffs, bro.
Hell no.
You are basically outlining Samson. Samson is the Bible's simp. God told Samson real clear, look, nigga, don't be telling nobody about your hair. Now, this fine ass broad come over here and give him a lap dance with them little bells. Yo, check this out. Running his face. Running his face to a trick. This shit's old, bruh. I am trying to tell you, young bucks, your sperm is what is valuable. Do not let people fool you into believing that women create life. They don't. They incubate the life you give.
But we also gonna put respect on women's name because, girl, they the ones that have to tear up their own body. They're the ones who possibly will not even survive that because, yes, from what I heard medically, and again, if I'm wrong, correct me. There's research out now that says that when it comes down to the whole inception of sperm trying to penetrate the egg, that girl, the egg decides which one it wants to do, girl. The egg said no, bitch. That y'all think it was just who gonna get there the fastest, bitch. No, it's about, girl, who the fuck I want to let up in me. Okay, so we're not gonna sit up here and just say that women are just like a fucking toaster, bitch, and when they done, they just pop the shit out, girl, and it's ready. No, girl. Women have to go through a whole females, well, no, women, but I'll say females, genetic female, yes. Females have to go through hormonal changes, be having weird cravings and shit, bitch. Why you eating motherfucking a burger from McDonald's, girl, with goddamn banana pudding on it with some damn hot sauce? Why is you dipping popsicles inside of ketchup, girl? What's going on? Imagine having to be doing your shit and all of a sudden you just automatically feel sick. You gotta run and throw the fuck up. How does it feel to know that when you walk around, your back and shit is hurting, bitch? And don't have big ass titties either, because you just fucked up, girl. You carrying a whole human being, bitch. You laying down, you gotta lay in certain type of ways and shit like that. Meanwhile, nigga, you was able to motherfucking benefit from this shit when you went out there to go get her midnight cravings and shit. Let's not act like your ass didn't pick you up a motherfucking hot dog or something or some bag of chips. Well, you ain't get you a motherfucking 10-piece late at night and shit. You want a honey bun, babe? Let's not act like. And then here comes the day where, girl, she got to motherfucking give birth, girl. And imagine natural birth, girl. The vagina is ripping, girl. Some of you niggas would never be able to measure up to the size that your woman shit stretched out, girl. Only in your dreams will you ever feel like you Casanova, bitch. The fuck? Girl. So let's not act like we're gonna have to put some respect, girl. It's about accepting the masculine and feminine, girl. Masculine and feminine energy, girl. Allowing that to express itself in whatever way it wants to express itself because it's all honored. We talk about how women are incubators, girl, but we walking on the back of Mother Nature, not Father Nature, girl, but Mother Nature. And I don't have to fuck females to honor femininity and to honor womanness. If anything, it gives me an objective opportunity to express and love on women. Because let me tell you something. Me as a gay man, I could never be hurting a black woman. I've heard some black men sit up here and tell other gay black men that they're the ones out here actually hurting black women because you were supposed to be made for them. So let's get this straight. Me as a same gender loving man who was open and honest with his life, girl. Me sitting here and telling a black woman the truth so that she won't sit up here and yet again waste her time on a man, girl, who she could be ready for Mary, Barbara, Susan, and Pam, but was not ready when Jethro and Mook Mook was sleeping with her man, girl. I can sit up here and tell her the truth and say, look, ma'am, we like the same thing. Now, I like ass. I'm a top, bitch, a real life top. So I like slinging the dick. Hey, man, ass is good to me. Just like how pussy is, same thing for me for ass, girl. I have more restraint. I'm surprised at myself. I'm supposed to be a hoe out in these streets. I'm a hoe in my mind, but not in these streets. Okay, girl, I was going somewhere. Y'all know I'm flowing, bitch. This weed. Girl. Okay, let me go ahead and go, girl, because you know I love talking, bitch. It just be so much.
And they are the portal to life here. You got to quit gambling with your sperm, bruh. That's all I'm saying. It's a fucking not every sister is going to handle, even if he did this, even if he was guilty. This ain't the way.
Yeah.
Nigga,
yeah.
I know you put your hands on our baby. I'm finna call Day Day.
Shit.
Nigga, I know you put your hands on this baby.
Bitch,
I'm calling
Day Day back up,
DCFS.
bitch. I'm finna start the party.
There is some way to high hurdle traumatizing this child. And there is some way to high hurdle fucking abroad and making a baby with her who would traumatize that baby. I know this because I have done this. I have made this mistake, brother. I have spent so much money in court dealing with a woman like this. This is why I'm trying to tell you.
I listen. I get what you're saying. I understand it. It's not that what you're saying is out of there, but at the end, it's like not attainable. But at the end, a woman like this, man, these people have free will. These people watch TV most of their life. Their brains is whatever. When they run into trauma, they do anything, man. And to constantly burden one person, like we don't do that nowhere else in life. What we're suggesting here, we don't do that nowhere else in life. What somebody does next to you in Walmart is not your fault. What your mom do, you don't go to jail for what she does. So you saying that this guy is wrong? This guy has to pick a person that wouldn't do a thing like that. It's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know that. It's like I get what you're saying, but you really
brother,
need to think about
true.
But that I can understand where he's coming from, but again, that's a fear-based perspective from his opinion. Because it's like what he is trying to get you to understand is that now you have the accountability to have charge in your life. Because at this damn point, girl, at this point, you might as well join the dark side, bitch, and come see what the dick and the ass is about at this point. Because if women out here doing this shit, maybe you need to be with a nigga then. I don't know. At this point, it's like it's giving the illusion that a lot of these black women act like this, that one day these black women will turn on you. And there are some conversations within women's spaces where a lot of them speak ill will about all men, or say that, oh, these men will hurt you and these niggas ain't shit and all this other type of stuff. There is a lot of devaluing of each other. So of course, how the fuck we gonna come together and appreciate each other? And it makes it seem like, oh, I need you to love on me even though I don't know how to love you. Love on me. That's selfish. Why don't you work on loving your motherfucking self so that you won't actively participate unconsciously in allowing these things to manifest in your life to where you can sit up here and say, nah, I'm cool on you, bruh. I'm cool. I'm good. And if you can't pick up the signs, then maybe you need to start doing some self-love work. Because if you can't pick up the signs of what somebody else is doing in front of you, especially if you're trying to build something with them, and you know the severity of what happens when you stick your dick in a vagina and ejaculate. I mean, that's what they told me, so I'm just telling y'all what they told me. That the possibility and the risk of what could happen. So again, if you don't want that to happen, then what's wrong with being preemptive on your part? But again, it's like men should be able to go out and have fun and not have to really bear the responsibility of what they helped create. Because even with slavery, when black men were literally being broken down into a form of mankind that was easy to be controlled, girl, who was the one that was the glue of the fucking family? I guarantee you it was some sort of matriarchal influence. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. Because there's a lot of black men like myself who love their motherfucking mama. I love my daddy too, but me and my mom have a connection. Just like my sister and my father have a connection. I'm still strengthening my connection with my father, but you already know men are more connected to their mothers a lot of the times, especially if it's a healthy relationship. And the same thing with the daughters and their fathers. You would hear a lot of heterosexual people say, oh, well, a father is their daughter's first love of what a man should be showing up in their life. And a lot of these women didn't have a father growing up. It wasn't just niggas who daddies left them. There were also girls who fathers left them too, whether it's by choice, whether it was voluntary, involuntary. So how are they able to know what to look for if the first example of it, the nuclear family, somebody was missing according to y'all? And there are people who have been raised in single parent households who have healed from their shit and have become better. And yes, there are a lot of black men who crumble under pressure. That's a human thing, especially with the huge responsibility of a child. A child is not a fucking accessory. It's another living, conscious, sentient being that has the ability and the power to influence and impact the fucking world. And if it ain't the collective world, it could be somebody else's world, girl. That child is going to create and connect with other people, whether it be platonic, whether it be romantic, whether it be business-wise. Why would you not try to educate your child to learn how to, first of all, stand strong in who they are? Because in this world, and an old wise mystic said this. Mystic said a lot of shit, girl. I was paying attention. That the biggest thing in this life is to remind yourself and to validate to yourself every day with conviction that you are whole, you are complete, and you are loved, while simultaneously living in a world where outside of you, a lot of the influence is going to prove to you in their own way that you are not worthy of love. Who is teaching our black children that? Yeah, all those trap ass rappers who do make that death music. If you listen to the whole album, girl, they have songs on there when they're literally crying out for fucking help, drowning themselves in codeine, fentanyl, lean and shit, because they done seen some fucked up shit. You talking about shit hitting the fan, girl. Some of the shit that some of these young niggas have experienced in their life, a lot of you old motherfuckers would have had heart attacks and strokes and all type of aneurysms and shit seeing that. You wouldn't be able to deal with that. Some of these individuals have seen their best friend, girl, be right next to them, girl, talking, and all of a sudden their fucking head is blown off. We done seen niggas sit in cars on Facebook Lives, girl, and the ops pull up on them, and you just hear a barrage of shots, and now this nigga is a paraplegic, having to live life or figure out what life is like after this sporadic life change has happened. And if you do your research, a lot of them are dying at very young ages. And I'm talking about 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. And let's not talk about a lot of the innocent people who was minding their own motherfucking business, trying to better their goddamn life, who unfortunately, according to a lot of us, were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm doing my motherfucking work and still end up becoming a statistic because of somebody else. And we see children being used all the time because y'all love throwing up child and protecting children when it comes to queerness, girl. When it comes down to heterosexual people, girl, there's all this motherfucking flack and leeway and all type of areas of understanding. In this video, y'all are using this as saying, are we protecting this black woman? What about protecting the black girl who will grow up to become a black woman? And of course, the children are forgotten. Faded into the background, making it easier for actual child abusers to do it. Because some of y'all create the conduits for that shit to happen. And then realize that, girl, when it's too late. When your child has been missing, girl, your daughter has been missing for 3 fucking days. And your worst suspicion or dream has now been manifested. But what would have happened if that child didn't feel safe enough to be in her house to where she had to fucking leave? That's why there are certain things that you can do to prevent certain things from happening. It's about, do you have the wherewithal to do it? And a lot of people unfortunately don't. And at least they're being honest in that point. Doesn't mean you can't change, you can't be better. But this is gonna be a long night. But that's cool. I owe y'all one. I've been kind of silent on YouTube for a minute.
That's not true.
It is a lot of people
not, you can run them lights. You can say perhaps you didn't. Yeah, okay, I'll say this, brother. You can say you didn't recognize the signs, but you can't say they weren't there.
Okay, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I'm giving you the signs. Totally. I'm saying, but that, just like we said, like I said, in sports, we can see all the signs we want. They still can run an autumn.
But at the same time, you still have to follow the play. Don't you rehearse the drill over and over and over and over again? You have a projection of how this shit gonna work. But yes, even in the realm of sports, the spontaneous shit will happen. Doesn't mean you still don't have control. It's just that now I have to be even more aware in the present moment, because now I'm so used to this pattern, I'm so used to this rehearsal that, girl, when there's a slip up, it throws me off. Okay, are you actively aware? Because if this man just said that if you can't interpret the signs as red flags, doesn't mean it wasn't there. Because when a lot of us go through the heartbreak and we end up being hurt, we all of a sudden understand the red flags, girl. Once we're seeing red, now we can actually see red. Oh damn! I should have known this bitch. I should have known when this bitch start doing this, and when my mama said she ain't like that bitch, and when all this shit happened. But again, it's about how you look at it, and there are going to be some people who aren't going to look at it that way, and that's cool. which means that I guess for them, instead of listening to some sort of wisdom of people who have been through that, to just say, hey, I'm not saying you can't go out here and have fun. We're human beings. We're sexual creatures. There are people out here who want to fuck too and will be happy to fuck. Especially if you be honest. There might be some people that was like, well, I was thinking the same thing. Bitch, we on the same board. We being honest. You can still have that. But what's wrong with doing a little proactive work on your part so that even if you're in the heat of the moment, girl, it won't have to be like this. And for the individual who's giving the pushback, I want him to give an example, like, I guess in his own life, like, or any examples of like, okay, she turned into, she was my wife, but now she's a fucking Sour Patch Kid. One moment she's sour, then she's sweet. It's fucking me up, girl. Like, give us an example, because right now it just seems like this was the show to start bashing a certain group of black women that low-key a lot of y'all wish that some of y'all women would do. Y'all watch Meg Thee Stallion and shit, and you might say she a slut hoe bitch, but y'all wouldn't mind tapping that ass from the back. Do some of y'all, I bet some of y'all wish y'all wives and baby mamas and girlfriends' knees was still good enough like Megan. Nowadays, they gotta hold on to shit. So y'all will still fuck. If it was an opportunity to get a nut off, bitch, and even if you got, even if you do have restraint, girl, in your mind is gonna be a different thing, bitch. You might have to beat off, girl, once you leave. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Get that shit out your system. But it's like, again, if you pay attention with your mind as opposed to your dickhead, you will have less stress in your life, and you already gonna have shit promised to you. So if that's the case in life, if I'm already gonna have shit pop up in my life, curveballs happen in my life where it's gonna be my ego death or my stepping stone to become better. Why would I add extra shit on top of it, girl? I'm over here trying to get my blessings, girl. I don't even want the stress, girl. Whatever shit I gotta go through to get to where I gotta get to, bitch, I'm ready to go through that shit, girl. Let's get this shit rolling, bitch. This extra shit, this other shit, this additional shit, oh, y'all can keep all of that, girl. I love peace in my life. I'm a peaceful ass nigga. I don't really like a conflict, and girl, if it's gonna be conflict, I'd rather it be constructive conflict and not just destructive conflict. Okay? So again, you have a man, and this is what I love seeing these conversations. I don't know if this happens a lot on Black Men Unfiltered, but I hope it happens more. Like when you have barbershop conversations, I'm gonna need Jeff on there more. I'm gonna need what's the other dude name who always be giving pushback? Damn, he a light-skinned dude on there. It's on the tip of my damn tongue. But I'm gonna need him on the platform. I'm gonna need Dr. Bennett on the platform, and I want to see Dr. Nakumbe on the platform, because no shade, it'd be like that mental health aspect shit needs to be happening in black barbershops too. Because as a black queer man who also believes in maintenance of his hair, even though I'm trying to figure out what to do with my hair now, girl, I have been in the barbershop, have patroned barbershops, went to one particular barbershop, and at a point in time, I was tipping the nigga until the prices went up. And I've heard a lot of problematic shit be discussed in the motherfucking barbershop to where it's like, wow. But y'all the niggas that want to lead. Like it was one barber that I used to go to, and no shit, I ain't gonna say his name, girl, but he ain't the only one. This nigga would sit here, and he was smart. He was on some Pan-African shit, and some shit he said makes sense. He was very, very educated when it comes down to certain things, especially with racism and stuff. Like, I like the way that he thinks. He thinks outside the box. But when it comes to certain things, it's kind of like, bro, you contradicting yourself. Like, y'all sit up here and say that a lot of black women be on some trash shit and they be on some nagging shit and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But you got an extra bitch on the side that you be hitting at the barbershop sometimes. I remember I was at the barbershop before it went to its other location. And it was full. Because at that time, girl, it was you come in and you gonna fit in when you come in, bitch. I love now you can schedule shit, even though niggas be late. I'm like, girl, how you gonna have a scheduling service and you still like, bitch, can you take $10 off? Bitch, I know it's a plug up here, girl. Can I get a motherfucking gram of weed, bitch, for every 5 minutes your ass late? Other motherfuckers in front of me, girl, I scheduled to be at 3:30 and I ain't leaving until 5, bitch, and I can't get an eighth of weed for free? But I was in the barbershop and this man asked a question. He said, if you found out that your best friend's, your male best friend's wife was out here fucking on other niggas, would you tell your friend about that? In the responses I heard, I said, I don't want to be none of you niggas' friends, girl. Y'all are vipers in disguise, bitch. A lot of these niggas said, no, I wouldn't tell him because first of all, I know that would hurt his feelings and that would fuck him up as a man. Because, you know, a lot of these niggas have been taught that when men cheat, it's not emotional. It's a lustful, sexual, prehistoric, masculine male trait of conquering and dominating and planting its seed and spreading its seed and populating and all these other type of things. That's understandable and that's honored in situations where all parties are with that. But when you're with an individual where you have decided to have everybody fly the fuck out to see you motherfuckers come together in unholy matrimony and shit, bitch, just for you to dishonor the vows that your ass took because now all of a sudden you want to access your natural male thing or patriarchal expression of slinging dick around like a sword, girl, stealing, killing, and destroying, girl. Right? To be doing all that shit, girl. And again, for black men who want to lead, you have to get used to this. And to be honest, it says that those that truly are leaders, a lot of times they don't want to lead because they look at the responsibility like, damn, this is a lot. You already dealing with a bunch of ignorant motherfuckers, girl, who don't know what's going on, girl. And I'm gonna try, let me see if I can find this thing, girl. Hold on. Oh, shout out to Dr. Nakumbe. Oh shit, Dr. Nakumbe. Wow, shout out to you, bro. See what happens. Shout out to you. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Did I save it? Yes, here it is. This is from a post on YouTube called The Woman by the Well. And it says this: your mouth can literally block all that God has for you. The greatest snare in the wilderness is murmuring and complaining over your present situation before you reach the place God has for you. Remember, instead of 4, it took 40 years for the Israelites to reach the promised land because they were found grumbling. Sometimes you are simply delaying God's promises to work in your life because of your mouth. We don't understand. To JT's point, when you start discovering the truth, and when 2012 happened, people predicted that to be the end of the end of time or end of day or the end of the world. A world did end. An era did end, and now we're ushering into another one. It's called the Age of Aquarius. And again, this is just a piece to the puzzle. It's not the whole puzzle, girl. Just like West Name said, girl, if it's 75 pieces out of 100 and I see a windmill, girl, ain't gonna be no damn lighthouse. It's a fucking windmill. So again, like, this shit is deep. It's deep. But when people are awakening now in their own unique way. I know people right now, girl. I have an auntie of mine, she's like a play auntie, who going through a whole spiritual shift and having an ego death because she believed religion all her life just to find out the way that book was used, how that book was manipulated in a way, because there are some truths in that book, because that Bible is not the complete book. There are other books of the Bible or other complete works of volumes that gives a totality of the human experience, and the Bible was created in a way through the view of organized religion as a form of control. To take away the personal relationship and to say that I get to gatekeep your relationship. That if God is blessing you in these ways, you are really doing the Lord's work. If you getting blessed with money and houses and cars and wealth and all this stuff, which no shade, ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with financial abundance. Because that's just in this system, that's just a way that you can manifest to take care of yourself. Because the way that I look at it, because I'm manifesting financial freedom in my own way, walking by faith, to where I can literally buy my time back from the system, to where I can literally do what I'm doing now, but with total security. And even I'm learning how to secure myself now, and the responsibility that comes with that newfound power, to where I can wake up every day and decide what I want to do and simply create. I'm low-key doing that already. The universe has been providing for me in so many ways that it continues to blow my mind, so I know I'm on the right track. But actually manifesting that season to where I can really now, because I have the resources to really do some things, baby. Because this is just the beginning. I'm working with what I got to get what I want. But when you start doing it in the realm of humanity, you'll never run into lack. That's why it pays to love people. And yes, I get it, girl. When you've been hurt, I'm not saying love people mean just allow people to play in your face, because there is a way to check and critique and even go to war with motherfuckers in a way that still benefits you and them. Because sometimes war is inevitable, and destruction is also a part of the process of creation. But if it's going to be a destruction, let it be the destruction of false things. Shout out to you, Dr. Nakumbe. Shout out to you. See, that's why I say, look, there are people who are listening. I told y'all, when I do my commentary with my small ass channel, girl, yeah, my channel is small, but when I speak on shit, people listen. People who are associated with those things listen. And it gives me hope to know that there are people who are still willing to work through whatever they got going on. That we can establish some form of respect. That we can establish some form of trust and form of community. That's why a lot of people are lost right now, because there is no community anymore. Or there's a lack of it, shall I say. I'm not going to say there isn't community, because even in these groups where we all find our own little section and our own tribe of people to connect with who understand us, it still shouldn't be an echo chamber, because if it's an echo chamber, you're stagnant. That's why I try to go out of my way sometimes. Because sometimes, girl, I'm going to take time out for myself. Sometimes I'm going to recharge. Sometimes I'm going to have to say, YouTube going to have to wait. All these other people going to have to wait, bitch. I got to get myself together. And I'm learning not to feel guilty about that. Because at the end of the day, my main goal is to, in my life, the main goal in my life, girl, and in your lives too, but in my life, speaking subjectively, is that I'm supposed to make sure that I'm good, that I work out my own soul salvation. I will not be a true benefit to other people if I don't know how to understand that I'm a benefit to myself. So once you start learning that, you start sharing what is known as the good news. And I'm talking about that good news that transcends the limits and the barriers that prevent us from actually coming together. Because as the title says, are black women, especially random, unknown black women, worth protecting? Yes. Because your mother could end up being a black random woman to some man who's hurting his own shit and not projecting it onto her. But it's different now because that's your mama, or that's your sister, or that's your daughter.
Well, brother, this
crazy.
is, I'm trying to tell you. I won't tell you which one of my wives because I don't want to fuck with my kids' minds. But well, no, the youngest boy is 17. Fuck it. Brother, it's this important. I've told this story in public. I'll tell it again. I used to write for a television show called Vibe way back in the day that Sinbad had when he had a late night talk show.
Oh, not Sinbad.
And it was shot right across the hall from Steve Harvey. So normally, me, Sinbad, Sid the Entertainer, Steve, and James, a bunch of fucking comics would be in the hallway talking shit. And one day they go, nigga, we all dogs, but Jeff, I was trying to get over a breakup. When I tell you, bro, I was fucking dancers. I was fucking the girls that worked upstairs. I was important broads. I was in fucking audience members. All you had to be was fine as hell. And I was fitting to get some, bro. I was terrible. And these niggas was like, when is you gonna slow down? I said, okay, I tell you what. I need a woman that fits this description. Number one, she gotta have her own shit. I got my own shit. Number two, she has to have a great relationship with her father. Number three, she has to understand this business. And number four, please God, let her be black. Right then, 5'2", built like Jessica Rabbit, chocolate with crazy fucking braids and shit on her head, walks by. That caboose goes by in a sundress. Excuse me, gentlemen, I'll be right back. That was ex-wife number two. Number one, she got to have her own shit. When I met her, I thought she did, but her father bought all of that shit and I didn't know it. Have a great relationship with her father. Yes, but a horrible, unspeakable relationship with her mother that marked her to this fucking day.
So if she has already a bad relationship with her mother, just imagine the relationship she's going to have with her daughter. Because now I'm the mommy and I'm grown, girl. And again, I'm going to say ignorantly speaking because I don't even damn know, but I'm just saying, if there is trauma there that has not been dealt with, and this person is not actively trying to heal from it so they can become more aligned. And again, this is just my opinion and perspective because people grown. Do what you want because they ain't gonna stop me from getting my shit. But if they're not doing that, it will bleed out into other areas of relationships, whether it's platonic, romantic, business, whatever the case may be. I literally, in my first relationship, and this was the longest relationship I was in. It was almost 2 years. And for those of you who don't know, girl, in the queer community, girl, relationships don't really last that long, unfortunately. Because again, queer people are trying to figure out a healthy version of themselves because, again, heterosexual people unfortunately control the narrative of us. And the only narratives that we have power over was the narratives in the dark. So it's like now that queerness is in the light, we're trying to find the beautiful aspects of it. But with that person, the beginning of the relationship was wonderful. It was a long distance relationship. And we were able to focus more so on the mental and emotional aspect because I lived here in Detroit and they lived in Massachusetts. So long distance. And I was 18 years old. I had just graduated high school, and this was my first ever like boyfriend, like walking in my truth. Like I came out of the closet just to be with him, and I'm grateful for that experience, because I feel like if that wouldn't have not happened, I probably still would have been in the closet to this day. But you see how love does things, baby. But the beginning of the relationship was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was amazing. But they had a horrible relationship with their mother. Their relationship with their mother is much better now. Much better. Like, this person has grown, evolved, and has become such a dope, amazing person, to where it's like, if I were to decide to choose any of my exes or people that I've dated before in the past, he would be on the top of the list. But at the same time, even though the beginning of the relationship was beautiful, because here it is, I've spent all this time not being able to explore life like my heterosexual counterparts, with having girlfriends and dating and all this stuff. I'm doing this late bloomer in my life, 18 now, and here I am for the first time laying in bed with someone that I have grown to love, physically there. And the first night wasn't even sexual. Not every other night, baby, I'm just saying. But to literally sit there and hold someone in your arms and to fall asleep that way. And in the midst of that, there's no guilt. There's no shame. It's not like, oh my God, God is looking down on me and judging me. It was like, there is no way that this feeling could be wrong. There is no way that this feeling could be wrong. The Bible got this shit wrong. Christians got this shit wrong, girl. The culture church got this shit wrong, because love was there. It wasn't a lustful thing, because we didn't have the physical aspect to distract us. That came last, as it should be. At least in my opinion, I should be able to be connected to my person mentally, emotionally, spiritually. The physical aspect is there, but there has to be more than that. But to Jeff's point, my partner at that time didn't have a father in his life. And he had a horrible relationship with his mother, to where there has been some times where shit low-key almost got physical. And I'm talking about using words that my mom has made me mad, but I would never ever even think to utter the words in my brain to say this stuff. He would call his mom, and he was mixed at the time, because at that time I was very narcissistic. I was like, oh, you got to be mixed, girl, and the universe gave me one and fucked me up. But his mom was white, girl, and he was calling his mom, oh, you fucking cunt. I'm just like, I can feel my mama's slap across my face of me just even thinking about it. And she all the way in Detroit, and I'm in Massachusetts. But their way of communication was yelling and screaming and arguing. So because that was their way of talking, when there would come with times where we would have conversations or arguments, it always had to go to that point. And I don't like arguing and yelling and screaming. There are times where the conversations would get so intense to where I would have to walk away. I would make the conscious choice to say, you know what, I'm going to go for a walk. Because this is getting very dangerous right now, and there's a lot of ego here. I didn't know that at the time, the terminology, but the energy was like, okay, I knew something was wrong. Let me go walk away. Let's go ahead so we can take some time away, you know, allow the anger to dissipate, kind of cool down, and then hopefully come back with a more clear level head and try to have a conversation about what happened. And there was one time where I was walking up the stairs where I was like, okay, I'm about to go for a walk. And they stood in front of me and told me, you're not going nowhere. And I was doing this huffing and puffing shit, girl, because I'd be like, girl, can we please, I just want, and I get it, because even with men sometimes, for a lot, even with men, sometimes they have to walk away to catch their thoughts, and I'd rather they do that. A lot of men who are aware and understand that shit getting dangerous, and it's kind of like, okay, you fuck around and do some shit that's unforgivable, I'm gonna do some shit that's really unforgivable, so let me remove myself from the situation. Again, being aware of the red flags, girl. Sometimes it's objectively there, you can feel it. He wouldn't let me do that, so I attempted to walk past him, and he grabbed me, said, "You're not going no fucking where you talking to me." And it's like, at that time, it was like, if I didn't agree with what you wanted, then I was wrong. And at that point, I started getting to a place where I was like, okay, girl, you right, I'm wrong, girl. Your happiness is not my happiness. Now it's not a two-way street. Now this is like a dictatorship. But because this is my first boyfriend, and he had an amazing personality and all this stuff, he wasn't a bad person, he was just hurt. And I knew that. But I made the ignorant choice of, I'm going to do all I can to make this nigga happy. Because if I make him happy, he'll make me happy. And there were moments in the relationship, especially in the beginning, it was good. It ain't shit really good in the beginning, girl. It's the motherfucking sex be amazing, girl. Y'all spending time with each other and shit, bitch. It was wonderful. But of course, when things got serious and the arguments came about, how were we able to get through that shit? Didn't boys and men tell you motherfuckers, girl, that on a sunny day, on a perfect day, I know that I can count on you? But is that possible, girl? Can you weather the storm? I know I fucked up the lyrics, girl, but basically, when it rains, bitch, and it starts to pour, will you be there? And because of the relationship he had with his mom, that bled into our relationship to where we didn't know how to effectively communicate. And when there's miscommunication, there's bound to be destruction there. So if you are dealing with somebody who does not know how to effectively communicate and you really love them, you will let their ass go. And I would hope that you have enough self-love to say, look, even though it's like, damn, I wish it could be you. Shit. Ooh, I'm so mad, bitch. Like, even if you feel that way, if you know that you have a better odds of manifesting what you actually want and what you actually deserve, instead of settling for shit, you shouldn't feel bad about that. Because if the person that you're settling for is not willing to upgrade their motherfucking life so they can get what God has for them, you shouldn't be connected to that person anyway. You should be trying to be connected to people who know who they are. And I get it. Life happens. Life will throw curveballs at your ass and fuck you up. How many parents have lost children, girl, and all of a sudden, because their children are no longer there, girl, it has resulted in a damage to their relationship to where motherfuckers are getting divorced? What about motherfuckers who manifest terminal illnesses like cancer, girl, and end up wanting to divorce their wives or end up stepping out on their wives because this awareness is too much to handle? Like, at any moment, life can have us fucked up to where we at the edge again. Bitch, don't get too high-minded, girl, that we can't sit up here and act like a scythe can't come through and fuck shit up. And that's the thing about life. It will. But that's why self-love is important, because you start to realize that you ain't gonna take this shit personal. Or let the personal aspect consume you. For example, I know one day will come when my parents will no longer be here. And within the past few years, I have literally sat there in my feelings and thought about, wow, how am I going to live life when that time comes, when my mother and father are no longer here? And who's to say that time won't be coming soon? Or hell, let's even get a little bit more darker. Who's to say that they won't bury my ass? But that's a possibility. And even though that's a possibility and I don't know what the fuck the cards hold, if there's one thing that I can do, instead of focusing on the shit that I can't control, I'm learning to focus on the things I can control, which is I can control how I show up in the present moment with that person. My parents came to visit me a few days ago because my mother had an appointment down here. And I made sure to spend quality time with them. Because they are up in age. And when you look at the statistics now, a lot of black people, black men and women are dying, especially black men, are dying at younger ages. 50, 60. My parents are in their 60s. I'm blessed that they're still here. But I'm not exempt from them leaving. And the gag is they will one day leave. And if we're going to even do a further gag, guess what? There will come a time where my ass is going to have to leave. And I hope that would be a long age. But at this point, I don't fucking know. Because the way that my life is going in reference to my advocacy work, girl, and what I want to do for humanity, girl, I have seen what has happened to people who have done that. Now, am I going to make it easy? Hell no, girl. I'm going to turn it to Jack, bitch. But when you start thinking about scary stuff like that and you work through the triggering panic part, because you will panic, bitch. I will tell you that. You're going to panic, girl. You're going to have... There has been plenty of times, girl, I have thought about death before I went to bed, especially as a child, girl, and I would wake up running, bitch, down the steps, hyperventilating. Oh my God, there's nothing I can do to stop it. Oh my God. I would be tripping, bitch. I would be losing the grasp on reality. But I would start thinking to myself, girl, Beyonce gonna die one day, girl. Bow Wow gonna die one day, girl. Hell, Jesus already died, girl. Like, I started thinking about that, and it brings me back to reality. And it's so crazy that even as a young child, I started having these type of feelings and thoughts and looking at dark, macabre stuff. Like, I grew up looking on channels, not channels, but websites like bestgore.com, where they showed real life shit, like autopsy photos, people's heads blown off, all type of shit, to just show me the reality of life. I recently had watched this documentary because I started watching these things called shockumentaries that came out during the 80s and 90s, and they have some on YouTube. Some of them are dramatizations. A lot of them are just like videos and of evidence and shit like that. But I was watching one of this guy over in Brazil somewhere who is this cheap ass mortician, and they would literally show him go through the process of how he would prepare a body for a funeral. And for a lot of people, that would be very sickening to look at that. Like, a lot of people's stomachs can't handle that. I sat there and watched that shit like, wow. And I was high too. I'm like, wow. I wasn't tripping, but I was like, wow, this is life. But then I've always had like a fascination with the death care industry and just death in general. And I think now that because I'm growing in my spirituality, death is just a way to remind your ass to live, bitch. Because there's a lot of people right now who aren't living, and then their mortality is threatened, and now they want to live. Now they want to include themselves. You don't have to wait until those situations happen. So back to the video with Jeff saying, you don't have to wait until this bitch spazzes out on you and your children on video and making such erroneous, horrible ass claims about you as a father. If you pay attention to the present moment with this woman, you will be shocked, okay, and baffled and gagged at what you see. Because when we horny, a lot of times, bitch, only thing we want to see is that orgasm, bitch. And bitch, these past few months, bitch, I have been a hornball, girl. If my motherfucking right hand could take a restraining order out on me, bitch, if my dick could take a restraining order out on me, bitch, it would. And I would still violate it, bitch. Bitch, my hand is Nikki Parker and my dick is Ogilvy, bitch. And I would rather prefer to do that shit, girl. I ain't got to worry about catching shit. I ain't got to worry about dealing with nobody bullshit, bitch. And I know how to edge, girl. Because I do spiritual shit with my shit. I don't just be busting nuts for the enjoyment of it. That'd be part of it, but it'd be some spiritual shit afterwards. And again, when the universe blesses me with a true bottom, bitch, not no one who want to experiment and then who know what they like, girl, who like the dick, girl. Once I attract them and they like my dick, girl, again, I hope they body is ready because, baby, it's a lot of shit we gotta manifest. I'm gonna go from 5'2" to fucking 4'5", bitch, and I won't give a fuck. What's up? Let's talk.
Understand the business? Yes. And proceeded to burn bridges with people whose names I could drop that you fucking know. To the point that she can't put a down payment on a bag of toaster crumbs with anything she make out of Hollywood because ain't nobody doing no business with her. On that level. And I thought with my tools that I saw the woman I was supposed to splice jeans and live with. And why? Because I ignored the fucking signs, bruh. The first night I picked her up for our first date, I had to wait 20 minutes while she cussed out one of her friends on the phone because she did not have the tact to put her shit away. That was a fucking red flag on fire. But that
girl, a lot of these niggas don't care, girl. They want the pussy, bitch. They want you to shut up, bitch. Face down, ass up. Even Boosie said it, bitch. Fire red bone that go all night long, Boosie. She like her ass tooted up and her face down, okay? They don't want to hear about what's going on in your life. They don't give a fuck. All they want is this nut. Some of these niggas are cavemen, girl. Don't even care you on your period, bitch. Put the towel down, bitch, and let's motherfucking be on some Blade vampire shit, girl. True blood in this bitch. Let's get it.
ass nigga. I am trying to tell you to not make that mistake. I am standing in the road, and all you telling me is the ability that you have to make that mistake. Pay attention to the signs, bruh. They're not gonna be big.
Yeah, I wouldn't have married that heifer.
Come on.
You know, you married her. You made a mistake.
Hank.
No, hell no.
Hank.
20 goddamn minutes.
She checked too many boxes, brother. Your bruh, Hank, she checked too many. You don't understand. I was trying to get back to what I thought was where my spirituality was supposed to be.
That ass checked that box.
That ass belonged to a mega church.
Let me explain something to you, bitch. Y'all talking about ass now. So even though it's a woman's ass, y'all talking about, it's still ass. So that's kind of my lane. So let me go ahead and slide my way in a little bit. Explain something to you, baby. Sex in general, bitch. Okay, how can I say this, girl? I'm an ass man. That's not hard to see. That is also my kryptonite. Motherfuckers with ass, and I'm growing on the spectrum, so even little booty starting to matter, girl. Just a lot. If you have something there, as long as you ain't got no fucking iron board, girl, ain't nobody trying to fuck a pancake. I ain't trying to have your goddamn tailbone stab me in my abdomen area because you ain't eating your goddamn grits and cabbage and shit and cornbread and shit. And no shade, back in the day, if you had a nice ass girl, I would be able to excuse some shit. You know how some people would be like, girl, you better be glad you cute. Oh, you better be glad you fine. That was the downfall. Because it's like these people are being rewarded for these things. And then will use these things against you in a way of leeway that now they have a form of control over you. And the old me, baby, let me tell you something. The majority of niggas I've dated had ass. Even the ones with little booty, it was still nice. Okay? And I ain't gonna hold you. I hope and pray that my partner has a nice booty too. Okay? That's not gonna be the main thing. But these are just a few of my favorite things. It ain't the whole thing, cause I appreciate the whole thing, girl. But your ass is one of my favorite things. It's a lot of. It ain't just your booty. It's also your beauty. But I'm also going to acknowledge the booty. Okay. And in the words of Samuel L. Jackson, bitch, and I don't give a fuck if this is gay, straight, whatever the case may be. Even for some of you niggas out there that's letting y'all wives and women peg y'all, bitch, it's my duty to please the booty, okay? And like I've said before, and this is from a heterosexual comedian that I use all the time, as long as I have a face, for certain individuals, not all, because I respect myself, as long as I have a face, some of you motherfuckers will always have a place to sit. And it's none of them niggas on Black Men Unfiltered. Baby, ain't no vacancy over here. Ain't no seats. We don't take your kind over here. Let me stop.
Yeah, all that God shit, and that ass, nigga, that ass.
Okay, can we get into the solution then? How can you tell if there's a woman that will coerce our child into saying that dad molested her? What do they look like? What colors do they wear? What songs do they listen to? What do they do first? What octave do they yell at? Are they light skinned?
Well,
let's get into it, because when we're done, we're gonna have the same conclusion.
Well, absolutely, brother. Does anybody else want to take this? Because I can take this in the energy you do it.
I can take it.
Yeah, I'll go last.
Anybody, because go ahead. It don't matter.
I can take it. So you won't know exactly what you said.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly what you said. So this is the things that we have to learn. We got to learn how to mitigate risk. That's it. You ain't gonna know right off the rip. It's not gonna happen. I mean, I've done this.
I mean, you could date the bitch. And when I say bitch and girl, I'm gay. Everybody bitches. I say bitch and girl. I be calling me and girl. So, you know, over here we free. Lingo is more universal, okay? But maybe you can date the individual. Maybe you can get to know this person before you jump in the bed with them. Like, you can also do that. Isn't that the point of dating? Isn't that the point of courting? To figure out if I want to go to the next level with your ass, girl. Like, do you fulfill the things that I want? And I ain't talking about just sexually, something I can get from anybody, but I'm talking about the real deal Holyfield shit that make me be like, damn, you down for me. Damn, you love me. Damn, you care for me. Damn, you care for our children. Because I'm not going to sit up here and believe that this woman just one day, out of the blue, like it was just rainbow and sunshine and puppy dogs and shit for the duration of the relationship, and just on this one particular day, girl, the next day, all of a sudden, does she have bipolar? Does she have multiple personality disorder? Like, but if you date people and you ask questions that don't involve your dick getting wet, then maybe you will be able to see certain signs. Y'all have no problem trying to look a bitch in her damn neck and looking at her feet and looking at her damn hands and shit and all type of stuff in a dark ass club, straining your eyes and shit to see if that is a trans person or a nigga in a wig according to y'all. But y'all can't sit up here and pick out the signs of a toxic ass woman that y'all claim that's overabundant. At this point, y'all should know what the fucking signs look like to where you should be avoiding that. And again, Jeff agreed and said that this woman right here, and women who think this way, even though his method of the solving the problem is extreme, but saying that these women need to be held accountable because now they're projecting that hurt onto another black woman who is a black girl. So she's not even protecting black women, because if she was protecting black women, she would be forcing all that energy to her nigga, calling the police on her nigga, calling them niggas on her nigga, and consoling her child and loving her child and holding her child and making her child feel safe, because again, this happened to her child. But we're so focused on the fact that this black woman is using this child against her man out of spite. only. And all that Jeff was offering was saying that, once again, you can't control things outside of you. And if you try to spend your energy doing that, you will deplete yourself and low-key fuck yourself up in the long run. Instead of you doing that, there's also another alternative, smarter way, which will be more beneficial, not just for you, but also for the women, so that you don't interact with their bullshit and continue to strengthen their trauma, is that you can just focus on what feels good to you, that is fruitful and life-giving. If this, start setting a standard for yourself in what you feel like you deserve. Maybe you're going to have to date a motherfucker for a few months. Maybe you're going to have to wait a few years before you actually start doing stuff with this person. We are actively participating in our own bullshit, and then innocent people like the children are now in the way, who then could possibly grow up, because it's not always the case, but could possibly grow up and continue that cycle of dysfunction. And when your children grow up and encounter people who actually are going to love them, cherish them for who they are, they won't even know how to fucking receive it, because it was never shown to them. And that's why love is not just a heterosexual thing, a black thing. This is a human thing. And love does not know the limits and the boundaries of your motherfucking mind and the box that you create to make yourself feel comfortable. It is outside of that box. So, yes, are there black women out here that are on some bullshit? Hell yeah. Let's call those black women out and not just critique them, but learn how to love on them. Because persecuting them, sending them to exile and murdering them is doing nothing but strengthening the mothers. And what do you think is going to happen to the children of those mothers who are quote unquote executed because they're not changing? You don't think it won't be no Kill Bill, Beatrice Kiddo, I'ma come look for your ass when I get older type shit?
Same thing. What you said, I probably got some stories too that motherfucker be like, God damn. And it wasn't just that ass though. It was some things that she did. She was checking off all the lists that I,
checking
that
the
I
boxes,
had. She's
nigga.
checking them boxes like a motherfucker.
Checking it twice.
But what it was that I stood in my own fucking way. I did see it, but I wasn't seasoned enough. You dig what I'm saying? I wasn't seasoned enough because what my goal was, and I said this earlier, was the box. My goal was all kind of other things. It wasn't just sex and shit like that, but I didn't see it because, not because I didn't want to, I just wasn't seasoned enough. We don't know sometimes, right? This is the reason why we have to get to a point where we can't fall in love with lust. That ass is what get our ass in trouble.
Hell yeah.
That ass, that's what get us in trouble.
I actually have a product to help us with that.
I already got a product. The Lord gave it to me, girl. I be beating my shit like it owe me money, bitch. I be in this motherfucker barking at the moon, bitch. Be butt, bookie, ass naked, high as hell, bitch. Girl, I be having my goddamn a financial money abundance music playing in the background, girl. I be visualizing stuff, and I be finding me a good video, bitch. This one website been blessing me recently, girl. I be like, this what did West Nate say, girl? If I haven't seen it, it's new to me, bitch. I be like, yes, come on. Sometimes these past few days, I'm like, a nigga must really been manifesting shit, because it'd be like 5 videos on one page, and I'd be like, girl, which one is going to get the golden choice? Who's going to get the golden ticket in this bitch, girl? I just teaching me patience, girl. I mean, hey. Again, there are ways to deal with this shit. You don't have to fall victim like, oh my God, it could be me. And even if it is you, what you gonna do? what are you going to do? How are you going to take control of your life? How are you going to find a way to live life with this shit happening? How are you going to ascend the bullshit girl and manifest something unique and different that still benefits you? Huh?
It's called Uncle Jeff's pre-important decision cream. And it has a lot of. It comes in. It comes with some hand sanitizer, a Crown Royal bag, and a jar of grease, of oil, like it's all natural oils. And before you are to make an important decision, you are to massage this magical African grease into your member until your mind becomes clear. Because as gentlemen, we all know you are never clearer than you are post Jack.
Of course.
You are that post.
So if we know this, why are we out here lying to women and using them as a motherfucking conduit, as a receptacle to bust nuts in? And then when we make a uh-oh moment where now there's a child here, now you don't want to be responsible. Even Cat Williams said, before a bitch come over your house, beat your shit off. You have people, once again, who have been through these things. But again, I guess some people have to learn in their own way, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine, girl. Because you grown and you can do what the hell you want. And you might, I don't know, there are some people who have manifested great shit off this shit. Maybe it didn't work out. And again, that's how you look at it. But if this is the response that is being produced, this is an area where, no shade, wisdom from those who are elders is very important. Because just like, for example, like some of the OG rappers or some of the OG gangsters who have had the privilege and the blessing to actually live to see old age, girl, because as we see, especially now, it's more dangerous, that at that time, girl, there were only two things guaranteed to you. Either jail or the grave, girl. There weren't a lot of people who had a redemption. There weren't a lot of people who lived to do that. So you have people who have been through those experiences, who have seen the worst of the fucking worst and have reconciled with that and has transcended and has become better. And there are some people who are offering information so that you have the choice, because again, it's free will choice. You get to, just like how that woman decides that she is going to decide if she wants to switch on your ass one day after, you have the choice to decide how you deal with that. And maybe this is the moment and the time to actually be stoic and say, well, I'm going to turn off my emotions, especially if this is something that has been consistently happening and now this has completely drawn the line. Then yes, I'm going to have to numb myself to be able to get through this tough situation with you. I might have to cry about it later behind closed doors, because, you know, men hate crying in public because they see that that's bitch shit, even though that's a healthy thing to do. You're human. But to work through this stuff, but again, we're so focused on the black woman, what she did, and the black man, what she did, that at this moment we're forgetting the most important, most precious common denominator in this situation, which is the child. Because here it is again, this young black child is being yelled at in this context. And like Jeff said, even if this was true and correct and what this man did, it was authenticated that this was the case. The fact that you're yelling at your child, again, who has been through this guilt and shame in that regard, is counterproductive. And if anything, a lot of people will use this as an example to project over the majority of black women, when there are black women and black young girls who are experiencing abuse. To where now, if they were to tell the truth, that instances like this can be brought up as a broad generalization. And I think a lot of us are doing that. That's why I feel like these conversations are important. Like, we don't need to be having surface level conversations anymore. That's not going to work. Look at where it's led us. Look at where it's continuing to keep us at. We are going to have to roll up the ganja, girl. And if you can't smoke the shit, eat it. We gonna have to get high. And we gonna have to find a way to sit around each other and just speak our truth in an unpolitically correct way. Even if that means tempers with flair, even if that means, bitch, it might be some cuss words thrown or some slurs around, girl. I understand. There is no way we're going to be able to have these conversations in a completely respectable, I understand what you're saying thing. No, girl, we're human. We're going to have to embrace the human aspect, but we're going to have to learn how to work through that. Because especially on Black Men Unfiltered and a lot of Black family, Black conscious conversations, it's always about the future and the children and the children. What about the children? What about the children? What about the children? And again, when it comes to queerness, there is this completely just overabundance, girl, overflow of just what they're doing. The queers, they come for the kids, girl, and we're super, super attentive to the children. Even though you're not really attentive to the children, because here it is in this goddamn lab, girl. A child is being yelled at. A child is being yelled at about something that is very serious. And we're having conversations about what could have been the background thing for the father and the mother. Are they at account for this? You're absolutely right. Is this the time to talk about they shit? No, this is the time to actually do what y'all say y'all like to do. Protect the children. And Jeff was able to speak about that. Not only to give the critique and the reprimand to the woman, but to actually protect the child who is being used as a conduit to slur the father. But we're going to have to, for a lot of us who are educating and those who understand, we're going to have to realize that we're going to sound like broken records, because there are going to be people who are going to come into this knowledge that we believe is old because we understand it, but it's new to them. And just like JT said earlier, when you learn things, there are going to be times where you're going to be irritated with the learning. Because that means that sometime your ass gonna be wrong, pimping. And you're gonna have to deal with your ego, pimping. And that you're gonna be able to live and survive this shit, pimping. I'm 32 years old, speaking like I'm damn 80. I'm an old soul. I must have been an old nigga from the 60s and 70s, a gay nigga who got shot or something, girl. Cause, baby,
on dates.
That clarity. Brother, that's exactly what you do. Before you go out on a date, important decision cream. Because guess what happens? Now you ain't pressed to get under her clothes, so you have neutralized her main weapon.
Come on.
But it goes to this also. Ink already put it out there. So now we arrive to this bullshit right here, right? There's no fucking reason why we should not fight that motherfucker tooth and nail.
Yeah.
If this woman was doing exactly what she was doing right there, hell no.
Go to war.
I'm exposing that shit to anybody that's gonna listen to me.
Oh, I'm taking exhibit A.
I'm sending it to everybody I know. I'm gonna post it online.
She gonna hate that she did that shit to me. She gonna hate that she did that shit to me. I know I'm a Detroit dude. Let me tell you one thing about Detroit dudes. There are a whole bunch of women that try to put these motherfuckers on child support and all that shit. Man, these dudes are something different now.
They are.
They don't play, bro. They don't play when it come down to their shit. And this the craziest thing. Don't be a street nigga. Street dudes are something different, man. When you are fucking with that money and a livelihood,
man,
they're gonna go to extremes.
Brother.
Greatest thing about being in Detroit, though, that I love is that we got some down-to-earth people here, man. We got some brothers that's willing to help your ass. It don't take long to get to them either. But what we have now, we have a gap in our generation.
Mm-hmm.
Them brothers that fought back, because it was some brothers that didn't. They was just like, nigga, it ain't, you know. Most dudes be like, I was one of them. I fought. They was whooping my ass in the court for that child support shit. And then it just got me to a point where my hustle was way stronger than the little bit of money that she was asking for. You know what I'm saying? It got to a point where I had to say, hey, man.
I'm going to let them rock. I got to get some out the dryer real quick.
I chose this right.
I'll be right back.
I didn't need nobody else telling me none of this shit. And all the shit that she put me through, instead of me being pissed off and mad because all that shit was doing was keeping me down, I started to fight back. And I ain't fight back like I ain't gotta kill you, none of that shit. I ain't gotta make you come up missing or nothing like that, even though that shit was rolling through my head. But I understood what life was about from that point. I grew up in a 2-parent household. All I knew was marriage. That's all I knew. However, what I grew up in as a teenager, dating and all this shit, the shit wasn't looking like that no more. When I did get married, 22 years old, that was my first marriage. At 22 years old, military man, thought I did everything right. Waited till she graduated from college, all these different things. Now it goes to your point, world class. She wasn't nowhere near what the fuck she turned out to be 10 years from that point. She wasn't nothing like, I was like, what the fuck? I knew she ain't nothing like that 15-year-old that I hollered at and all that shit. By the time she got about 27, 28 years old, we talking about something different now. Whole different ball game. What it did though, it taught me how to fight. It taught me how to fight when it came down to things not being fair to me, how I can be the equalizer. I equalized the shit. I wasn't trying to fight. I was trying to fight fair first. I was trying to do all these different things. I had all kind of angst towards her, all that. When I took all that shit away, because look, I'm 50-something years old now. She 50-something years old. I guarantee she ain't trying to fight me no more. She trying to get back this way. You can't get back this way. I got another damn woman. I got a whole different life.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for you. But if I would have did what my first mind said, and if I would have succumbed to my anger, I wouldn't be here talking to you brothers right now. Guaranteed that.
I'll tell you what.
Guaranteed that shit.
Put your shit in. Shit on. I'll put my shit on.
And lost in translation.
Simplify, brother. Simplify.
God damn it. Let me put my shit.
Lost in translation. What are your thoughts on the video, my brother?
Simplify.
Here's my thing, man. They say that hindsight is 20/20, but sometimes foresight can be 20/20 as well too. You know what I mean? And given that most guys don't take psychology classes, there's a few things that you could do. You could lean on people who are smarter than you. The Bible says there's safety in the multitude of counsel. And if you don't have anybody in your corner who can actually walk you through certain scenarios, so you don't make those mistakes, it makes it hard. Now, what made me understand people was I took a few classes when I was in school. I took psychology and social psychology. Best classes money can spend. Fellas, if you get an opportunity in your spare time, make sure that you take psychology and social psychology. You ain't got to take the whole, 200, 300 class. Just take the 100 so you can get a taste of it. And just put that under your belt. That's going to help you navigate foolishness like this. Now, given that this particular video, the lady was trying to coerce the girl into saying something that wasn't true. We call that projection. You know what I mean? She's trying to take probably what happened to her and make her daughter experience something that did not happen. If you watch the little girl, she was like, no, mommy, he didn't touch me. He didn't touch me. And she was like, yes, you did. That's manipulation. You see what I'm saying? So I'm glad that that person recorded it so other people can see it like we did. You know what I mean? So we can actually see what happened. She was trying to make something happen that actually didn't happen. And for a child to look at their mother and say, no, mommy, that didn't happen. Because most kids want to people please their mama. You know what I'm saying? They want to say, yes, mommy, you proud of me? Yes. That baby said no. You see what I'm saying? That right there alone let me know everything I need to know. That baby tell the truth, and that baby ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? So, and then on top of that, the guy recorded it as well. For some reason, she's upset. Now, earlier you guys were saying that there's no way you could tell somebody's gonna act that way. Yes, it is, and I'm gonna tell you how. If every time that person has a conversation and their conversation is always about them, the minute that person has a child, the focus is no longer going to be on them. The focus is going to be on the child. And that person is going to miss that attention. You see what I'm saying? They're going to do whatever it's going to take to get the attention back on them. And especially if you break up, they're going to use the child as a weapon between you and the child because they're no longer the star of the story. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this. This is ridiculous. But in this particular situation, she was mad because she was no longer the star. You see what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there was some instances where she's done this before. I've seen it happen before, you know? But my thing is this, most guys don't get an opportunity to go to psychology class because that's just an afterthought. Most guys just figure, hey, I'm finna go to work, do my thing. But if you get an opportunity to take psychology and social psychology, take it. Or if you do a little, a small course, just pay you $200-300 just to go through the course. It is money well spent. It's going to teach you how to deal with people in general. It's going to teach you what to look for. You know what I mean? And that way you'll know what type of people you're dealing with. I mean, we too old to be dealing with weird people like this. You know what I'm saying? So to answer some of the other guys' questions, said, could he have known? There's no way he could have known because he didn't have the knowledge. All he had was what he was in front of him. And my thing is this, you can't be held accountable for what you don't know, but what you don't know that's out there. So in this particular situation, yes, you know, she should have been held accountable for this type of behavior. You know what I mean? If something really happened to that little girl, she wouldn't be confronting him in front of her. She would probably take her somewhere else, like Child Protective Services, and they would have that conversation with them. But since she knows she's lying, that's the reason why she didn't do it.
She couldn't hold her mule. That's
Correct.
what it was. She could not hold her mule because another woman would have been slick about it. They would have been very slick about that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They would have took her to the cops, to the hospitals and things like that.
Right.
She couldn't hold her mule.
Right.
The reason, and I'm glad. And look, what they say, look at God.
You better say
that man should have been happy that he had the opportunity to be right in front of her to expose her behavior on that child, because that child was the one that was like, what the fuck? Because when that man was right there, that child felt like she was between a rock and a hard spot.
Correct.
And she knew it was something about the relationship she had with that young man that she was just like, I'm not about to put that on him. Nope.
Right.
Nope. Mama, you wrong.
And that lets you know that the relationship between the father and the daughter was stronger between her and the mother.
Hell
you see what I'm saying? Because the daughter was like, no, mommy, he didn't do that. Why are you saying this? You know what I mean? The mama needs some type of therapy. You know what I'm saying? If not trying to go to jail, just like they got these new paternity laws where if you go to, you try to do, paternity fraud, you go to jail. When women do stuff like this, they should go to jail too, because that man could have been facing all type of charges. You know what I mean? And he had to register as a sex offender, all kind of stuff, ruin that man's life. Yeah, she should go to jail or face some type of.
Wait, back up. He would have got arrested and lost his job to the least.
Correct.
Okay. Did you just say that there are paternity fraud laws now?
In Tennessee, it is.
Hot damn.
Yep.
This is. I have said this forever. What the hell kind of system will allow you, will look you in your face and go, I know this ain't your boy, but you still got to pay for it.
Oh, they cracking down on that. They sending people to jail. They're making people pay.
Oh, these women, if you, if I find out after 18 years that this is not my child, I should be able to come up with a lifestyle average that you have lived per year, multiply that times 18. This was what will be enacted as a law once I am elected emperor.
Add tax and adjust for inflation.
Law. Exactly, when that baby is over 18, I don't give a shit if it's from 18 to 60. When we find out that that's not that man, baby, we're going to figure out an 18-year average of the money that this man spent or your lifestyle. And payable now will be that number. If you do not have that number, you will serve 18 years behind bars.
Absolutely.
I think there will be. Knock that shit
Look like Tennessee got it right. We got 49 other states that need to jump on then.
Come on.
Exactly, Hank. Exactly. And we ain't signed in the building, like all the way from Shanghai, China. I think he's still in Shanghai. I don't know. But we ain't signing. Go ahead and give us a greeting. This is a black man who speaks several languages, but he's gonna greet us tonight in another language other than English. So go ahead and give a shout out to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah.
大家好，那个恰好，你现在听那个 Black Man Unfiltered， 你可以拿你的吃好了喝，听一听，谢谢。
All right, man. Thank you, man. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Welcome. So, yeah, I saw the video as well, and I guess I'm gonna.
No shade, girl. When they started speaking, I'm like, girl, is this some Pootie Tang shit? Sobo Sabo say today? I was like, oh wow, girl. Am I high and I'm hearing an alien language? Is that Martian talk? Let me shut up.
I have a little bit of a controversial view. It's the father's fault for marrying her and getting her pregnant, because at the end of the day, he knew who she was, and if
now,
we keep it
now this individual that's on the panel, girl, Black Men Unfiltered and them have kind of dogged him and called him a simp. The person that's talking, I think is that Easy Money?
All the way at 100. I'm pretty sure that woman was.
Oh, it's not. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was Easy Money. Because they was calling him a simp and going in on him. Girl, these niggas sitting here, girl. Now, I want to hear what was said. Hold on. What happened? What had happened? What had happened? What had happened was... What had happened was... See, what had happened was...
Right there, that girl, that child felt like she was between a rock and a hard spot.
Correct.
And she knew it was something about the relationship she had with that young man that she was just like, I'm not about to put that on him. Nope.
Right.
Nope. Mama, you wrong.
And that lets you know that the relationship between the father and the daughter was stronger between her and the mother.
Hell
you see what I'm saying? Because the daughter was like, no, mommy, he didn't do that.
And go, I know this ain't your boy, but you still got to pay for it.
This is a black man who speaks several languages, but he's gonna greet us tonight in another language other than English. So go ahead and give a shout out to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah.
大家好，那个恰好，你现在听那个 Black Man Unfiltered， 你可以拿你的吃好了喝，听一听，谢谢。
All right,
What's
man.
up,
Thank you, man. Welcome
Girl,
to the
at
show,
first
my
I was
brother.
like, is that 50 Tyson, bitch?
So, yeah, I saw the
Zone,
video as well,
I'm 50 Tyson
and I
all
guess I'm
day,
gonna have a
every
little
day.
bit of a controversial view. It's the father's fault for marrying her and getting her pregnant, because at the end of the day, he knew who she was, and if we keep it all the way at 100, I'm pretty sure that woman was just like his mother, right? And the reason why we know, and the reason why we knew she knows who he is, because this nigga had the foresight to have a camera.
So,
right?
Is that his wife?
Oh, over the wall, young man. Over the wall, out in the fence, out in the parking lot, broke somebody's windshield.
Okay,
right?
So
I mean,
he didn't marry her. He didn't marry her then.
Oh, okay, he didn't marry, but whatever. He got her pregnant, but he had a camera phone ready because this ain't the first time, right? This is not the first time. And on top of that, when she's saying that, does he sound surprised? We're surprised, but does he sound surprised? He's just saying, see, and that's what niggas do when it has happened already.
No shade. You look at the video. He was kind of laughing like, oh my God, like, oh my God, this bitch crazy, bro. Like, oh my God, like, he did laugh. Bitch, you say some shit about me touching our daughter, bro. I'm not going to laugh at that. And the only way I can see the fact of laughing, girl, is that I would have to laugh to keep from crying and strangling your ass for even thinking something erroneous as that. But I mean, no shade. That is a point there, because we have to. If we're gonna sit here and actually dissect the video, girl, we gonna actually dissect the video. Allegedly, y'all see shit that I don't see, and I see shit that y'all don't see. Let's put this shit together and figure out what sticks and what doesn't. Okay.
Okay.
So
how old are you, young man?
100. I'm 44. Is
100%.
Well,
He sounded like he said some other stuff too, though.
Yeah, but I mean, but the point is was in anything he said, can you tell me that he sounds surprised that this woman was doing it?
Appreciate you. What we know.
He didn't sound surprised at me.
Look here, I can't look, guys. I understand it. Like you said, you're right. We on lock. I mean,
we on lock.
We ain't signed it. We ain't signed it.
They didn't call him we on lock.
No, it's my fault. I apologize. No disrespect.
No problem. No, it's well good.
You want me to run it back before you say your comment? You want me to run it back?
I'll bring the rest.
No. To put a body like that on that, yeah, I can't do that, man.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that no woman is that goddamn low. Now I know they're gonna do some trifling ass shit like bust some windows out the car, steal some money, but to intentionally throw a body like that on a man and say, yeah, you touched my daughter, our child in the public. Yeah,
Pig, let me ask you this.
That man could get killed, man.
Hold on. Let me just say this really quickly. 2 points I want you to reflect on really quickly. Like, take 2 seconds and think about it. Number one, we see this all over the internet. Like, he's hitting me, watch, he's calling cops. That's on camera. Number two, do you really think his mama's not the same way? Because I'm pretty sure, I'm willing to gamble that his mom is just like that woman.
And no shade. Somebody comes along and play the game, because before then it was about, what could have happened in the past. And even I said some things about childhood, like there are a lot of things that happen in childhood, girl, that motherfuckers don't heal from. And these people become unhealed adults and then continue that perpetual shit again with children. So to his point, because everybody was saying, she probably had a bad relationship with their father and all this other type of stuff to show it or whatever. But he's saying, what if it's the mother? Because on top of that, like, if somebody's making such a horrible, accusation about you, especially with your own daughter, yes, bitch, it will be all type of lawsuits. It will be all type of judicial and legal shit happening. Are you kidding me? Because now you are showing that you are an unfit parent. And if I haven't seen it before, I'm choosing to see it now, which means, damn it, my child is going to have to grow up in a situation where there's divorce and all that other type of shit, or separation, and I didn't want that. But now I see what the truth is. Like, first of all, we can't even really be mad that everybody over here is speaking their own perspective, because nobody knows the before and after of what happened. We are literally just reacting to a clip that has been shown, and we're allowing our own opinions, our own perspectives, our own outlooks on life. I'm just wise enough to say that on certain things I'm speaking ignorantly, because I don't know what's going on. But again, to prove a point, people are going to stand on their point, and understandable. But it's like, if you would stand on the side of objective truth, you wouldn't have to worry about doing all these mental gymnastics. Or if you do mental gymnastics, girl, you ain't gonna catch yourself in a lie. You be able to free flow with this shit to where you're like motherfucking Super Saiyan God mode, bitch. It just comes naturally. Maybe that's the benefit of slight ADHD. I don't know, girl, but I'm learning to work with what the fuck I got, bitch. Come on, superpower. Motherfucker got superpower.
So you think his mama was set his daddy up saying he was touched by his daddy?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, it's literally getting out of control at this point. It's getting out of control at this point.
Hey,
This is
go ahead,
can I say this real
Ron.
quick? Y'all didn't know me. This is literally why I keep saying the same thing over and over again about how these black females are abusing children, because these guys don't know. They really do not understand.
Appreciate
like,
you, my brother.
The chicks that's in oh my bad, you're in the super chat.
No. Go ahead. I'll read them in a minute.
Yeah, the chicks that's in their peer groups that they're dating, that guys are dating, they're looking for their turn to be a child abuser like their mother. Like this is why I'm saying it, because they really don't think. Not only do they not realize it's going to happen to them, they don't even recognize a female black mother beating a child as a serious problem. Because we complain about these chicks, but we're not. You have to understand from their perspective. I don't understand why I don't get more credit from them. These black mothers are beating the living shit out of children day in, day out, breath in, breath out. And they are now in their 20s and 30s and 40s. And what they watched is nobody came and saved me from her. So since nobody came and saved me from her, I'm gonna have my turn and I'm gonna do this shit too. So and then you only allowed to hurt the male. So my point is this, to make it short, to land it. What's happening is, because I couldn't get nobody else, because I couldn't get my dad, I'm gonna get this random guy. And a lot of these guys are unsuspecting, because at the same time, simultaneously, these males are being raised to be their mother's boyfriend, to be the chump and the simp to accept everything a female says so she can get her rocks off, using her child as some portable flesh kiosk to wherever all she can do is push the button and get some feedback. That's how they use these boys, because they can finally have a way. They can finally have their way with males, and this is what's going on. These guys really don't think these chicks are going to do it, but and they're cruddy. But I'm from Baltimore, so I've seen everything.
So, but you just hold on one second. You just explained what I'm saying, because you just said this, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that these black mothers beat their boys to kingdom come, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, when that black boy finds a girl to date when he's of age and they get pregnant, whatever, he's going to see that woman beat the living shit out of his kid like he was, and he's going to think that is normal because it happens to him. We know, black men know, because just for the fact of it has happened to them already lets you know that they know. And I'm pretty sure that his mom is very similar to the woman he got pregnant. I'm pretty sure they're very similar.
And then on top of that, I mean, both sides I can understand. Both sides I can understand. When you don't heal from certain things in your childhood, again, it's like with the whole It the Clown Pennywise thing. Like, Pennywise came and fucked with them as children, and they thought they conquered it, and then as they were continuing to going forth in their lives and living as adults, it came back. So it's like, if you don't address that, you have the possibility of projecting that onto your child, because now this is your protege, this is your carbon copy fingerprint creation that you have, and now you're living vicariously through that child. Or now that I'm the mama and I'm grown, or I'm the daddy and I'm grown, I can go ahead and finally be put in a position of power because I didn't have that as a child. So all these things are possible, which is why when these conversations, they talk about going off on tangents, they need to, because it's not just so black and white as we would want it to be. It's not. This shit has gotten out of control. So, of course, when there's chaos, you're going to be looking everywhere. That's why community is important, because I don't have to focus on looking all around myself 360. I got a few motherfuckers that's willing to look around with me so that we can focus more so on what's in front of us. So both perspectives, I can definitely understand where that's coming from, because both of those perspectives are valid. Now the question goes to, is this happening on a larger scale? Do we have information and statistics and data to show and prove how this is happening with black men being in relationships with abusive women? But then it argues the fact that when we have certain conversations about queerness or anything feminine being in control or being in the lead, you have had same men on Black Men Unfiltered who have said, if I were to live in a city or a town or a state where the majority of the law enforcement were female, I wouldn't even fucking live there, because I feel like women cannot protect me as a man, because according to them, biology says that I am stronger than a woman. I'm stronger than a female. So why would I allow somebody who is considered genetically weaker to me to defend me? But then when you get in relationships with these women and you allow these women to beat on you, it's just very confusing for me. And there are men who are good, who are in love, who want something, who maybe haven't had the opportunity to understand that they deserve better as well, who also settle for less. I forgot the name of it, but it was just one guy they had on TikTok and shit. He kind of looked kind of frumpy. He like a young guy, got to be like in his mid-20s or early 20s or something. He went viral because him and his girlfriend would argue all the time. And he was singing that what's the name of that dude with the big ass lips? Daniel Caesar's song, Get You or something. And while he was singing, his baby mama started slapping him in the face, bitch. And he kind of acted like he was unfazed, like, bitch, I'm still singing. You ain't gonna fuck up my show. Like, he was in an abusive relationship where his motherfucking woman was beating on him. It's some Rasputia spirited ass women in this fucking world. Norbit. There's a bunch of that. But again, the men also make a choice to stay. Even in my first relationship, where it kind of started getting toxic, where I was being told, bitches, beggars can't be choosers, girl. Like, I better be grateful I'm in a relationship with this nigga, girl. I better be grateful. You better be grateful that you with me and all. When I started experiencing that really did a damage. I allowed that to do damage to my self-esteem. To where I felt like I was not worthy, because this person who I idolized somewhat in my mind, because I was able to manifest this, is telling me that I'm not worthy. The one that I'm investing my energy into in multiple ways and shit is telling me that they are the best that I will ever have. And it ain't just physical abuse. There's also emotional and psychological abuse. That's why I say it's very important that for these conversations, everybody can't be having the how can I say this? On certain platforms, when the goal collectively is to come through with resolutions with people who can share their point and their side, but also see the gray area and then work on that collectively. Like if they were on the panel on Black Men Unfiltered or Lance Scurv or any of these other Hotep, Sonnet, like all these platforms that are big in blackness, that have names in blackness, that are well respected in black circles and black places, to actually have the conversations with all of the people who can have them, and these things become series. It's gonna have to be part 1, part 2, part 3, possibly part 13. Even if we have to shift it around, whoever can last in these conversations, come on back. For those who can't, who tapped out, girl, tag a new motherfucker in until we attract groups of people who are able to represent as many of the intersections of blackness as possible and say, hey, how do we find a common area that doesn't end up with us being lazy, which means that now we find all the undesirable people and get rid of them, not realizing that the energy that makes them undesirable, I'm also not exempt from, and I can fucking experience in my own goddamn life. So looks like love is in need right now, because if your ass was in the situation that they went through that has produced for them to show up in this reality this way, you would want somebody praying for your ass and loving on your ass and being there for your ass when all the chips fucking fall down. Again, how can you show love and humanity to other people if you don't even understand what that feels like? And if you are continuing to be actively aware of the choices that you make and they keep yielding an undesirable result and there's no lesson to be learned there, or the same lesson keeps coming up, maybe you need to look at yourself and get your shit together. Because even with me, it's been the last time that I was dating somebody was 2020, either 2020 or 2021. I haven't talked or dated anybody. I haven't put myself out there yet. But I've been so focused on me. I'm trying to show up as the best version of me. Not only because my future partner deserves that and my future children deserve that, but goddamn it, I deserve it too. Because if I'm going to get the best out of my life, I have to realize that I'm also worthy of experiencing love and joy and satisfaction. Are there going to be times where I'm going to have to bear the weight of all that has to be no Anita Baker? You goddamn right, because that's life. Life will hit certain people that will make them fall into deep depression. Family members dying, losing jobs, losing titles, losing all these things that people worked hard for. Are you going to be able to be there with that individual? Are you going to be able to love them through their fucking mess? And on top of that, if that was to happen to your ass, wouldn't you want somebody doing the same thing for you? I might have to check out that podcast from Lost in Translation. I'm going to have to actively remember about his podcast about love, because I'm probably going to want to listen to that. Because a lot of us are afraid to love because we've been hurt. So a lot of times we might as well just go ahead and get the one up on the nigga before they get a one up on us. And that's a form of survival. But eventually you will attract people into your life, no matter what the spectrum of the relationship is, who are going to truly, genuinely honor you, love you, pour into you. And you don't want to get to a place to where you end up, how should I say, being afraid to receive that love, because when you give only, and you don't open yourself up to receive, you're not only blocking your blessing, but you're blocking the blessings of other people who are meant to come into your life and give unto you. I had to learn how to say the word thank you when people would bless me. Before, I would be like, oh, you ain't got to do that. Oh, no, you don't have. Fuck. If you feel led by your spirit to bless me upon whatever way you want to bless me, I'm not going to fight that. Because I give in ways too. I give my energy. I give things. I give time that you can't give back. I've been up here for almost 5.5 hours, girl. Been flowing with the conversation, going all over the goddamn place, and all the shit makes sense, girl. I know what I have a gift for. And I enjoy doing things like this. This type of stuff brings me joy. Because not only am I educating people to help them better their lives, I'm learning so that I can better my life. And love will blow your damn mind, baby, to where God, source, universe, love works in mysterious ways, girl. Here it is. I'm over here giving commentary on people, and my commentary, bitch, because I had a dope ass, boss ass teacher, bitch. I know how to give a balanced commentary to where I can pull on the wig, bitch, not rip the wig off, but pull on the girl and then have a loving conversation. I was told you never break a bitch down without building them back up. You never break anybody down without building them back up. And there's a lot of breaking that needs to happen. But coal has to go underneath a lot of pressure in order to become a diamond. Grapes have to be motherfucking A-Town stumped the fuck out in order to become wine. A seed has to grow in the darkness before it ever spouts out into the light. And it's always the darkest before the dawn. So it's about how you choose to look at life. And what Jeff is saying to this individual who is saying, how can you know for certain that this person isn't for you? Or how you know for certain who the right one is? You will never know for certain who that is, because life can happen to people and life changes people, and some people don't know how to deal with change in their life. Not saying that, oh, they're stuck and they can't make any sort of movement or any sort of change, but a lot of times they don't know how to. And in those darkest moments, a lot of times people, because the weight is too much, girl, the reality is just too aware, girl, this is too jarring, this is too surreal, that people will up and leave you. And people will do that, girl. Don't take it personal. But the question of the day, and every single day in my T.S. Madison voice, the trillion, bajillion, million, silillion, squillion dollar question, girl, is what are you going to do if that happens? Okay, y'all, let's continue, because I'm trying to figure out, girl, if you're going to be able to finish this shit, girl, because the way my ass feeling, girl, I don't mind being up here fucking 9-10 hours, girl, because I could take a nap. Okay? I'm manifesting a very comfortable life, girl, and I got to start where I'm at, bitch. No shade, okay? All the shit is attractive. It comes to me, bitch. Okay? When I seen a motherfucker, girl, lay on their goddamn living room floor with they goddamn MacBook, bitch, with they damn robe on, sick as hell, girl, sniffling and shit, girl, with they do-rag on and got their motherfucking snowball ice microphone, girl, in front of them, bitch, and get up there and talk they shit in the midst of they damn sickness, girl, about a motherfucker, bitch, as if though they was talking to they good Judy on the phone about how crazy this little bitch done pissed me off. And that motherfucker made $3,000, girl, in one night off of that live, girl, for 3 hours. Bitch, anything is possible, girl. Okay. Let's continue.
The abuse is not just physical, the abuse is mental. Because they manipulate you into thinking that they're angels, and this will never happen to me. And you talk to these chicks, you watch them in the videos and in the TikTok videos. They don't think anything bad is going to happen to them, and they guilt trip the dude into, why would you ever think I would do that to you? Type shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that black men do know beforehand. Because everything you said, I'm agreeing with you.
The reason, and I get that. I get that.
But I'm just saying, that is the evidence why I'm saying that black men knew beforehand.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying the specific manipulation, the specific mental abuse is that even though I'm abusing you, somebody else is not going to abuse you. I'm not abusing. It's specifically that. Like, it's not bad when a mother fucks a child. Like these chicks with the chick with the brick, right? They've been talking all this shit all week. Shit all week, right? But in reality, they're saying a man shouldn't hit a woman. But these, again, like I said, these chicks will watch later that day or while the stream is going on, smack the shit out of their children. A big adult male shouldn't hit an adult female, but this obese bitch can smack a baby across the fucking floor in a store and nobody says anything.
A chopper in the throat.
That in and of itself is evidence of what I'm saying. Like you're.
But at the same time, like I said before, and that's why I love these conversations and the nuance girl and the intersections girl, because y'all can't talk about one thing without including other people. Because when I had the conversation about queerness, girl, and we brought up the issue of women and femininity, and when it comes out of transness, y'all continue to bring up the genetics of women and how women are weaker than men and all this other type of stuff, and that trans women are going into these situations like the fucking Hulk, ready to smash everything that's feminine because women don't have the capacity to protect themselves, and if they were to try, man, they would get fucked up. If a woman slaps you in the face and she is weaker than you, why would you sit up here and get triggered by that? Oh, it's because of the fact that she slapped me on camera and now my ego is bruised. But if I am a man and I know that if I hit this bitch in the face, girl, that I will sit up here and literally fracture her right side of her face. If I was to power drive her because she slapped me in front of all these people. But again, where is the stoicism? You understand this woman, according to y'all, is an ignorant ass woman. This woman is projecting her shit and she slaps me in the face. I could make the emotional choice of cold clocking her. And I'm thinking, well, damn, if you're going to sit up here and do this shit, at least be smart. At least push her ass. So if you push her ass and she comes back to hit you, then it's the realm of self-defense. Then you clothesline this heifer from hell. Okay? At least be smart with the shit. But the issue with this is that now because of this situation, it's literally trying to silence other women who have been abused by men, okay? And it's like we try to pick out these extremes to silence the voice of other people as opposed to listening and actually going through to see if this is true. And then on top of that, we're talking about the black man and the black woman. What about the children, though? Because we over here giving our own hypotheticals about what possibly happened to the father and the mother in their childhood, which those are important things. But again, in the moment of that situation that Jeff really was the only one to pick up on was that this child now is abused. And it ain't just black women that's doing this. There are people who are both male and female who are not ready to have kids and get so stressed the fuck out and deal with postpartum and shit so much that they will go to such extreme lengths to harm their children. There are plenty of parents who don't like their kids, who when they look at their damn child, you look just like your whack ass daddy. You just look like your bitch ass mom. There are parents who are not even whole and complete in themselves to even qualify to be parents. Meanwhile, if the queer people who are qualified to actually love and nurture and know what community looks like, they won't even be sanctioned or graced with having children and adopting them in a way that society will be able to see acceptable because of the fact that it's a queer life. But the children's lives are enhanced. The children are loved. The children are honored. The children are still challenged, but still allowed to still speak their humanity. Because at the end of the day, children are fresh from God, girl. Children have to come here and learn our ways of bullshit and our fears, girl, when they come into the world fearless. So to still educate them so they can be aware of the world they're living in, but to educate them in a way to where they don't subscribe to fear or become overwhelmed by fear. But meanwhile, heterosexuality, and they're using this example in this clip, And again, the conversation is deep. It's definitely deep. It's definitely needed. Definitely. All right, let's continue.
You're even taught as a little child that it's okay for a female to fuck you up. So these guys, what I'm saying is they've seen it, but they have trained themselves to dismiss the information.
They've been conditioned to that level of abuse.
That's my point.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. The only part where it's a little bit of contention is the saying that they know. That's all I'm saying. They know. Whether even though they dismiss it, they still know. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? So real quick, it's interesting because as I was watching the video, it reminded me, and I got to be careful how I say this because there's still some pending stuff going. But somebody that I know actually just went through an entire court case where they were charged with doing stuff to kids, and they didn't do it. And essentially what happened was the person got with this person. They had a couple of kids. They had a very toxic relationship. They break up. She says, I'm going to make your life a living hell. And she goes to, the police, CPS, says he touched my kids, all this other stuff. And it's bad because this particular individual works around kids. And so these charges put his entire career and his life's work in jeopardy. Wow. And so luckily, through the grace of God, and shout out to his lawyer, I can't even name the lawyer, but he was able to beat at least the charges for touching the kids, because that was like super false. And there's another charge that's pending that I can't really get into, but it is what it is. So to that point, that particular woman, and I wouldn't be shocked if she sees this, or if my person sees this. She wasn't right from the beginning, and everybody told him, "Hey, this woman ain't shit." And I'm looking in the camera in case she see this. You know who I'm talking to, and I stand on that shit.
Damn, she might whoop your ass.
I mean, she kind of big too, but whatever.
I got a video.
She's got to make change out of easy money.
She ain't that big.
I think she finna make change out of easy money.
Hell yeah, no doctor beat the brakes off of there. Go ahead.
So I'm going with that is everybody told him, don't do this. This is a mistake, and we all saw the signs. Like she just wasn't shit from jump, and everybody told him. And while they were dating at one point, she got arrested, and he's like trying to bail her out, and I'm like, why are you trying to bail this broad out? Walk away. So I say all of that to say it is possible for the woman to be ain't shit, but also for the man, like Uncle Jeff was saying, and We Ain't Signing was saying, for the man to completely lower his defenses, not pay attention to the signs, and just be in love. And by the way, Jeff, she did have a big old booty. So, to your point, sometimes we get blinded by the booty.
You're muted.
You muted.
Yeah, you muted. Yeah, I was trying. I didn't know if you.
Easy Money, are you in Chicago?
I'm not far from it.
Oh, you're not far from? Okay, about how far?
Ask me to say car.
Okay. Say car.
I'm gonna take the car to the stove.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, cool. Well then, bruh, look here. I know some people that will whoop her ass for an Italian Fiesta pizza with extra onions and sausage, and I'm talking about females. What I'm telling you is that I don't think a man should put his hands on a woman, but that don't mean you can't pay somebody. Some of these broads need their ass whooped by other broads. You need you need a broad to whoop your ass.
Oh, Jesus, have mercy.
Straight up, she need to ask.
I was gonna say what block because she's from Chicago. I was gonna say what block, but I ain't gonna. Like I said, it's still pending. This pending litigation. I ain't trying to get. I ain't trying to get anybody in trouble.
60th and Damon, and the niggas around that way. If you'd have done that to them, they sisters would put Vaseline on. Come see your ass.
Yeah, she's on the. I put it like this. Her neighborhood's on the. Oh, actually, no, it's on the other side of the Dan Ryan. So I'll leave it like that.
Okay. Okay, one of them crazy heifers over east.
Yeah.
Okay.
She gonna be eating a pizza, sit on her front front doorstep,
waiting on your ass.
talking about some.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Well,
You better believe it.
history is proven in Chicago over and over. Being scared ain't a requirement to get your ass whooped.
Now, Uncle Jeff, I want to bring something to your attention. This is my beautiful daughter behind me, y'all, so don't mind
Yes,
her.
sir. Hey,
She get her
love.
something to drink. But anyway, I do want to say this, Uncle Jeff. What if you ran into this?
Girl, is that motherfucking... Is that Alexa Spite, bitch? Is that bitch from Migo?
Okay. Well, first,
Fight back! Do you see what she did to that man, Uncle Jeff?
Oh,
That man
Molly
never
Wop
changed.
Oh, that was a man. Oh, shit.
Molly
But,
whopped the shit out of him.
let's start here. Okay. I used to think that ass and stomach was a combo. Like they came together. Like if you want ass, you're gonna have to get stomach. Then as I got older, then as I'm from Chicago, nigga, that's a combo. It's like
That's
fries.
a number one or number two. That's a number one or number two.
However, as I traveled the world and I got older, I found out that if you're patient, you can get ass a la carte. And now that I have had ass with no stomach, I can't turn back. I can't go back. Try you some ass with no stomach and see. So she out of my weight class. I used to dabble in the heavier weight classes, nigga. I'm from 60th and Damon. I like them with some ass on it. If you don't have an ass, you might as well have a dick. I like an ass.
Wow.
Real talk.
Damn.
You gotta admit that little buko for a second. It's kind of enticing.
Okay, no, that ain't my shit. I can't get no ass, fuck around that. Here's my point. Here's my real point. You asked me, here's my real point.
Oh shit.
That wasn't the first time she put her hands on him.
Nope.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
There is no way to win an altercation with a woman. There isn't. And last I checked, there is no great American black woman shortage. The minute we get in the first argument louder than the radio, you're fired. You're fired. Why am I I want China. You are showing yourself to be a paper plate. I do not treat paper plates like China. My paper plates, when I'm done with them, I throw them out. You have taken yourself out of the China category with this funk stank ass behavior because somewhere you think that your place is in my face because you've seen your auntie's conflict resolution. But I guess it's because you don't know that there are 2 million more of you than there are me. Yeah. I'm gonna put all of your shit in a box because I don't have to deal with this shit anymore at all. I am going to file a restraining order against you, and all of the shit in my house, in your house, that is mine, you can keep. I will leave this some bitch walking. America is the land of shit.
Uncle Jeff, I just got a phone call from that girl. She said her and her homegirls. She just sent a picture of her and her homegirl. She said, "You keep talking this shit." Here they are.
I'll just fly over them. I'll fly over them with a bag of cheeseburgers. They'll have to make a decision.
Oh wow.
They look like a fat tsunami. That's what they look like.
No shade. Some of them niggas on the motherfucking panel, girl, look like they can give them some run for their damn money, bitch.
I'm not worried about
y'all gonna swallow
like some goddamn rock wallers.
Big doubles yourself.
That we don't have to. And it's dudes that do that.
Girl, some of you motherfuckers be going back for plate 3, bitch. I mean, goddamn, girl, you don't waste no time.
That tell that dude that you ain't fat, you just thick. That dude that thicks you all the way to dialysis will not be there to wheel you into dialysis.
Not
I ain't never
Chantel,
seen a
Foodie
big girl
Beauty,
been with a
Amber
man
Lynn,
for 6 years.
feeder content vibes.
I don't know hoes with good credit, and I don't know really big girls with long relationships. I don't. Niggas usually stay with them till they can get on their feet, and then they gone.
And then they out there.
That's right. Big girls used to be the ghetto cushion. Pay like she weigh. I'm gonna get my shit together, and then the minute I don't have to be seen in public with you.
You only need the heat on. You just lay under them.
Yes.
But that was an
It's
ass
fat
whooping.
women
That
out here
was
getting
a
their
that was a
pussy
get
ate,
out
bitch,
my
for
house
real, girl.
ass whooping.
Don't
Man,
forget
she
that.
slung shit.
It's a bunch
she
of
slung
bigger
that
women
nigga
out here,
like
girl, that's
you
living
fling
their
your
best
water
life.
hose when you done washing the car.
Bruh.
She
Hell
slung
yeah.
that
She
motherfucker.
threw that dude. She fucking threw that motherfucker.
Here we go. I'm gonna say it one more time. We'll do the super chat.
Ooh. Ooh.
She is whooping his ass. And no shade, if women can start defending themselves when niggas be trying shit like this, I bet them niggas will stop. Nah, no shade. I ain't gonna show y'all the clip, bitch, but if I was getting my ass beat that bad, girl, hell yeah. If you getting fucked up that bad, bitch, you might want to pick up a brick. Cause that chick, girl, that's a whole different weight class. Okay? Bitch, sometimes when in an unfair fight, I don't give a fuck what it is, bitch, you have to even the score. So I could understand picking up a brick and mollywopping her to fucking hell with the brick, especially since you mollywopping your ass. But for a girl to motherfucking slap your damn fucking face and shit simply because, girl, she rejected you and you said some shit and she slapped you. Okay.
That is his fault though, because you know you had.
I would
no
have shot the shit out of her ass. You don't throw me by my goddamn neck.
And guess what? And now you lose.
JT, if I saw her do it to you, I would have to
Goddamn
get my shit together, boy, because I would be laughing so fucking hard, bro.
I couldn't come back on. Hey, look, I couldn't even
Bruh.
come back on social media, dog.
JT
They like,
just-
nigga, shut up. You
JT
but you
just
gonna
lay
whoop my
there.
ass like you whooped that big girl's ass?
Lay there and play dead.
You know what's for
you
dinner
know.
in her house?
Sling you by
Whatever
your
the fuck
throat.
she want, that's what's for dinner. You know where they going when they leave? Wherever the fuck she want to go.
Right.
Exactly, bro.
That's not too
but,
bad.
but you see, this is the thing I don't understand, right? I mean, bro, how the fuck you're 150, 60 pounds? She is 300. You got no business dating
North
that
of three.
broad. You got no business dating that
She was out
broad.
your weight class.
He needs somebody to pay him that. He needs to live with somebody.
But at the same time, girl, like, how about the point of we work on shit so we never have to get to a point where violence is even considered to be a part of a solution? If I'm with you and shit just so I can beat your ass if I need to, I mean, I believe everybody should learn self-defense, including women. So for those women that got men that's 250 pounds solid muscle and they motherfucking 130 soaking wet, they gonna need to learn how to kick a nigga in the balls, in the kneecap, girl, hit a hole in the throat, girl, in they trachea, girl, hit a bitch in they temple, bitch, punch down in they chest, girl, hit them in they damn kidney, spleen area, girl, with power. All these things to protect themselves as well. Now, in the case of the clip they shown, like I said, hell yeah, bitch, this is a big bitch. You gonna need some help taking her down, girl. Bitch, you are Craig and she is motherfucking Debo. Grab a brick. That's when you grab a brick and break her ass down to size. Because at that point, that's like fighting goddamn Awesome Kong. That's like fighting China when she was in wrestling. God rest her soul. But when it come down to petite women, the women that you know that can't protect you, make sure you at least protect them.
She is three of those guys.
I mean, what's
That's
the
not fair to say. Young man, you don't get to say that.
Oh.
You know, I never judge another man's freak. Okay? That's
No,
what
no,
that's
no,
his
no,
shit.
no,
That cheese, he like that. He like that. There's dudes that be after that. That's why I don't feel sorry for them. There's a porn search for that. So somebody dig you. It's just not me.
Amen. Amen.
Before I
I'm
read
with
the
that.
super chats, guys, I want to ask this question after we do the super chat. Y'all can answer it. Do you think the women that I just showed you, the abusive woman with the man, the woman who was coercing her daughter into that just stupid shit, do you think these women should be protected?
No.
So we're gonna read this. I'm gonna read these super chats and we'll get right back to it. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Hank right here with the 15 piece. He said, "Happy anniversary, man. Appreciate you, Hank, man. My brother."
Good man, Hank.
All right, we got What We Know podcast. JT Say happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. BMU. Love y'all, man. Love y'all too, brother. Appreciate you, man. We got Easy Money Jones in here with the $10. He said, enjoy Jamaica Black Mon Unfiltered. I appreciate that, brother. $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you. All right, we got my brother Marriage, Politics, and Sports in here. Mr. Payne's had with the $10. He said, happy anniversary, BMU. We got the Quiet Storm in here. He said, support Black male media. And we got Gregory Scotland in here tonight. He says, let's see what he got in here. He says, Crimson shows all the time on videos Black women that hate their children. All right. So let me give y'all a little something after this. We'll be right back.
Oh, let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be singing. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Damien, let's go buy a Lennis.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. Yeah, it is. Because here's the thing. Yeah, it's a stand your ground. It's a stand your ground state. I get it, but here's the thing. On that one, and I'm speaking on moral grounds here. I understand the moral position of helping somebody out when they're in need. I get that, but the world is world's different now. I wish you could protect women, but you really got to take it on a case-by-case basis. If all you saw is this dude choking this woman, you ain't got to grab the dude like that. Hey, use talk no jitsu or some shit. Try to calm that brother down, man, because you put your hands on him. If you're in a state like Florida, you might be in for it. Either you die, or if it goes to court, the state probably gonna blame you. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm no psychic, but I'm guarantee you, if he get off with stand your ground, him and that girl gonna end up back together, and that family just lost their daddy and their husband. You see what I'm saying?
This is what I'm saying. You got to take it on a case-by-case basis, man. It really is just that nuance. It ain't so black and white and blanketed. Yeah, because there are some people, there are some women who do need help in certain circumstances. Other situations is like, hey,
man,
when
listen,
you don't know. But when you say case by case, though, when you say case by case, you don't know the whole case.
You don't know. You
don't know what the case is.
Y'all gonna have to put in the motherfucking work. If y'all trying to do this in a very easy type of motherfucking ABC 1, 2, 3 express go lane ass type of shit, girl, you're gonna miss the context and the nuance. If you're gonna be like, for example, what should have been done, especially if you're using this case, especially with the clip that was shown at first, right, of the daughter and stuff, why hasn't anybody tried to like follow up with information about that? The way that motherfuckers on here be thinking they Timu, CSI, motherfucking FBI, CIA, all type of just government. They feel like they work for the government, girl, in reference to their skills of deciphering shit. Cause social media is interactive now. You're telling me nobody has tried to get the scoop or the 411 or the T, because everybody loves the T, girl, the story of the T. There's no T on what's going on. So it's like, yes, we have to take it on a case by case, which means that if we're going to give this story energy, we have to do our research to solidify what's going on. Because a lot of times we could just be reacting out of emotion only. And emotion is a part of the perspective. It's not the only one. Because emotion without intellect is very dangerous. So it's like there needs to be some balancing of that. And I mean, even though there are varying different points that's being shared, I really do appreciate this conversation, because in my mind, and even with me, with some of the expectations that I have or what I think I'm going to hear, this kind of gagged me a little bit, because again, like, I was expecting for this to be somewhat of an opportunity to really, I don't want to say hate women, but to continue to silence the voices of women. But to see black men having a conversation that is nuanced and stuff, especially older black men, like, it does give me hope that no matter what your age is, an old dog can learn a new trick. And on top of that, you ain't dogs no more. Because if you're dogs, women are bitches. So you're not dogs, you are kings. And wise kings to offer up knowledge and wisdom. And there are a lot of younger people who do need that. You know what I mean? But there are individuals who are willing to bridge those gaps so that there can be more. Because, for example, there are going to be some things that maybe a younger person is going to be able to say that will reach a younger audience than you as an older person who has the wisdom will ever reach. But guess what? There are young people who also been through shit too. There are young people who are also wise as well. There are a bunch of young people, because of certain situations in their life, they had no choice but to grow up and to become grown. Ain't y'all sitting here feeling some type of way when the kids be getting all grown and shit? Oh, you think you grown? Oh, you think you grown? You 7 years old, you talking like that? Well, you getting smart. But isn't that the point for your children to be smarter than you? So they can make better decisions than you? That they'll be able to be more solidified in their foundation than you? Isn't that the hope and the dream of for your child? And better yet, when it comes to blackness, isn't that the hope and the dream of the slave? And for you Christian motherfuckers, girl, with Christ, girl, wasn't that the hope and the dream of Christ? To go therefore and do far greater works than me, but to remember me as a pillar of foundation. I'm not the main foundation. My wisdom is just a pillar that you build upon, and you strengthen the foundations that is beneficial for you. And then you will have the opportunity to expand and to add additions to things. So with this particular live, I'm kind of glad that I took time out. I don't know if I'm going to finish all of it, girl, because it's about to be 7 in the morning. We've been here for 6 hours. I do have the link at the bottom in the description if you want to watch it in its entirety. So we're going to give it a few more minutes, girl, see what it's giving. And then after that, I'm getting ready to go ahead and lay it down, girl. The sun coming up, so the vampire shit is coming in, bitch. Okay? Let's continue.
Yeah, our pain. I'm not going to disagree with that. That's why you got to use your best judgment.
Yeah, the best judgment, get in my car, drive down the road and call the police. That's it.
Fine. That's it. Mind your goddamn business.
Mind your goddamn business. I'm
okay.
Out. Cody said,
fair
man,
enough.
Protects trans. I don't know why he said that. Okay.
I don't know why he said that either.
I know exactly why. Yeah.
I don't
know why. You know why we're a class? Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I know. I mean, you need to tell me at some
Lady
point.
Navarre, I want to thank Lady Navarre for the Cash App. Thank you so much, Lady Navarre. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, but yeah, this whole thing about
that's the super supporter. Shout out to Lady Navarre.
Yeah, but my thing is this thing with
everybody.
This thing with protect all women. I'm like, no, you can't protect all of them. Some of them bring it on themselves. Some of them got it coming. You know what I'm saying? You can't have protection, but then take it for granted. Like, that's no license for you to go out there and act a fool and do whatever you like. Because you got to think, you know what I'm saying?
You can't protect somebody that don't fucking listen, and make it public that they don't want to listen.
Exactly.
I used to tell chicks, I'm like, okay, listen, you go to.
But yet, Jeff gave you information to help you, not information for you to go tell women and all that type of stuff, because women gonna have to still deal with their own shit. He shared his information in reference to making choices in his life that he at the time was unaware of, but now that he's older and wiser, girl, and actually one of the bald head niggas that have wisdom, praise the Lord, thank you, someone finally showed up. He's able to express that there are indeed ways to pay attention to what's happening to you in the present moment so that you don't have to end up in these situations. And what he is saying is, because he is a man, a male, cis hetero male, who enjoys sex just like the next person, and probably even more, that sex can blind you to what's really going on. It could be used in a lustful way. It can be used in a romanticized way into something that's lustful. Like, self-mastery should be the most important thing. Mastering yourself Will there be other levels to master? Of course, but at least mastering the basic foundation to build upon. Which is why self-love is important. Because when you love yourself, you'll start saying to yourself, do I really want to go through this? Do I really want to experience this? Do I really want to put my time, effort, and energy into this situation? And if you have the opportunity to be able to think about that now, you won't have to think about it later. But again, it's your life. And that's the thing about life. Like, even when we experience things that we might regret or consider a L or something that's fear-based, that also is an opportunity hidden in disguise for you to transcend it, for you to get back on track, to not beat yourself up with guilt and shame, but to say, you know what, I made a mistake. I'm going to be accountable for it, and then I'm going to live. Because there are some things as second chances. And for some people, all they need is to have an experience happen to them one good time. When I had my ego death in 2018 off of an edible, and that's why, excuse me, I love weed and I honor and give reverence to weed, because Mother Marijuana opened me up to my bullshit that I was participating in. When I had my ego death in 2018 off that motherfucking 500 milligram edible, bitch, brownie, and there was no one there that subjectively could be there for me. I, in that moment, not being able to handle having control, had to learn to let go. And letting go when you don't know what's going to happen afterwards, that's some fear-based, or should I say fear-conquering, fear-conquering, soul-stirring, yet radical liberation that you will ever experience, to where your life changes. And like I said, collectively, even though we come on these platforms and we share our perspectives, I want us to listen to each other. And I'm grateful that I did this live, because it seemed like people are listening to each other. But this shouldn't just be a conversation that's just a one-time thing. We have to further these conversations and actually start operating in love and doing things differently. And that's going to take a lot of energy and effort, especially in the beginning. But once you start applying it to yourself, I promise you, it will get easier and easier and easier, to where you will be able to have so much control over your thoughts and your emotions. And no matter what comes outside of you, no matter what happens outside of you, you'll be able to rock with it. Because in here somewhere, even though I can't control how it comes about, because again, God's source universe works in mysterious ways, I know that God is in here somewhere. I know that source universe is in here somewhere. So let me continue to learn from the experience. A few more minutes and then we done.
Female police officer go to a female military woman. Y'all females go ask another female security guard, police officer, or military personnel, and ask them, can they protect somebody that don't listen? The fucking Secret Service controls what the president is going to do. So what make you think you, as a person that's supposed to be protected by your boyfriend, husband, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, and then somebody's supposed to just come run to the rescue? Nobody run around trying to protect you in transition willy-nilly. It's all of that stuff I just mentioned makes it impossible. Like, transition is the most dangerous situation to protect anybody in, because you're moving. You don't know who's going to come out which door, which car is set up to blow. Like, it's so much stuff going on. But then you want to also be an asshole, do shit that you seen on TV, be disrespectful, be a U.S. mother, which more than likely means you're an abuser and child neglector, because that's what y'all do. And I'm supposed to protect you. So what am I protecting? What's that for me? What am I protecting? For what? A person that's going to beat up a child, disrespect me, fuck up the economy, put us at risk, and then leave with half my shit? Nah, bitch, die.
Let me add this too. President Trump was on his way to that January 6th thing, and his Secret Service said, "No, you ain't going."
Yeah.
He was trying to give them direct orders. They said, "We're not driving you." You know, and that was one of the transcripts I read. So you can't have safety without control.
Yeah,
He
they
put
don't
his
have
hands on one of them Secret Service dudes.
They don't have the president don't have no control. They run that whole deal was them.
Yeah.
Secret Service run that entire show. We don't
Yeah,
make no
that's
decisions.
true, and they have to. Otherwise, you have people making boneheaded choices like Trump tried to. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And so I want to play this next video, guys, for you guys, and we'll talk about it right after this over. Here we go.
Walmart or Amazon?
No,
Why not?
because I never have, and so I never will.
Back on that bullshit again. Back on that bullshit.
So that's lowering your standards.
Yeah.
What the f you say? What type of dudes you like to date? No, we keep that shit. We talking all this.
I like entrepreneurs.
I don't believe that there is any explanation for this right here. I mean, you can go all over the world and not see nothing as bad as this right here.
What kind of entrepreneur?
Businessmen. I like businessmen.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, what the hell? Look, what you got against Dusty Rhodes, man?
That's my guy.
I don't have anything against Dusty, man.
What
That's
you
one of
got
my
against
favorite
Dusty Rhodes, man?
That's the great American dream, baby.
The great American dream.
Yeah,
baby.
okay.
So what are you guys' thoughts on what she said? She said she wouldn't date a guy.
I hate her.
Who the TV loud as hell?
I hate her.
It is. Yeah, somebody watching Gargoyles or something. But yeah, she said she's not dating a guy from Walmart or Amazon. She's not dating nobody like that. She want an entrepreneur, a businessman.
A nigga that sells the dime bags is an entrepreneur.
And a businessman.
That's what she's talking about too.
Both of them.
Y'all will gag at how many actual entrepreneurs and millionaires will be paying for her time. Y'all will gag at the trap ass niggas who actually pulling weight and actually got that money for real. That would be paying for her time. And if a lot of black women are going to have to deal with bullshit, a lot of them are saying, well, okay, if you going to get your motherfucking nut, I'm going to get my nut in the way of the form of currency. So if she already know that there are going to be some individuals who are on some bullshit, because it's a bunch of rich niggas who cheat. It's a bunch of entrepreneurs who cheat. It's niggas that work at Walmart that cheat. It's niggas that work at Amazon that cheat. It's niggas that work at McDonald's and cheat. So I guess in that sense, what they're saying is that if I know that there's going to be some bullshit ahead, I might as well get paid for my time. Because again, there are women who are subscribing to niggas ain't shit. But let's not forget, it was Dr. Dre and them that was saying bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. So again, now that there's this response for men to actually pay for what they want, now it's an issue and a problem, and now the everyday man seems like he can't get this woman because financially he's not providing what she's asking for. And are there some good men that work at Walmart? Are there some good men that work at McDonald's? You goddamn right. And I'm not a person that judge. If you work at McDonald's, if you work at Walmart, if you are an entrepreneur, see, as long as you're doing something that you feel like is bettering your life and you taking care of what you need to take care of, I don't give a damn, because I'm trying to fall in love with who you are as a person, because jobs come and go. Money comes and goes, baby. Is the love still going to remain? And it's crazy because people look at her and think that because she looks like a city girl, she has her body done, BB, all this stuff, that she's a low tier trap ass bitch who only is good enough for Daquan and motherfucking Mook Mook musty doodle streak PSD boxer wearing ass. Interesting. This, like I said, this shit is deep, baby. It's on both sides. That's why maybe at this point, girl, since heterosexual people feel that they have a awareness and a blind spot that goddamn queer people can't see, baby, maybe it's queer people turn, girl, to critique the majority, girl. Because again, y'all have a lot to talk about. So if we're gonna be helping each other, let's actually help each other, bitch. In the words of Andrew Caldwell, I see you, you see me, we see each other. We're gonna have to see each other. So maybe it's gonna take queer men, and if I'm not mistaken, there is a queer same gender loving content creator who's been facilitating conversations between cis hetero men and women, particularly cis hetero black men and women. A eunuch is, of course, doing what queer people and black women have done, girl, coming to save the fucking day. The female energy, of course, is saving the goddamn day. At this point, when is the masculine energy gonna get the fuck up and do for itself? And black cis hetero man, don't even take this shit personal, because even in the black gay community, girl, is some similar bullshit going on. Oh, you the motherfucking top, so you supposed to be the provider, and you supposed to be the protector and all this shit, and I'm the bottom, so I'm supposed to be the submissive one and the one that's this and that and whoop de whoop de whoop de whoop. Now you got feminine tops and masculine bottoms. Now you got niggas that you wouldn't even know that was motherfucking gay, or if it was gay, you think they was slinging a dick. Meanwhile, they happily jumping up with their legs in the air, spread the fuck evil, getting ready to get whole fucked, talking about nigga fuck me. And there's a bunch of motherfucking feminine tops up your girl with nails and lashes and everything, talking about you like this dick, daddy. The world is changing, girl. But here's the thing, though, there is still a world that benefits you. And on top of that, the people on the panel, the majority of them, if I'm not mistaken, or at large, all are in marriages. They're married or they've been in long committed relationships. Y'all should be out here sharing the actual remedies of what it is with your wife next to y'all to validify. And so I said solidify and validate, girl. It's time to go to bed. Your perspective. I think I'm actually gonna stop it here, because I already know that. I mean, I don't know, girl. Again, this is one of the lives where we did not watch the entire thing, girl, because I wasn't expecting to be up here for almost damn 6.5 hours, but we did it. But yes, Black Men Unfiltered, I appreciate this video. Again, I'm probably going to later on this week sometime, I'm going to do a live reaction to the live that I was on, the panel discussion, to kind of just, I guess, share my thoughts. Maybe if I have some critiques of myself, or if I just have any like newer, more recent thoughts to kind of elaborate on, I'll be able to do that, girl. And I kind of want to do a little bit of queer accountability, girl, when there were two people who were queer, girl. One of them is no longer trans, girl, but bitch, you are still part of the family, girl. Yes, you're not the sister anymore, you're the brother. You're back the brother, girl. But when the two queer people were going back and forth with each other, I was like, girl, y'all literally up here strengthening the fact or the thoughts that people already have about queer people, in reference to, oh, these queer people, you can't get them to come together and talk, because every time you do, it's always some sort of discourse, it's always some sort of chaos. But then I have to remind myself, bitch, I handled myself in a way that was respectful, but also challenging, girl. So now y'all have somebody who is queer, who is willing to get and come onto the platforms, who's willing to come onto the platforms, is willing to engage in the conversation so that we can actually build community. And I'm just up here to see if y'all niggas really about it. That's pretty much it. We see there are other niggas who are afraid about it, who have dealt with shit in their own life, girl, and they project that shit on you, girl. And you be like, girl, where the fuck all this shit come from, girl? I'm just over here critiquing your viewpoints, girl. And you over here talking about how spiritual you are and how you connected to source, God and everything, and how you just know everything. And because you are older, you know you don't, sir. You don't. You don't. There's going to be some young niggas who's going to check you. Just like when I get to that age, God willing, there's going to be some younger niggas who probably going to check me if I'm not educated. Because they have a right to live in this world, and that is their motherfucking prime. So who am I to shit it and piss on their fucking parade? But anyway, thank y'all so much for rocking with me for this long ass, impromptu ass live. Make sure you hit that like button, please. That's probably the most important thing you can do for me on this panel, on this platform, because it helps the channel to grow in the algorithms and to share my content more out there, which is greatly appreciated. And also, yes, you can also share it if you want to. If you see spaces where you feel like this commentary can help add context and nuance, I ask that you please share my video in those spaces and let other people know about this platform, so that if they ever want to come on and have conversations and really try to help bridge the gap, that can also happen. If you like the vibe, make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the notification bell, and make sure you click all so that you are at least connected to you being alerted to when I'm live and when I upload things, because I believe that YouTube only lets a small percentage of subscribers know when their content creator that they're following is live. So if you want to stay as aware as you can in reference to BubzDaGawd, make sure that you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to all. And if you're feeling compelled, make sure that you hit that Cash App. Let me put the little banner down there. I already got a Cash App that kind of gagged me today. Shout out to you. I appreciate it. But if so, you can hit me on my Cash App, on my PayPal, on my Zelle, BubzDaGawd. Anything that you would like to donate, girl, is beneficial. I'm just appreciative if you were to do that, okay? Because again, I'm taking all of my blessings in all forms. I ain't saying no to no facet of blessings, even if it's monetary, okay? Shout out to those who came through in the live. Shout out to Let's Talk Wild. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe who came through. Shout out to Extra Smoke Dragon. Shout out to Aries. Shout out to my boy Deshaun. Shout out to Nate Woodard, okay? Shout out to Queen Amber. Please make sure y'all keep her in y'all prayers to send love and affirmation and healing her way. And Amber, if you're open to receiving it, girl, the love is here for you. Shout out to my broski, okay? Aaron Wiles out. Shout out to you. Who else? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Shout out to everybody who came through. I really appreciate it, and I hope that this live was able to bring more context and nuance into your life. I hope that it helped to challenge you in some way. If there's any sort of critiques or thoughts that you have in reference to my commentary, please make sure you hit me up in my DMs on YouTube or on Instagram, which you can follow me on. And if you want to be a part of a future live, just let me know, because again, I'm branching out into uncharted territories and trying to build connections, train them up and send them out, right? So I'm just making sure I hold to that actual promise and affirmation, okay? But anyway, thank y'all for rocking with me, and until next time, y'all, peace.
Love never dies, just choose to keep on.